Good evening and welcome to Beacon Pines, a narrative game where you get charms, which words to fill in the blanks to change the course of a story. I played the demo a while back. Hey, welcome puppy, welcome to Play Identity. I actually got an early key and played through before, so we are restarting. I had a lot of fun when I played the demo and was been really looking forward to this game. That's a fun little, enjoyable one.
Allow me to introduce you to my book. Though it might at first appear like many books you've come across, it is far from ordinary.
It's a choose-your-own adventure.
Therefore, have some misunderstandings about its nature.
Hey, welcome, Rua and Matthias.
The story that awaits you.
Hopefully you folks are all having a wonderful evening. But yeah, this released today,
Conclusion is not yet known.
so I'm eager to just stream it all in one go.
It is in that way that my book is special. It is in that way that you are special.
And if you've already seen the demo, the first 40 minutes or so is probably going to retread old ground in that sense. Oh, hey, welcome, Dina, as well. But it will help set up the story.
Without you, there is no story.
I mean, is there a story without a reader? Oh, that's unfortunate, Dina.
Normal isn't what it used to be. This is a story about change. Nestled in a shallow valley is the town of Beacon Pines. Far from the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, a young boy walks alone at dawn. His name is Luca Van Horn, and like you, dear reader, he's here for a reason.
Visit his father's grave. It's a kind of narrative adventure game in which you get words that you fill in the blanks at various branching parts of the story. Hey, Dad. How are things going? Yeah, it basically... Yeah, the art style is really lovely. There's some good music at various points. I think that the early version I played, I didn't get a lot of music at the end points, but... So I'm kind of interested to see... Plus, this is one of those games where you get more and more of the story on a second play, because you know what's the context of things, the full picture. Today's the first day of summer vacation. I start middle school next year, I guess. They are. I was 6 years old when you died. And it's been 6 years now. That means I'm 11, right? That's why you're not in middle school, Luca. From here on out, you'll have been gone longer than you were here. Feels like that should mean something. Mom always said that this tree was your favorite spot in the world. Very beautiful tree. Me too. Hey, Luca! I knew I'd find you here.
Rollo was Luca's closest friend. He possessed many fine qualities, but subtlety was not one of them.
Very true. Well, after I banged on your door till your gran answered, and after I checked the pond, and climbed up to the treehouse, and checked the next town over, then I knew I'd find you here.
I finally noticed the tears swelling in his friend's eyes
Yes.
and the flowers on the grave.
Oh yeah, right. You and your mom always did this on your dad's birthday. Yeah. I don't know if you were going to keep doing it now that your mom's gone, too. Yeah. I like to think that he checked 10 other places. She's not gone. She's just... missing. Sorry, I meant to say since she went missing. She's gonna come back, Rollo. Of course she is. Okay, Dad, see you next time. I think I'm ready to get out of here. Sure, lead the way. And I can jump and go through the flower patch. And there we go, our first jump. Oh, I have to open that. Continue.
Wonderful! I had a good feeling about you from the moment you opened the book.
Mom went to get milk. She'll be back eventually.
That charm is a very special thing. Very special indeed. Keep hold of it for now. Its purpose will reveal itself soon enough.
Eventually. That one I think is actually essential to the story. You get a few charms that you never actually use. Now that I think about it. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The whole reason I was looking for you. I was wondering if you'd ever get to that. Yeah, his dad is very dead, it seems. I found the perfect way to start our summer, unless his dad's a zombie. Ooh, how's that?
Rollo looked to the side suspiciously.
Here, they might be watching. Hey, who? Not so loud. We need to do this in a secure location. Mission control. Alright, I just have to tell Gran and then we can head out. What are you gonna tell her? I don't know, I'll think of something. You know, we're just doing drugs or something. She'll never catch on. It's all the same to you. I'll meet you by the welcome sign. Cult ritual? That got dark fast. Hey, welcome, Mish. Your Gran still kind of wigs me out. I don't do well with new people. She moved in like half a year ago. Just meet me at the sign when you're done. Suit yourself, I won't be long. Tell Gran before heading out with Rollo. This is our most important mission. Wait, why do I have to... Oh, game. I know what I need to do.
Forgive me for this interlude. Remember that charm you found in the dandelion patch? There are more of those special charms to discover throughout Beacon Pines. They've been known to reveal themselves to those who are willing. Some of them can be found in this very house.
There are people leaving words just scattered around in flower patches and houses. Whatever. Get lost, Rollo. I'm busy pondering existence. It just slides right off there.
Anne had already lit the fire. She kept a warm house, as if by grandmotherly obligation.
Do I get the arson charm now? Luca felt that he needed to commit arson. Oh, that'd be great if there was a Luca needed to commit blank, and then one of them was arson.
One of his father's old stethoscopes. Luca had spent countless hours listening to anything and everything with it. Not for years, though.
Wait, no, why is it making me go back to this? That button prompt is activates from very far away.
Since Gran had moved in, the house was more peaceful, more orderly, and more covered in flowery fabric.
Just like grandmothers manifest that. They're known to do it. It just like leave a trail of lace-like stuff. That's true. I did like having him slide off the chair.
He just wasn't ready to go in yet.
You have to face your inner demons, man, before you can enter there.
Gran had commandeered the upstairs closet when she moved in. Some things need shelter from a young boy's mischief, she said.
Ooh, hide. You can't even jump on the bed.
Luca tossed on his favorite old sweater. Even though it was the first day of summer, a chill still hung in the air.
Alright, let's chill. Yeah, I think I needed to find those 3 charms to continue. Why is there a purple fire cult? Ignores the obvious void that appears in every room but the room he's in. This would be
An
bad.
array of prepared meals crowded the refrigerator, each labeled with the day of the week.
I'll just keep it
A pair
open.
of dull scissors, a broken can opener, a mostly empty bottle of glue, and some loose string.
I mean, if this was an adventure game, a point-and-click one, all of that would be useful. Oh, junk! Learned what junk is. I'm just gonna leave that on.
The only piece of furniture Gran had brought when she moved in was an old hutch.
I forget if your gran says anything if you leave like the sink and the thing open.
Oh my! This is quite exciting! I am now certain that you are the one I've been waiting for all these years.
Anyone can read a choose your own adventure book.
I was a bit coy regarding the use of charms earlier. Excuse me, I tend to have a flair for the dramatic.
You need some glitter and stuff.
You are about to encounter your first turning point. There are certain times in this tale when everything hinges on a single word. Step forth, dear reader.
I feel like step forth. Glitter! Unfortunately, glitter is not a charm that we can use. Hey, Gran, I'm gonna go hang with Rollo for the day. See you later. Hold up now. Where are you and Rollo headed exactly? Oh, nowhere special.
Brand new, the better for everyone involved.
We were just gonna do drugs for the day. Ah. That'd be great. We were just gonna go do drugs for the day. You're grounded, Luca. The end.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
Yeah, sunshade's optional. We were just gonna go chill for the day.
The best lies are built on truth.
You boys are always in a hurry to do nothing. We stick to what we're good at. I'll make sure you're done chilling in time for supper.
Easy.
Come on, put your sunshades on.
You've managed to navigate your first turning point.
To be fair, the first one, no matter what you say, you get out of there.
Power of charms. A single word can change
This branch doesn't
everything.
mean anything.
I think it's time to introduce you to the Chronicle.
So whenever we get far enough, we'll be able to return to
The
the earlier
Chronicle is a
points.
record of the decisions you've made.
Because what will happen is we're going to get on paths that will give us a premature ending, but it'll give us a charm that lets us go to a previous path.
You can see the turning point.
So we
which has
can
been
go
revealed.
to a different, have things change differently.
At any time, you can use the Chronicle to go back and invoke different charms, creating new branches. Luckily for us, this is the one and only turning point where the charms won't dramatically alter fate. It's the perfect opportunity to experiment with rewriting things.
No, I don't care. You just said that it doesn't matter.
We were just gonna go chill for the day.
See, they don't even try to yell at me for doing the same thing. Okay,
Easy.
we're moving on.
A beginner's guide to gardening laid open on the bench.
Graham doesn't even know how to garden? This is highly sus.
Young Luca would spend hours hiding in the bushes, waiting for a chance to jump out and startle his mother. She always enjoyed humoring him by feigning terror.
Then she grounded him. Oh, and Luca. You and Rollo stay out of trouble. I know. She's got that grandmother stare. Hey, welcome, Red. She's gonna be so pissed when she sees that icebox and the sink going. I'm gonna blame it on Rollo. Run for the hills. Grand's after me. Come on, come on! Woo! Dang it, Rollo. Oh, hey, welcome, Lord Nub. You know the drill. Won't let anyone discover our secret path. Or is it gotta die?
Chapter 2. Welcome to Beacon Pines. For many years, this valley had been a small mining outpost. It wasn't until
We
Sherman
pranked Granny for
Valentine
sure.
built his fertilizer company that Beacon Pines was established. Over the next 30 years, the town had grown and prospered until the foul harvest and his sudden death. In the 6 years since, everyone was simply trying to get by.
Hey, Mr. Kerr. Hey there, pal.
William Kerr was the CEO
Oh, Kerr.
of Perennial Harvest Company. He had become a fixture around town over the past few years.
That has a very sleazy
After
smile.
the failing of Valentine fertilizer, the town was hungry to welcome a new source of employment.
Excited for the big festival. Oh, sure. Come on now, when I was your age, there was nothing more exciting than a town festival. Yeah, that smile is so sleazy. He just needs like a mustache, a sleazy mustache. The food, the music, the dancing. Sounds pretty alright. You gosh dang right it is. I'm looking forward to letting off some steam myself. Make sure to invite all of your little friends. Couldn't keep Rollo away if I tried. Excellent. Sorry, Luca, I gotta get back to the proverbial grindstone. Harvest awaits and all that. Oh now, the left side's a little low. Sorry, Mr. Van Horn, can't talk right now. Very busy with preparations.
Mayor Augustus Valentine was not busy.
He looks like that he smokes 10 packs a day. Oh, sorry, Gus. How many times do I... It's Mayor Valentine.
Flustered, Gus instinctively loosened his tie.
He probably drinks a lot, too. Keep up the good work. I must briefly attend to a concerned citizen. His name is Jack Daniels. It's nothing. Keep at it. Alright, what can the mayor of Beacon Pines do for you today? Oh, just saying hi, I guess. Well, day to you, young Mr. Van Horn. Good time. No, I think that he... Hey, wait! You found our secret path! You must die now! Hey, Jetson. Is the line playing any tunes today? No bites this morning, I'm afraid. Why don't I use you as bait? Come to think of it, can't remember the last time I reeled one in. Hey, it was never about the catch. This is where I come to think. Yeah, that's what my dad used to do here. That reminds me, I never want his chair back. Taken to stand in recently. Keeps me from falling asleep at the reel. If you don't mind, I think it should say. Oh, hey, welcome, James Burks. Yeah, his grand. Gotta watch out for his grand. She'll be everywhere, ready to ground Luca. An empty chair makes for a great listener.
Whenever Luca saw his dad's chair by the pond, it reminded him of the days they'd pack up a couple of sandwiches and fish until sundown.
Go pick out your bait from the tackle box, buckaroo!
Luca opened the tackle box and picked the perfect bait. Luca tied a shoestring to the hook. What fish could resist a nice shoestring?
It's become a fishing game. Alright, I played Spiritfarer. I know perfectly well. Once it starts shaking, you let go. I got a shoe! Maybe there's a foot inside. Where do you think the other one is? Hard to say. Sometimes things drift away. That's not fair. No, it's not. I think Dad's just like spaced out. Well, wherever it is, hope that other boot has at least a sock to keep it company.
Luca gently baited a feather onto the hook. Good for skimming the surface.
It'll look cool. Put it out super far. It's now a fishing game. 100%. Like Spiritfarer, I don't even have to cook this stuff. Then again, who wants to eat that old shoe? I don't think anyone. I caught a nice little duck. I'll be switched. It's your old rubber ducky. You were just a little drooling ball of fur when you lost that. Cried for days. I told you it'd turn up. Ah, get lost, Dad. I'm done with this flashback. I think there's a third thing you can fish up.
The boys had a good thing going, as long as they kept old Jeff happy. They had an endless source of precious materials to add to the treehouse.
Yeah, this seems like a pretty ordinary childhood. Ooh, I can lounge on this. Doesn't matter what you got to say, Rolo. I'm chilling for the day.
On certain nights, when the clouds were just right,
Bacon bites?
strange patterns
Oh,
of static. Rolo thinks it's aliens. He always
That would be
thinks it's
great.
aliens. After Lucas
That feels like that'd be a good cooking sim kind of game.
Rolo became obsessed with them building their own Hank atomic star scraper. It was some time before Luca realized it was Rolo's way of keeping him occupied.
Okay, what's this top secret plan to start our summer? Yes, it released today, Lord Nub. So we're gonna try and stream the entire game. So you know the abandoned warehouse by my place? The old Valentine building? Yeah, well, it isn't abandoned. What makes you think that? Get this. Last night, it was glowing. Glowing? Are you sure? Kinda. The place has been empty since the foul harvest? Yeah. Who would even want to poke around that place? We would, Rolo. We would. Wait. It's just a busted old warehouse. That just meant we could do some research at the library. You want to actually go to the warehouse? What do you expect to find? Answers. My mom's out there somewhere, and it seems like everyone wants to pretend that she's gone for good. You don't have to come, Rolo, if you don't want to. Luca, Remember that time I sort of accidentally burned down the chicken coop? And you jumped in and said it was your fault before my pa throttled me? This is a flaming chicken coop sort of deal. I've got your back. Thanks, Rolo. Now that I think about it, poking around a decrepit fertilizer warehouse is exactly how I want to spend the first day of summer. Let's go! Yeah, the art style is really lovely for this game. And definitely would recommend this if you like the kind of narrative games. Oh yeah, now we got a loiter. Come on, do we get like a loitering charm? I don't know if you actually get a charm from this. I guess not. Gotta move on. I'm just catching my breath a bit. Go on, I'll catch up. Yeah. Forget if I can, Oh, I can, I think I can mess with the watermelon. No touching! Smack! Yeah, I'm not sure it really has Animal Crossing vibes with it.
Holden Wilder ran the local paper of record, the Beacon.
Learn how to smack! Hey, Mr. Wilder. Morning, Luca. What's the day have in store for you? I was wondering if you heard any news about... News? Beacon knows the news that needs knowing. Now, that's quite the tongue twister. Any news about the old fertilizer warehouse? Nope. Oh. Rolo thought he saw some lights there last night. Rolo ought to be careful poking around that part of town. The winds of change are blowing, and change is a dangerous animal. Hey, John. Sorry to wake you. No problem, it comes with the job.
Dawn had dreams of becoming a big-time reporter.
Yeah, you gotta smack that watermelon when it misbehaves.
At night, she searched for the story that could be
Oh,
her
yeah, this has
break.
like extra dark secrets.
By day, she hawked papers at the newsstand.
What's up? Rolo said he saw something strange going on at the warehouse. You know anything about that? You might say I've heard some things. I'm working on a story about it right now. So what's going on? Can't say quite yet. Still need to follow up on a few leads. Keep me in the loop, okay? Sure thing. Things seem to be quiet in town today. Yep, everyone is preparing for the festival. She'll be back to normal tomorrow. Catch you then? Catch you then. Oh, and Luca. Really sorry I haven't been able to find out anything about your mom yet. I'm just grateful that you tried. I'm still keeping my ears up. Yeah. Luca. Just the fella I was looking for. Hey, Roxy, what's up?
Oh, right. Rendezvous with Roxy. This is an important turning point. The first time
Actually
when
is.
charms will change the course of fate. And currently, we only have one suitable charm at our disposal. Have no fear, we can always return later using the Chronicle once we find more charms.
Yeah, because this one actually does have a very significant
Where were we?
point with the story. Have you seen my blockhead brother today? He skipped out before breakfast. Well, not really, no. Can't say I have. Can't say, or won't say. Roxy, would I lie to you? Luca, wake up! I almost forgot to tell you. Roxy might be lurking around here. This is one of her favorite places to stand around and be useless. Rolo, we need to make sure she doesn't spot us. Rolo. Why are you doing that turning thing with your body? What, you're not scared, are you? She's harmless. And a chump. And she's right around that corner, isn't she? Don't mind me. Just over here lurking. Uselessly. Oh, hey, sis. Nice weather we're having, eh? I couldn't help but notice you snuck out this morning before breakfast. Wasn't hungry. Also couldn't help but notice your morning chores were left unchored. Roxy, I'm gonna level with you. I'm sick and tired of digging up carrots. We all gotta pick up the slack since the foul harvest. Almost every carrot I dig up is rotten, and the rest look like they were hit with Hank Atomic Shrinko Ray. All the more reason to keep on digging. There's gotta be more to life than puny carrots. Look, Roxy, Luca and I have places to be, so if you don't mind... Oh, I do mind. I'm not gonna catch hell again because of you. So either you march yourself home and harvest those carrots, or I haul you home myself.
Rollo froze as
Yeah.
Roxy took a step
Hey,
toward
2
him.
brain cells is very helpful.
Luca knew he had one chance to save his friend from being dragged home.
Just gotta whip out the sunshades.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little chill.
the security breach. Come on, Roxy. It's the first day of summer, the sun's shining, and we just want to take it easy. No. When you say that, you gotta flip out the sunshades, Luca. Otherwise, it's not effective. Let's leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. That's great and all, but Rollo's problems have a way of becoming my problems. Pa always says tomorrow's work is best left for yesterday. March, you big oaf. Oh, rats. I expect a full report about the Valentine place. A full report! So, Fitz, what are you up to this lovely day? Nope. Cool. Sharper Valentine, founder of Beacon Pines. Never underestimate what a great man can do, given time.
A bit much, if you ask me.
Very indulgent. Hey, Solomon. Apologies, no time for chit-chat. Yeah, the creepy guy. Luca, my boy, hold up a chick. Oh, hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I was just on my way to... I just sold the last jar of your grandmother's preserves. Can't stock the shelves fast enough, it turns out. Hey, that's great, but I'm actually... I guess Juniper will just have to swing by with more of her lovely jam. Uh-huh. Well, don't let this old man slow you down. You just remind her that she still owes me that
A
dance.
promise Gran regretted the second it was made.
He's like, you gotta make him extra creepy. She's a fine woman, that Juniper. Yeah, she's pretty cool, I guess. A real fine woman. I'm 12. I gotta go. Sweeter than any... I'm out of here.
The phone booth was brand new.
Yeah, we
Perennial
gotta make him
harvest
sound
Beacon
extra
Pines
creepy.
Reborn Initiative. It didn't see much use.
I guess it's not helping.
Path led into a small hollow at the edge of Weepwood.
Okay, no turning back now. Caution, electrified fence. Is that sign new?
The fence thrummed with a gentle electric buzz.
Okay, so what would Rollo do if he was here?
Luca often asked himself what Rollo would do, so that he could rule out that option.
Definitely not touching that thing.
As sparks flew from the fence, the light atop that section shut off. 2 bulbs remained.
Just throw random junk at it. That's 2.
More to go.
This is how you solve all your problems.
The fence's buzzing gave way to silence.
Unfortunately, it doesn't let you touch the fence. Okay, moment of truth.
Every kid in town knew the old Valentine fertilizer building. Long abandoned, the warehouse once served as the industrial heart of Beacon Pines. Now, it stood only as a reminder of things left behind. The dormant building showed strange signs of life.
Those green fumes can't be good. Hey, Rollo wasn't exaggerating for once. What's going on here?
There's only one way to find out.
Wow, that smells awful. Too bad Rollo's not here. He'd have no problem poking around in there.
The water looked almost diseased. It flowed slowly into the woods.
They're polluting.
The hose emitted a subtle sound. It was actively
We need to call
draining some
Captain
kind of
Planet.
liquid.
Locked.
Luca thought he heard faint sounds coming from the other side of the door.
Voodoo Detective Part 2. Nah, there's no voodoo in this one.
The cold metal to hear better.
Zipper.
The
Footsteps.
sound of footsteps grew louder.
Hello? Shit. Most important job.
The heavy steel door knocked Luca to the ground. Disoriented, he looked up to see an imposing figure silhouetted in a green glow. It lunged toward him. He tried to scramble away, but felt a gloved hand latch onto his ankle. Luca watched his fingernails leave trails in the dirt as the hand slowly dragged him back through the door, into the lab, into the green light.
So we get a premature ending here, but the charm that we just got will let us continue elsewhere.
But change is, after all, a dangerous animal. The end? I probably should have warned you about this. There are many paths that our story can take. Most will end in tragedy, but don't let that discourage you. We will find the ending that this story deserves. I just know it. From here on out, a charm will have a check mark when it's been used to its full potential at a given turning point. Now, let's try something different.
Going back. Yeah, that's the end of the game. No, now we get to use this.
In the past, he found the best way to deal with an enraged Roxy was to be a little shit.
Just flip her off and run, man. Make a break for it. What have you done? Ah! That little shit just kicked me? Run all you want, you little twerps. You gotta come home eventually. Sorry. And now we can have Rolo there. Sorry about that. Rolo can get overexcited sometimes.
Solomon Valentine, current ward of and future successor to the Valentine fortune, huffed as he brushed off his pants.
Town of complete and utter fools. One wonders if it's worth taking anything here seriously. Either way, I'm really sorry. No matter, how are you doing? Me? Yes, with all that business about your mother and whatnot. Oh, I'm getting by. Still no word from her at all. No, that is truly a shame. Oh, shame. How I can say shame! Shame! Your grandmother has taken residence to keep house. Yes, it's so fun to have, yeah. And how is that going? We mostly stay out of each other's way. Make it sound like she's rarely at home. It's not like that. She just has a lot to do. Making jam. She's still settling in and trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Indeed. Oh, count your blessings. I don't know what poverty is. It's better to have a caretaker who's rarely around, in lieu of one who tries to compensate by smothering you with attention. That doesn't sound so bad. Trust me when I say, it's best to rely on yourself. Family has a way of creating more problems than they solve. In the past, Solomon found out how to get past...
trifled a gesture toward the approaching heiress Valentine.
But Solomon figured out how to get away by being a little shit as well. Speak of the devil. Do not wander off like that. I'm much too busy to be looking all over for you. Apologies, heiress. I was just taking a stroll through town. Strolls are for commoners. You're a Valentine now. I want you to be present for the construction of the History Museum. The future of this town relies on its ability to remember our family's great past. Yeah, I can count your blessings, peasant. Basically the same thing. Of course. Well, the fact that his speech bubble's also in black does have that kind of Malfoy tendency, I suppose. Oh god, creepy man, we're getting... Look at my boy, hold up a tick. You can't get away from me this time. Sorry, Mr. Nuncreed, kind of in a hurry right now. Ha! Run away! Boy's got too much of his father in him. I feel like Solomon needs to be wearing a monocle. Actually, the entire Valentine family, maybe other than Gus, he drinks too much. He can't wear a monocle. I win. Little help? I am the champion. We were racing. That road get longer? Anything ever changes around here. It seemed longer. You're just lightheaded from the run. You really need to pace yourself better next time. Not sure why I would take advice from second place. Has that sign always been there? Wait, what? Caution, electrified fence. No, that's definitely new. Creepy. How are we going to get around an electric fence? Don't worry, I've got this. Why did you do that? Pa always says you can figure out what the plan was when you're done. Great, what now? Well, I did my part and established that touching the fence is bad. Sure you can handle it from here. I'll supervise. From a safe distance. Come on, I'm sure I can pick up Rolo and throw him at the bulbs. That'd be great. Whoa, you're a genius. Come on, I feel like I should throw Rolo at the bulbs. Think that did it. Luca, you never fail to impress.
As the glowing windows of the old warehouse came into view, Rolo began to bounce excitedly.
Check it out! Dang, Rolo, you weren't exaggerating for once. Was there ever any doubt? This definitely needs investigating. Good thing 2 ace detectives are on the case. This is bizarre. This is awesome. Rumble. You feel that? What, the excitement in the air? You bet your butt I did. Yeah, just splash around in the toxic water. Check out this puddle. That's not normal. And this hose. And this locked door. Aw, man, the door's locked. Try harder. No dice. It won't budge. Oh well. Yeah. This dumpster's new, right? I bet it's got stuff in it. I can't really see what's in here. Who did all of this? My nose is itching. I think I smell some treasure. Are you sure that isn't the hazardous waste? Just help me get in. Rolo, it would be my honor to throw you in the trash. Come on, Lady Luck. So, what's in there? Let's see. There's a squishy bag of squish. Wow. A good inch of stagnant sludge. Your natural habitat. Wait, hold the phone. Hold 2 phones. Check these bad boys out. Are those walkie-talkies? Just like Hank atomic communicators. Do these actually work? Ground command to Hank Atomic. Hey, do you read me? This is Hank Atomic, ground command, coming in 5x5. How are your vital readouts, Hank? Getting a little stuffy in here. Requesting assistance for evac. Help is on the way. Yeah, cracked by hypodermic needles. Got it that right. What was that? Someone's coming. Give me your hand. I'm trying. My hands are covered in squish. Scoot over. I'm coming in. You know, I feel like you could have hid behind the dumpster, you know, over to the side. I know, walkie-talkies are the childhood dream. Tell me you saw that. Dude, I don't know what I saw. It's coming back, get down. I just need this body bag that we'll put in the dumpster. God, tell me that's not what I think it is. Luca, do you know what separates run-of-the-mill detectives from ace detectives? Ridiculous hat. When the chips are down, ace detectives dig deeper for clues.
Rollo felt around at the large sack which burdened them.
Aha!
He snapped off a tag from just within a small zipper opening in the bag.
It's some sort of badge or something. What's it say?
Rollo held the badge up to a faint shaft of light within the dumpster.
Dr. Prescott, Deep Engineering. Name tag. Who would throw away a bag full of slimy old name tags? I think it's just one name tag in a bag full of something else. Okay. Think we should make a break for it. They call this no time to panic. I'm not panicking! You're panicking! Rollo, calm down. You don't have to squeeze my hand so hard. Dude, I am not holding your hand. Quit messing around. What other slime-covered hand would be in here? Ah! It's still twitching! I'm beginning to see the benefits of your run for our lives plan. Right, we've clearly established I'm faster than you, so I'll go first. Why not go together? Flamin' chicken coop, Luca. I'll make sure the coast is clear. After I go, count to 100. If you hear me yell, run. If you don't hear me yell, run. Actually, either way, haul ass. Bro, I'll give you credit. You sure found an eventful way to start our summer. It's what I do. Well, here goes nothing.
Lucas sat in the dark, tracking the sound
Yeah,
of
totally.
Rollo's footsteps as he ran. 1, 2.
Hey, you gotta have a thing
He pressed
filled
his
with
ear
dark
to the dumpster
secrets.
wall, straining to hear Rollo's footsteps as they faded away. 15, 16, 17. He tried not to think about the contents of the dumpster as he counted.
Hey, I mean, that corpse can give you another hand if you like.
36, 37. The thick stench made it hard to breathe. Screw it, that's long enough. Luca carefully lifted the lid and peered out. Nothing. No sign of Rollo. No sign of the man in the yellow suit. Time to haul ass. Luca clambered from the dumpster, stumbling to his knees.
Run, Luca, run!
Shot and running, sprinting toward home as fast as he could. Beacon Pines flew by, blurred by the tears that welled up in his eyes. He wouldn't remember getting home at all that night.
Hey, he can be traumatized later, Rua.
Throwing his front door open, storming up the stairs to his room, and surrendering to sleep almost as abruptly as he hit his pillow. Chapter 3. Finding a Friend. The next morning, it was quieter than usual at the breakfast table. Only the sound of silverware and chewing interrupted the awkward silence.
Luca, did you leave the icebox and sink going? I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So what did you and Rollo get up to yesterday? Oh, nothing interesting. Hello. Calm down. No, of course it was the right thing to do. Start gathering, folks. I'll be right there. Are you sure there isn't anything you want to tell me about yesterday? Grandmother gaze! Anything I want to tell you? Maybe it'll be grandmother glare. Not really, we just sort of ran around a bit.
Rand's brow furrowed.
Boy, grandma gaze.
She let out a long sigh. Her voice was quiet and even.
I have to go take care of something. I want to stay in this house for the day. Under no circumstance are you to leave. What? If I'm not back by dinner, there's stew in the icebox. But nothing. You want to stay here, understand? Yeah, say it. I'll stay here until you get back. Good. Oh, and Luca, you left the icebox open yesterday. She's noticing my active defiance. We're not made of money, you know. Well, that was strange. I don't live by your rules, Gran. rats.
An eerie electronic
We're gonna find
sound
out what happened to
from
Rolo.
Luca's bedroom.
Hello? Anyone there? Oh, shoot. They just jump excitedly. Hello? Rolo, is that you? Over? It's strange.
Luca glanced at the now silent walkie-talkie. He wasn't sure what to think.
Quick, Luca. Run out the back door. Oh, hey, Roxy. If this is about me, accidentally kicking you yesterday, is Rolo here? No? Look at me, Luca. This is serious. Is Rolo here? No, I haven't seen him since yesterday. Rolo didn't come home last night.
A pit formed in Luca's stomach.
Where was the last place you saw him? Oh, we were playing around in Weep Wood. Then it was late and we went home. Weep Wood? If he's alive, I'm gonna kill that little creep. Is there anything else? Anything that he said?
Luca's mouth felt dry.
No, we were just messing around. Okay. I need to go let people know to check the woods. You just stay out of trouble. Go see if he's hiding in the library or something.
Luca could feel his heart beating in his throat.
Rolo. Where are you? Oh, we gotta go find Rolo. So yeah, by having the charm to have Rolo go with us, that will mean that he'll disappear. But we'll get another charm to be able to go through there alone without getting a game over. We really need to get back to work. Just a couple more minutes. If Roxy said she will be here, then she will be here. Just don't see why I'm standing around, doing nothing, and waiting for Roxy. And I could be standing around, doing nothing, and getting paid for it. Come on, Lumi. Roxy needs our help. My parents wouldn't listen. No offense, but isn't Rolo always getting into trouble? Something feels different this time. What can we do to help? We need to check where the adults aren't. So I guess it's up to us to check Weep Wood. Shift doesn't end for another couple hours. We could spend the time making posters. That would be great. Yes. Right, Fitz and I will check Weep Wood. We'll be back later to pick up the posters. I think my dad has a map of Weep Wood. Let's swing by my house and grab it before we head out. Oh, interesting. What's this about a missing child? I must stress that the situation is completely under control. I've got my good friend Captain Morgan looking for them. Just seems all so terrible. And you're sure there's nothing we can do to help? Nonsense. Young Mr. Cotter will turn up safe and sound, I am certain. You just focus on settling in. Trust my sister has supplied you with suitable lodging. Oh yes, Miss Valentine has been more than accommodating. Now we've inadvertently killed 2 other people? No. Wait, who's the other person we killed? I'm curious about this. We were just telling our daughter, Beck, that... Now, where did she run off to? Now there's gonna be 2 missing people. Ah, good. Creepy Mr. Nuncrete's not here.
The phone booth was brand new.
With getting Luca killed in the first one. Well, we were only grabbed by a very shady individual and brought in to a bad place. What's the worst that could happen? Oh, the 2 that just ran into the Deathwoods? Wait, they're called Weepwood. They're not called the Deathwoods. They're not necessarily dead. Dang, they boarded up the way in. Oh, aren't we supposed to... One second. I think I missed something. If I remember right... Oh, I have to check for Rollo in the library. That's what it was. I'm going to places before I should be going there.
Kato volunteered at the library during the summers. He wasn't very social, so he'd dedicate each summer to becoming an expert in a single subject, making him a reliable source of very particular knowledge. If you were to ask Kato something he didn't know, he'd escape into the dusty old bookshelves and return with just the right thing.
Hey, Kato.
Kato was lost in his reading.
That's true. Besides, the fence doesn't look electrified. We could probably climb it.
Luca crooked his neck to see the title. Introduction to Melitology.
Oh, hey, Luca. You snuck up on me. Good book? No, just started it.
He gestured to the shelves.
Really running out of books I haven't read yet. Now it's on to the wonderful world of bees. Turns out bees are pretty cool. For instance, did you know about 70% of bee species actually live in underground tunnels? Or that if there are two queens in a hive, they will fight to the death for supremacy? Fight! At last we've learned how to fight. That's interesting, but haven't seen Rollo around recently, have you? Not since yesterday. I can't spoil anything, James Burks. Keep an eye out for him, okay? Sure thing. But you see how it can branch with the part with Roxy, because there's a complete separate branch if we go alone to the warehouse and get back with Luca safe, which will go down that path later. And then there's one where we go with Rollo and he gets nabbed. If you see him, you'll be the first to know. Get out of here, the bee puns. There we are. What a monster puts candy behind a locked door? Probably break the glass. Oh yeah, Mr. Nuncreed works weird hours sometimes. Of course he does. How about you? When do I work? No, what's your name? Luca Van Horn. You new here? Yep, not by choice.
Beck's family moved often, giving her little time to establish any real connections. She would tell you she prefers it that
There's a
way.
lot of things that the, Oh, Marty hours, yeah. Hey, that's because Nuncreed just has to be creepy all throughout town. Whenever he just feels like creeping around town, he just closes his shop. Marnie style. Although at least Marnie has Lewis. He would prefer... Okay. I'm looking for my friend Rollo. He didn't come home last night. So he's missing? Guess so. Like, missing? On the back of a milk carton missing? That sort of thing happened a lot around here. Just to, like, a few people every year.
Luca shifted his feet uncomfortably.
Well, that sucks. Yeah. So I should probably get going. Hey, wait up. What?
Beck pulled a coin from her pocket.
I'm coming with you. What? So says the unlucky penny. Unlucky? Yup. Well, technically it landed on heads. Leave this kid to find his friend alone. But I always do the opposite. Oh, that's kind of like me and Rollo. P.S. Rollo is my unlucky penny. That settles it. A person should never be without their unlucky penny. I'm sure Nuncreed is completely innocent. The name's Beck. Pleasure to meet you, Beck. Suppose I could use some help. The friend trio is almost unite. We have to reunite with Rollo for us to do like the trio high five thing. Try to keep up. Yes, everyone knows if you have a bandage on your nose, then you're one badass fighter.
Luca felt a chill as he approached Beck. Her eyes were locked on the strange green liquid. The nearby grass was coated in a fine layer of frost.
Is this sort of thing normal around here? Because puddles of glowing ooze are definitely not what I expected from this place. I have no idea what that stuff is. Well, the next obvious step is science! What does science suggest? Poke it with a stick!
Luca watched as
That
Beck
is the first step of
pushed the
science.
branch into the goo. Beck's eyes widened as flowers grew from the dead wood.
Oh, it's going all Princess Mononoke kind of stuff.
First small buds, which quickly bloomed into vibrant petals.
Oh, you have a great night, John Dowers. Thanks for stopping by. She pokes it, her finger turns a bone. No, don't. That's why you don't touch the pollution. Use a stick. What the? Cool.
As quickly as they had grown, the flowers began to shrivel and turn gray. Beck dropped the stick with a grunt of disgust.
Okay. So science tells us this gunk is weird as hell. Yeah, it seems dangerous. Hey, Tish. Look what the cat dragged in. Yep. I don't have time for this right now, Iggy. Aw, don't say things like that. It hurts Tish's feelings. Ain't that right, Tish? Yep. She looks fine to me. Why, hello. I don't think we've been properly introduced. Iggy's the name. This is my compatriot, Tish. Yep. You probably heard of us. Can't say I have. I'll forgive you just this once on account of you being new around here. Why would you hang out with this dud? Oh, he seems pretty alright. Iggy, why do you have to be so... you? Has he even told you that his parents skipped out on him? Shut up. It's true, they got tired of having such a pathetic kid and left him. Iggy, I'm only gonna say this one time. Don't talk about my family. Well, look who's grown a backbone now that a girl's around. First his pops croaked, then his mom finally couldn't take it anymore and bounced.
Iggy took a step towards Luca, his sneer lit by the glowing puddle. Beck could see tears welling in Luca's eyes, his fists clenched. Some things about Beacon Pines were very different from the city, but a bully from a hayseed town is really no different from a city bully. Beck took a deep breath and thought.
Break out tickles.
Time to bust out the tickles.
Hey Tish, want to see something cool? Yep. Check it.
Beck lunged forward and began to tickle under Tish's arms.
What the? Tish, is she tickling you? Yep. Yep. Yep.
Tears began to form in Tish's eyes as she gasped for breath between gales of laughter.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Beck redoubled her efforts until Tish finally had had enough.
What just happened? She seems nice. Sorry for the interruption. I think you were just threatening us.
Iggy's eyes darted around, a realization dawning on his face that he was now outnumbered.
I just remembered. Have somewhere to be. Mm-hmm. See you around, new kid.
Iggy kicked at the puddle before making his escape.
Whoa! What a little creep. Beck, I think you got a little ooze in your hair.
Beck shook the ooze out of her hair as best as she could.
Is it bad? It depends. What are your feelings about having a more mature, refined look? Oh, God.
Chapter 4. The Best Policy. Luca paused for a moment, catching his breath. He'd only just met Beck, and somehow he already managed to drag her into this mess. Hopefully he could make it up to her. But
I don't know, though. Streak of Light does kind of look pretty cool. I know, if you have that kind of, like, cool streak of hair, then that already makes you, like, badass. She's got the bandage already, too. Luca, what the hell are you doing out here? And why did a kid with gray hair just run past us in a panic?
Roxy and Fitz looked drained. It was clear they'd spent all day searching.
That's Beck. I don't care who she is. What happened? You were just helping look for Rolo. Luca, I need you to start telling me the truth.
Roxy's temper could often be dismissed as the impatience of an older sibling. But this was the most intense Luca had ever seen her. Her eyes were wild and unfocused, looking straight through Luca.
We're running out of time.
In a torrent of rambled words and tears, Luca broke down.
Rollo and I were just playing in Weepwood yesterday. We were investigating lights at the old Valentine warehouse. Someone was there in a strange suit, and we hid in the dumpster and had a heavy bag dropped on us. And I think it was a body. So we ran, but we got split up. I ran home. And it's all my fault. Now my best friend may never come back. Wow. Just... wow.
Roxy, still exhausted and angry, softened briefly as her eyes hunted the ground in thought. With a determined sigh, she looked up at Luca.
It's not your fault, Luca. Rollo's gonna be okay, I promise.
Roxy drew herself up.
I'm gonna fix this. Luca, go home. But I want to help. This is too dangerous for a kid. Can't just sit around, I have to do something.
Roxy tried to think of the safest place to send Luca.
You go back to that little treehouse you two like to play in. Wait there in case Rollo shows up. Sound like a plan?
Luca wiped his cheeks and gave a quick nod.
You did the right thing telling me the truth. Now scoot. You really believe his story? What other option do we have? Things have been strange around here leading up to the festival. My dad has been acting weird lately. Well, weirder than normal.
Looking into the puddle, Roxy rubbed her arms to warm up.
Why is it so cold here? This place gives me the willies. So yeah, this path is going to end pretty prematurely because we don't have the right word to continue. Whoa, don't sneak up on an old fella like that. Sorry. Who were you talking to? What?
Luca motioned to the phone booth.
Oh no. I was just checking because I thought I heard it ring. But the dang thing never does, of course. Yeah, I've never seen anyone use it, really. The whole thing's a waste of money, if you ask me. Any word from Rollo yet? Not yet. Long time for a boy to lose his way. Search his mustache. Rollo knows those words too well to get lost. Suppose you're right. Still, a boy's antics have this whole town worried sick. Antics? We all know Rollo likes to play his little pranks. You think this is a prank? What other possible explanation could there be? He's not playing a prank and he didn't get lost. Someone took him. I know it. How would you know that? Unless... Luca, is there something else that you know?
Mr. Nuncreed gently placed one of his substantial hands on Luca's shoulder.
Dang it, boy. If there's something that you know, something that could help your friend, you need to tell folks.
Luca peered up at Mr. Nuncreed. Kind eyes warmed a stern face. There was a deeper emotion hiding beneath it all.
Yeah, this is definitely...
It was subtle.
He's a very trustworthy person.
Eating away at him.
Unfortunately, the only charm I have is going to have me tell him everything.
There was a shame lurking behind
This is a
his
path that we
eyes.
have to come back to much later.
Deep sadness. If Mr. Nuncreed was that worried about Rollo, maybe he could help.
It's like, Luca, no, tell him nothing. Go. Yesterday, Rollo and I were messing around at the old Valentine warehouse.
Mr. Nuncreed
You
raised
don't
his
say, Luca. Both of you? You were with Rollo when he went missing. Not exactly. I was hiding in the dumpster. Dumpster? What were you doing in there? At first we were just looking around. Then someone in a strange yellow suit came and dumped something on us. We both got scared and ran. That was the last I saw of him. Got scared by some garbage. Well, that's why you don't go skulking in someone's dumpster. But it wasn't garbage. I think it was a body. I'm sure it was just some trash. No, there was a name tag. It said Deep Engineering.
Mr. Nuncreed's shoulders slumped.
I wish you wouldn't have said that.
A deep sigh bellowed
Why did you have to? I tried, Luca. God knows I tried to keep you safe.
Luca attempted to take a step back, but Nuncreed's hand clamped down on his shoulder.
You Van Horns can't just help yourselves, can you? We were all so close to being done with this.
With a firm shove, Nuncreed manhandled Luca into the phone booth.
What are you doing? It's out of my hands now.
The door latched shut with a mechanical hiss.
Shit.
As Luca pounded the glass, the floor dropped from under his feet. The inside of the phone booth was now a loose capsule plummeting at gravity's whim. Luca winced and pressed his hands
we
to
are
the
in big
wall.
trouble.
As he braced for impact, the capsule hurried to a surprisingly smooth stop.
Who would have thought the
He felt a cold
creepy
rush
guy
of
was actually a
his
bad
eyes
guy?
with hesitance. Two large figures in hazmat suits occluded his view. Luca heard the deep, resigned voice of Mr. Nuncreed over an intercom. He knows too much. The end. Wait. No. This isn't
That
the
is
end.
unfortunate. I don't think he was necessarily the man in the suit that caught
I know
Luca
there's still
at the
much
first
more.
part.
Somehow this went wrong.
That might be. It might be.
Okay, let's try something else.
All right, so we can't go that way for a long while, and we still don't have the one to go down the other path. So we have to go this route instead.
Well, time to bust out the strange.
All right, Luca. Looks like you need a little mud bath. What's wrong with you, new kid? We're about to pound your friend.
Beck stared in silence. The only sign
That
of life
stare.
was the twitch of an eye.
It's weird when people don't talk. Yep. Stop being a weirdo. Hello? Are you some kind of wackadoo? Makes sense. Wackadoos travel in packs, eh, Dud?
At the sight of Iggy taunting Beck, something in Luca snapped. Iggy's smirk shifted to a look of shock as Luca launched himself into his stomach.
Arrgh! Die, Iggy!
Iggy's clothes were drenched in the glowing ooze.
You jerk! My clothes are ruined! I'm gonna...
Iggy's voice began to slur as he struggled to get up.
Oh, there's the charm we needed. I don't feel so good. I'm sorry, I just... Oh, shit! Yep. Yeah, get wrecked, Iggy. That was intense. Iggy's gonna be okay, right? Nothing about this seems okay.
The person at the warehouse, this strange ooze, and what it did to Iggy. Was Rollo caught up in all of this?
I have to find Rollo. You took the words out of my mouth. Whoa there, little buddies. You startled me. What the dickens are you up to in this part of town? We were just helping look for we were just helping look for Rollo. You haven't heard the good news? Rollo showed up safe and sound a bit ago. Really? So where was he? It's funny, really. He just got a little turned around in the woods. It can be disorienting, you know. Starting to get that impression. Rollo's at his house now, getting some well-deserved rest. Wow, that's a relief. You two should scurry along before you get lost yourselves. Yeah, come on, Beck. Can't wait to introduce you to Rollo. Oh, that reminds me. Luca, your grandmother was looking for you. She was? She was worried sick. You should march straight home. I guess. Beck, your folks might be getting worried too. I'll walk you home. I need to talk with Nellie about work anyway.
Beck glanced toward Luca.
Guess all's well that ends well. I'll introduce you to Rollo tomorrow. Sure. Glad he's okay.
Rollo was safe. A wave of relief washed over Luca, which was quickly replaced by a sense of dread.
I feel like that all Nuncrete did was basically put like the thing where, you put the pillows under the blankets to make it look like you're there, and then you just put like a cassette of Rollo snoring.
Gran is going to kill me. If he hurried, he might just make it home before sundown.
And Nuncrete's just like, they'll never figure it out now.
Our harvest awaits. Luca took a deep breath and gingerly opened the door, steeling himself for Gran's wrath.
Luca, you're grounded forever. The end. Gran, I'm home. Everything's fine. Gran? Gran? No, I wasn't supposed to go anywhere. I was just helping look for Rollo. Gran, Roxy came over. She was worried about him. So I figured you wouldn't mind if I helped look for him.
Just some dusty knickknacks.
Well, she's not hiding in there. It turns out Rollo is safe and sound. She's gonna throw the slipper at Luca.
Luca was alone. The house was empty.
It is a very adorable game. Definitely worth playing if you get the chance. Gran's not back yet. I can just lie and say I've been home all day. I guess that's a good thing. Now I'm not grounded. Nothing to do now but sleep, I guess. Luca, it's like 5:30 in the afternoon. You're a kid. There's other things you could be doing.
Luca was sitting by the pond, listening to small waves lap against a rock. His father sat in a folding chair in front of him.
Oh, now we're gonna have like nightmares.
Without turning, he spoke. "Why don't you grab me some nice bait?" "Sure thing, Dad."
And then his dad's face
Luca
melted.
and popped open the lid. Inside was a rolling, buzzing mass.
As he picked up a worm and put it on there, but then it had Rollo's face. And that's when he awoke in a cold sweat.
Luca's father gave a warm chuckle. "Well, you catch more fish with bees than honey. Pick us out a good one." Luca closed his eyes and plucked out a bee. He could feel its wings struggle between his finger and thumb. Holding it at arm's length, he hurried over. His father deftly baited the hook and examined his work. "Interesting choice." With a practiced flick of the wrist,
They're all the identical bees, Dad.
The water accepted it without a splash or ripple. The wrong choice, but I respect it.
You just chose. Yeah, that's when your father's just like, you've chosen wrong, Luca. You're grounded.
The pond began to freeze over. Sometimes we gotta make the wrong choice before we can make it right. Pallid ice propagated across the still surface with an alarming speed. Luca scrambled back as the ground
You've done
beneath him.
chosen wrong, Luca. Now I've got to freeze to death.
Dad, I don't understand. Sorry, kiddo. Understanding isn't always part of the deal.
That's how nightmares work, kid.
Endless ice shot through the fishing line toward his father. "Dad, look out!" His father casually...
Bye, son.
"None of it's your fault, you know. Never was. Dad, we have to go."
Oh, you have a great night then, Matthias. You have a great... Thanks for stopping by.
Luca grabbed his father's shoulders, trying to pull him away. "Please, you have to run." The ice crackled as it spread across his father's hands. That's the thing about fishing, Luca.
You just gotta learn how to chill out.
His chest began to crystallize. You toss your hook in, and you never know what you're gonna pull out.
Sometimes you hook winter
A
itself.
shock of searing cold ran up Luca's arms. He gave one last desperate tug. The chair tipped backwards in a single frozen mass. Luca tried to stop the momentum, but it was too late. He watched the icy form of his father slam into the hard ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces that crowded around his feet.
Well, that's gonna be traumatizing.
Dad, I don't understand. What does all this mean? The gentle rustle of leaves was the only reply.
Every night, Luca has a nightmare in which he imagines his father dying in different ways.
Luca's eyes struggled to focus on the walkie-talkie.
The game is pretty dark, and with a bunch of dark secrets and creepy stuff.
Faintly, he could hear Rollo.
It's a really fun game. Luca! Rollo, is that you? Luca! There? Rollo, it's the middle of the night. Luca, thank God. Listen, I don't know how long this thing will work down here. Down here?
Rollo's voice was coming through more clearly now, but some words were still just static.
Listen to me. Someone grabbed me yesterday. What? The man in the hazmat suit? It was... took me to some sort of... think I'm underground. Underground? Are you okay? Kinda. They seem more interested in... for now, at least. Mr. Kerr said you made it home safe. Karen, no. Trust. He's... Hold on, someone's coming.
The signal went silent.
Rollo? Rollo, where are you?
Luca held still, waiting for a response, his pounding heartbeat marking the passage of time.
Hey, I think they're gone. Getting worse. I can barely hear you.
Rollo's voice began to fade.
Losing signal. Not much time. Mission control. You need to... The treehouse. The treehouse.
With that, the signal died for good.
There's probably the entire thing that they assumed he was resting. You know, the thing where someone's resting and you aren't supposed to disturb them or such. Because we were only told that Rollo was going back there. It could still be the case that other people were searching. It's at the treehouse. And hey, welcome, Zalian. The antenna. He wants me to use the antenna in the treehouse to get a better signal. Rollo, you're a genius.
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and sprinted to the treehouse.
But now that we have the word struggle, we can actually go back to the point where
footsteps approaching.
we were had Luca explore the warehouse himself, and now we have the word to get out of there safely.
He dashed behind the bushes to avoid being spotted.
Which I think we're going to have to go to, because I don't think we can follow this branch the entire way. So we all understand our rules. You can count on me. She looks like she's on drugs, or she hasn't slept in like ages. I think we still need more time. This wasn't the original
Mr.
plan.
Tolliver paused, shifting his eyes to one side.
We're all in danger now. I, for one, refuse to sit idly by while that danger persists. Refuse. Hiram, you just keep your wits about you.
Mr. Tolliver took one long, quiet breath.
You're right. You can count on me. I just wish we could have made that deal with Eris Valentine. Her resources would have still come in handy. As I said, I had no time to contact her after your call this morning. Plans change. How is Luca holding up? Hey, they need some of the black robes if they're going to say for the greater good. He's fine. Shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this is all... I know very well what this is all, what all of this is for. We have no choice. Operation Sparkplug has a new objective. Are we in
The
agreement?
three shared a determined look.
Good. We'll reconvene after the festival. Now that I think about it, we're actually past the port where the demo would go. The greater good. Grant, why are you meeting with Mrs. Fratelli and Mr. Tolliver late at night? Hey, Luca. Gah! Don, you scared me. How long have you been there? Oh, just a few minutes. Earlier today, I saw Mr. Tolliver and your Gran enter the diner together. When my shift at the newsstand was over, they still hadn't left. So I used the greatest tool of any investigative reporter. Stalking? Time. When they left, I tailed them here. What do you think they're up to? Whatever it is, they seem organized and determined. They need a scoop and they need blood. They mentioned the festival. Yeah, I heard that too. Has your Gran been doing anything different recently? Anything strange? I got a phone call this morning and rushed out the door. Call from Hiram Tolliver, it seems. She was either furious or terrified. Or both. Luca, be careful out there. think we might be in the middle of the scoop of a lifetime. I hope there's more bat scares. I will. All they need to do is come out and be like, they're investigating. They're like, care to comment, Luca? Aren't you coming out? Nah, I'm gonna stake out here for a bit longer. See you, Luca. They just slowly slip into the bushes. You know how to stalk. Pose dramatically. Get it? I changed the sign. Splendid. Did anyone see you? I don't believe so. You were right. It was simple enough to just rearrange the letters. Odd choice for a prank, though. In situations such as these, odd is good.
Two boys shared a mischievous grin.
Can't wait for everyone to see the big reveal. Should be quite memorable. Let's make ourselves scarce for now. Especially since we have a witness. But I'm kind of curious if there was a third option for the fish. I know, she's... The bat reporter is the best. They've got a lot of fun characters. Rollo! Rollo, are you there? I'm at the treehouse now, Rollo. Mr. Kerr said you were alright. What happened out there? Dang it, Rollo, where are you? Uh-oh. A stranger enters. A bat scare, part 2. Who's there?
Luca could only see a cloaked shape behind the rocket.
You come from space. I've got weapons in here. I got a gun. So you better come out right now.
He strained to hear as a muffled voice began.
Weapons. How could you hurt something that's already dead?
Fear gripped Luca's throat.
Who are you? You don't recognize me? I guess I don't even recognize myself anymore.
Luca stared at the ground for a moment, trying to place the dampened voice. The figure shifted slowly from behind the rocket.
For the greater good. I'm a monster. And now they hunt me like the beast I am. Stop being so dramatic, Iggy. Iggy.
Luca reached over empathetically. Iggy's tone jolted to dejected anger.
Don't touch me. This is all your fault.
Luca slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by guilt.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control. So you couldn't control yourself for a second. And I get to be like this forever? There must be a way to fix this. Talk shit, get hit. Very true. Oh, hey, welcome in. We're playing Beacon Pines. It's a narrative, kind of choose your own adventure kind of game, where we get words that we find in the story and we get to fill in the blank that turn-in points to change the course of the story. Oh, you're gonna be my savior? Perfect little Luca saves the day. With his positive attitude and the power of friendship. I guess we could use the power of friendship. None of this matters. There's no time. They're after me. They chased me all through Wheat Wood. I only came in here to hide. Hide from who? Who's after you? Luca! Luca! Rollo? It's not safe, Luca. Rollo, where are you? The treehouse. I'm at the treehouse, Rollo. Where are you? No, Luca, the treehouse isn't safe. It said they were going to the treehouse. I was trying to tell you to stay away from the treehouse. Who said they're going to the treehouse? The clipboards. What did I tell you? Those perennial harvest wackadoos are after me. They've been chasing me, yelling questions at me. What sort of questions? Like, how is your day going? Would you like to talk about your extended warranty for your car? They were saying the same stuff they always do, but it's different now. Less asking, more threatening. Asking on a scale of 1 to 10, if I would like to do things for the greater good. Gonna figure this out, Iggy. Yeah, well, thanks. Hello? Is anyone present in the arboreal domicile? We would like to talk to you about your car's extended warranty. Crap, they found me. Luca, what's happening? Don't panic, you stay here and I'll see what they want. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Van Horn. I would love to hear your thoughts. Do you have time for an informal chat? We'll be brief. Your time is valuable to us. Be down in just a second. Of course, of course, of course. We have a problem. Luca, you gotta get out of there. Who's out there? Is it them? Yeah, the clipboards. Bunch of them. Yeah, they just need black cloaks and they just do the greater good. How many? Maybe all of them? And yeah, you were right. They were saying the same stuff, but the creepy knob cranked the 10. Might young Iggy be present? We would love to hear his thoughts. Run!
Iggy slumped to his knees.
I don't know what to do. I'm just so tired. Luca, what do we do?
Luca grabbed the walkie-talkie and headed for the window.
Follow my lead.
Luca and Iggy climbed up the back of the treehouse to its roof, where Rollo had constructed his MCDC.
Actually, I don't think I have the right charm to get out of this situation.
Mission control defense cannon. From behind the crowd of clipboards, William Kerr strode forward. A warm smile.
I don't know why I keep saying it's Kerr when it's Kerr. Iggy, there you are. You gave us all a heck of a scare. Go away. Just leave me alone. Oh, I'm sorry, Iggy, but no can do. Don't worry, though. We're here to help. Yeah. Help. Then why were you chasing me? Luca, can you talk some sense into your pal here? Just look at him. He's not well. What's wrong with him? What did that gunk do to him? Well, that's a pretty honkin' big question, Luca. All you need to know is that he's sick. He's real sick, Luca. I just need you to let us up there and take care of him. You told me that Rollo was okay, that he was back at his place rested. Yeah, Iggy looks fine. He is, poor little fella, just got a little lost. It's a lie. That is a hurtful thing to say, Luca. You wound me. I thought we were buddies. Why? Because he lets you ramble on like a wackadoo? Nobody likes you, you creep.
Kerr's smile faltered.
Why don't you pop on down here so we can have a face-to-face? Yelling like this is going to give us all a heck of a sore throat. And who wants that?
Luca's grip tightened on the MCDC.
What did you do to Rollo, you liar? Well, shucks, Luca. The only teeny tiny fib I told you was that he was at home. He is resting and he is perfectly safe. For now, at least. What happens to him next is up to you, Luca. Look around. You're in quite the pickle and I am the only person in the whole wide world who can help you. You get to decide how this ends.
Luca's mind raced. He was caught in a trap. What do you do when there's no hope? Iggy wiped his cheeks with a sleeve. What are you gonna do, Luca?
What are you gonna do, Luca? I'm gonna do drugs! Luca drew himself and decided to take the only option they had left. Drugs! I only have a fight, which is gonna give me a dead end.
And decided to take the only option they had left. Fight. He swung the mission control defense cannon around, aiming it confidently at the smirking face of William Kerr.
Hey, Mr. Kerr!
Luca summoned his most insolent demeanor.
Rollo sends his regards. That is a bit... It's disappointed. Hey! That was uncalled for, more than a little rude. Just plain unsanitary. Luca, I really did think we were good pals. What a shame that has come to this.
Kerr turned his back on the two boys.
And this.
With a nonchalant wave of the hand, he made his exit. As the clipboards began to slowly advance on the treehouse, Luca looked to Iggy with resignation in his eyes. The end. That escalated quickly.
We should have used smack.
Was the better part of valor here?
Just get placed on the roof and yell insults at them. Yeah, that's what the drug option would have done.
Let's put a pin in this for now.
Yeah, we're missing the right charm to continue that one. See, so we've explored these ones as much as we can, but now that we have struggle, we can actually go back to this one and explore this branch. It's a story about struggle.
This is a story about struggle.
While it narrates, I'm gonna hydrate.
Machine humming somewhere nearby. He felt around wildly, searching for something, anything that could help. His hands found a hard object, maybe a tile. He yanked it free, lifting the cold stone. Let me go! Luca swung the tile as hard as he could at the shape that still held fast to his leg. He heard the crack of glass as the stone hit the assailant's mask. With a muffled yelp, the hand let go. Luca was free and scrambled to the door. He never looked back once on the long run home. Chapter 3. Everything's fine. The next
So
morning,
now,
it was
we're on a
quieter
branch
than
where
usual.
Luca's safe, as well as Rolo.
Only the sound of silverware and chewing.
Oh, you have a great night,
interrupted the
James
awkward
Birds.
silence.
I know, it has a lot of great music in this one. Hey, welcome, Lord of the Night Wolves. I finished jarring a mess of jam last night. Uh-huh. So that'll need to get delivered into town today. Okay. So, what did you and Rolo get up to yesterday? Oh, Rolo had things to do, so I just sort of poked around town. I've set the jam down by the front door. There's 2 batches to drop off. One for Mr. Tolliver at the Bag and Wag. Another for Mrs. Fratelli at the diner. Oh, and Mr. Duncreed. He said he wanted some more. I suspected as much. Yes, he seems to have taken a peculiar interest in my jam. There's some extras in the basket for that enthusiastic gentleman. Just make sure Fratelli and Tolliver get the ones on the top. No problem. Off with you now while the day is still young. I don't play by your rules, Gran. Child Protective Services. My grandson just keeps opening the icebox and turning on the sink and leaving. Hello, it's Juniper Hartford. Before you hang up, just hear me out. I have a business proposition. Simple matter is we both have the same problem that needs solving. On this path, no one's died so far, Lord of the Night Wolves. Very well, we can meet tonight. I'll take my jam. Okay. Sorry about yesterday. Roxy can be so annoying. But good news, no more boring chores for me today. Did you make it to the old Valentine warehouse? So, what did you find? Give me the dirt. Something happened. There was someone else there. What? Who was it? Was it aliens? I knew it would be aliens. No. Zombies. No. Alien zombies? What else could it possibly be? Rolo, I gotta deliver these into town first. We can catch up after. Ooh, is it a whole thing? Sounds like a whole thing. Yeah, we shouldn't talk about it here. Meet me at the treehouse tonight. I'm not sure what this treehouse is that you speak of. Meet me at Mission Control. Roger that, Space Cadet. Yeah, always blame it on alien zombies. It's the best way to go. Haha, and now I'll skip through the town, doing my jam delivery. and no one can stop me. Interestingly, can still do things with the, can now kick the watermelon, which is basically the same as hitting it.
Huddled at his counter, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining apples. More accurately, Hiram Tolliver was meticulously shining one apple.
Hello? Beep!
With a yelp, Mr. Tolliver fumbled the apple.
It is definitely a really good game. Would definitely recommend playing it if you get the opportunity. Oh, sorry. Ah, don't bother. Don't bother.
Leaned forward and lowered his voice.
You got the goods, Luca? I see you have something for me. Yeah, Gran had some jam I'm supposed to give to you.
He leaned in a bit further.
Good stuff, Luca. Jam? Yeah, these ones on top. You wrote your name on them.
Mr. Tolliver leaned back, speaking loud enough for anyone to hear.
Ah, yes! The jam! Thank you so much for delivering this jam to
He
me.
reached forward and snapped up the
And
jars.
definitely not drugs, or secret messages, or any kind of things like that. I shall put it on my store shelves post-haste. Okay, I should finish my deliveries. Of course. Of course.
He leaned in for a final whisper.
Of course. Why is everyone so creepy in this town? How do you keep the ice cream cold? We keep them on ice. Where do you get the ice from? I don't know, somewhere cold. How do they keep somewhere cold? Cold? Look, Bert. You want some ice cream or not? No, I'm good. Dang it. He's held on. He hasn't learned how to deal with the 3-year-old. I forget if I get another charm here. Mr. Wilder, I trust you have some time to chat.
Eris Valentine, oldest of Sharper Valentine's children, and heir to the Valentine fortune, had a way of making questions seem like demands.
Certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Mr. Wilder had learned to assume that if he was hearing from Eris, it was because she had taken issue with something he had put in the paper.
I couldn't help but notice that the front page of this morning's paper was consumed with stories about this silly festival. Oh yes, that is the news of the day. There was no mention of the museum, nor the foundation through which it was endowed. I'm sorry, Miss Valentine. Readers are more so interested in this town's future, rather than any one family in particular. There was a time, Mr. Wilder, when the goings-ons of my family was the only thing this town cared about. Well, things change, ma'am. And you know, change is a dangerous... If you finish that thought, I will make that monocle a permanent fixture of your anatomy. My apologies. Good day, Miss Valentine. Did I give you the impression this conversation was finished?
Mr. Wilder averted his gaze and began to polish his monocle.
That's when he reveals that that's a sword cane. Well, very well. Good day, Mr. Wilder. For now. Luca is very good at eavesdropping. Standing in plain sight. Well, if it isn't my favorite little jam runner. And she looks like she's been a little hooped up on jam. Hey, Mrs. Fratelli. Look at you.
She leaned forward and pinched Luca's cheek.
It wouldn't be too surprising to see her, like, smoking or something. She leaned forward, yeah. You're all skin and bones. Is your gran not feeding you? Yeah, it's that good stuff. That's a high quality jam. She is, it's just... I understand. You know, I taught your mama how to cook back in the day. You may not even remember, but you and her used to help out in the diner. It was free child labor. That's when, you know, the inspectors shut us down briefly, and they put a stop to that. See that picture over there? That's you helping your mama back in the day, for no money. So cute, running around your little apron taking orders. The whole situation just breaks my heart, what happened with Eleanor. Ooh, break. Oh, that's a charm that we do need for pushing on. I've got a feeling she's out there somewhere, yearning to be with you again. Few things in this world can keep a mother from her son.
Luca shifted the basket uncomfortably.
Oh yes, let's see here.
Mrs. Fratelli lifted the cloth and inspected the jam.
Ah, they even have my name on them. How thoughtful. This is the good stuff.
She carefully lifted out her jars of jam.
You tell your gran hello for me, Luca. Just break them. Yeah, Luca just says that to whenever he sees Solomon or Eris. I must break you. Will do. I could be just left alone, young Mr. Van Horn. Oh sure, sorry to bother you. It's just that Mr. Kerr has asked me to make the opening speech at the festival. Being mayor and all, you might expect me to be a charismatic speaker. I don't think Luca really thinks that. The truth is, I'm terribly nervous. I always need a good pep talk from my friend, Jack Daniels. I really don't think I'm cut out for this sort of thing. Cut out for being mayor? Or for public speaking? Both, I suppose. I never really chose any of this. Oh, hey, welcome, Classy. Hopefully you're doing well. Yeah, he looks like that he desperately needs to, like, take a vacation or something. More of a duty to my family. Or a legacy. Sounds like a heavy burden. You really look like you're weighed down by it. As for the festival, just speak from your heart. I'm sure it'll be great. Look how happy Luca is, just jumping around. Until he realizes that he has to bring the third set of jam to Mr. Nuncreed. She's like, hello, Luca. See you got some jam for me. Got some jam for you, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, you seem chipper. Well, aside from being on delivery duty, it's a nice day.
Mr. Nuncreed eyed Luca for a moment.
Hey, he has no reason to do creepy things this time. I suppose it is. So, do you want your jam? Oh, right. Usually Juniper drops those off herself. I guess she's busy today. Anyway, this is my last delivery for the day. Oh, in that case,
Nuncreed snatched the basket from Luca.
I'll hold on to the basket until next time I see your gran. Stranger enters. Hey, you! Anchovies or pineapple? What? Don't think. Just answer. Pineapple. Why? How old are you? 12? Perfect. Follow me. Who are you? Anyone ever tell you ask too many questions? Oh, you have a great night, Rua. Thanks for stopping by. Try to keep up, okay? What just happened? Well. Hey, what a crazy coincidence. Here's my new friend I was just telling you about. Oh, that's wonderful. Yep, we just hit it off. Oh, really? Get this, his favorite pizza topping in the whole world is pineapple. Oh, and what is your new little friend's name? Is,
Locked eyes with Luca.
That's the one thing she forgot for the scam.
The look on her face was equal parts expectant and desperate.
Luca Van Horn, nice to meet you. I'm Nellie, and this is Ilona. We're Beck's parents.
Beck gave Luca a quick nudge.
Oh yeah, Beck told me all about you. Already feels like we've known each other for years. You can both stop obsessing about me making friends. Oh darling, we never doubted you. It's just that for children with fewer than 5 close friends, the probability of a stunted development doubles to like 90%. Well, 1 down, 4 to go, I guess. What Nellie means is that we just want this move to be as easy on you as possible. It's your 12th one in 6 months. You can relax. A friend has been friended. This calls for a celebration. Luke, you must join us for dinner tonight. Dinner? Wow, another coincidence. I actually already asked him, and he said he would love to. It's just wonderful. In that case, we should pick up some groceries. You don't get into too much trouble now. Yeah, apparently. Wow, I can't believe that worked. Thanks a ton. You're welcome? I owe you one. My moms are great and all, but they can be a bit much sometimes. House is a little cottage next to that big mansion. Wait, you live on the Valentine estate? Yeah, that's the spot. Meet me by their big creepy gate. Don't be late. Or I'm back to square one in this whole friend grift. Great, see you there. At the big creepy gate. It's even in the quest log. If you excuse me, I'm gonna hop excitedly. Morning, Jeff. What's so good about it? Any day further down the tubes, if you ask me. Come on now, it's not all bad. The festival's coming up. The festival. Old man Valentine used to put on cockamamie shindigs all the time. Now where did that get us? Well, it's Perennial Harvest putting on this one, and they're doing it for the whole town. As far as I see it, the difference between the old Valentine company and this new Perennial Harvest outfit
Jeff dug through his pockets for a bit.
is the difference between this empty soup can and this brown banana. But both of those are garbage. Exactly. Exactly. You just gotta, like, do the power of friendship. We, like, high five. And then suddenly, the stunted development is all fixed. So who all lives in that house? Eris and Gus Valentine grew up there. And Solomon moved in a few years back. That creepy little kid in the vest? That sounds like the one. So, just 3 people live in that huge thing? I bet a bunch of shady stuff happens all the time in a place like that. I mean, there's probably a lot of cocaine that's being dealt there and all that. Among other kind of rich people things and scams and stuff. Not really, the Valentines pretty much keep to themselves. I don't think it really fits like a voodoo detective thing, since there really isn't any voodoo in this. So it's empty and boring? Pretty much. What a waste. Becca's just waiting for the cocaine scandals to hit the papers. My mom said it used to be way busier back before Sharper died. Before the foul harvest. Okay, that's like the 5th time someone mentioned this foul harvest thing. And you all use that same ominous tone. Eventually, you're gonna have to explain to me how that harvest got all fouled up. We can't keep my parents waiting anymore. The voodoo gentleman? Oh, that was Gibbous. This way. And they have a somewhat semi-sequel of Near Mage. I played the demo for the Near Mage. But that's one that's supposed to be in that same universe. Most kids would have just ditched me by this point. Why are you still here? You look like you could use some help. You know what, Luca? You're not so bad. Let's get through this as simply as possible. Just eat, smile, and nod. Fun. Great. Whatever you do, don't bring up their work. I think I can handle that.
Beck took a long breath, then gave a firm nod.
Here goes nothing. Yeah,
Chapter 4.
that's actually true. That does have that kind of same thing with the evil factory and so forth. But I don't think it's food items in this case.
Ilona Moodwill was worried about change. A gardener at heart.
Since in this
She
case it's a
understood
fertilizer
the change,
factory.
relied on it even. But there was a difference between the controlled world of her plants and this cluttered cottage.
Okay,
in
you have a great
strange
night, Lord of the
town.
Night Wolves. Thanks for stopping by.
Almost done. Nellie was a blur of activity, digging through boxes. Sorry, love. Couldn't find the dishes. We'll have to make do with paper plates. Dinner went by without much conversation. As she watched Beck and Luca finish up their pizza, Ilona let herself relax into the chair. The things she cared about were still here. Nellie finally had the job of her dreams. Beck was beginning to take root. Ilona's task was simply to tend to them. She could do that.
We can help support Beck not have a stunted development. So, Luca, tell us a bit about yourself. Where do you live? Oh, I live with my grandma. Over on the other side of the river. Grandma, where are your parents at? Beck? Manners? It's alright. My dad passed away in an accident at the fertilizer plant 6 years back. Oh dear. My mom's been missing for a few months now. Like, missing?
Luca's eyes were fixed to his plate.
Hey, welcome,
pushing a
Bulbasaur.
pineapple around with his
Hopefully you're having a wonderful night.
Nellie was the one who eventually broke the silence.
Luca, how did you like the pizza? Oh, it was good. Very good. Normally we have put more effort into dinner.
Fiona nervously gestured toward the boxes.
We aren't fully settled in, and Beck had mentioned that it's your favorite. I'm sorry, are we just skipping the part where he said his mom was missing? Beck! I'm sorry, Luca, this move has us all a little tired.
Luca wiped his face with his sleeve.
Oh, hey, welcome back, Jack. No, it's fine. So Beck said that you moved here for work.
Beck gave Luca a swift kick under the table.
I mean, other topics. I mean, what brought you to Beacon Pines? Oh, you were right the first time. We're here for work. Nellie won't tell you this, but she's a brilliant chemist. Oh, I don't know about brilliant, but I do love it. She's brilliant. Perennial Harvest just made her their new lead researcher of deep engineering. It makes it sound much more impressive than it is. They just had a mysterious opening just a few days ago. I'm just happy that I get to make a difference in the world. Perennial Harvest is at the forefront of evolving agriculture into something more useful than sprinkling water and excrement on the ground.
Luca glanced over to Beck. She seemed to be holding her breath.
What Nellie means, Luca, is that there are different ways to grow plants. Yes, some people talk to their plants and hope for the best. And some people happily leave their job to allow a loved one to pursue their dream. You swore you didn't!
Slammed her fist into the table, perhaps harder than she intended.
Hey, Luca! How about some dessert? I actually have to go meet my friend Rolo soon.
Luca glanced outside to gauge the time. The sky was darker than he expected, filled with ominous clouds.
Looks like there's a storm brewing. I should get going. Oh, I didn't think there was any rain in the almanac. Yeah, almanacs aren't that useful around here.
Luca wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and started to get up.
Hey, welcome, John Dowers. Thank you all for the pizza. It was really good. See you at the festival, Beck. Wait up. I'll walk you home.
Surprised, Luca turned around. He knew Rolo could be prickly around new people. But Beck seemed cool. Rolo would warm up to her eventually. Probably.
You gotta complete the trio. So we're gonna try and explore all the paths, including the ones that send us down the wrong paths.
As the clouds above began to rumble with ominous thunder.
Sure we can make it home before the storm kicks off?
Luca surveyed the roiling clouds.
I'd say the odds are good. Maybe you should stay here and I'll just make a break for it.
At that moment, the heavens opened up, unleashing torrential rain.
Dare to recalculate those odds? Hurry inside, you two, before you catch cold. Luca, Nellie will keep trying to reach your gran on the phone. In the meantime, you two hold tight. Sorry, not much to do up here. Most of my stuff is still in the boxes. Mind if I poke around? Be my guest.
Luca squinted into the eye hole of the microscope.
This looks wild. What is it? Gum?
Luca adjusted the slide with his fingers to get a better look.
I'm tracking the structural integrity of gum with increased amounts of chewing. 1 second. Hydration. Sorry, got a little raspy there. Chew that one for 47 days.
Luca wiped his hand off on his sweater and gave a
It's weird, I know.
Beck looked down, timidly tapping the ladder with her feet.
You think it's weird, don't you? A little. Weird can be cool. Oh, wow. Roland and I have a radio just like this at the treehouse. Probably not exactly like this one. My mom and I tore the whole thing down to the bolts. Fitted with some state-of-the-art vacuum tubes. She seems pretty awesome. She gets carried away sometimes. I think she feels guilty for working too much. So when she does have time for me, she showers me with high-tech overcompensation.
Luca flicked at one of the toggles.
Bet you can get all sorts of stations on this. Not out here in the boonies. You wouldn't believe the stuff I could pick up back in the city. Around here, it's all farm reports and static. Aw, shucks.
Luca bent down to examine the bouquet of wilting flowers. Judging by the odor, they were well past their prime.
Yeah, it definitely is a story. This is more of a narrative kind of game.
Card.
Happy trails from Coach Walker and all the Fairview Condors. Boy, you weren't kidding about poking around, huh? Oh, sorry, was this from your old school? The most recent one, yeah. Some schools gave me going away cards. Some did flowers. When they're really trying to feel good of themselves, they do both. So you've moved a lot. Yeah, that's the thing with having a brilliant parent. There's always a better job if somewhere else. These flowers would last longer if you put them in some water. That's the sort of thing I would do if I cared. Well, you cared enough to keep them, is all. Luca, can I ask you something? Of course. Cool. Jump. Didn't that hurt? I'll be honest. That hurt more than I expected. Well, at least you look cool doing it.
Beck took a moment to watch the rivulets of water running down the window.
Do you ever feel alone? Like, even when people are around? Well, Rollo can be pretty absent-minded sometimes. I don't know, I think it's more fictional setting, Lord Nub. Serious, does it ever feel like your family doesn't care what you want? Didn't used to feel that way. You know, Gran loves me, but sometimes when she looks at me, like she's looking at a problem.
Luca took a deep breath, exhaling slowly.
I know the feeling. How do you deal with that? Guess I haven't yet. One thing my dad told me when I was little: don't hold a grudge, especially against yourself. You try to hold it all in, you're gonna pop. So then, what do you do when you don't know what to do? I never got to that part. But I figured out on my own, though. You gotta do something, anything. Here. What are you doing? I don't know, something. We're gonna register our complaints with the storm. Listen here, you miserable universe. Stop jerking me around. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Everything tells me it's gonna be alright. That things are gonna change.
Luca let out a feral scream that echoed into the night.
Every time something changes, everything gets worse. Screw this town. Whoa. Let me try. Moving sucks. I hate it. I hate that I hate it. Why can't I just deal with it and be happy for my mom? Can't we just stay somewhere?
Her voice dropped to a trembling whisper.
Just want to be a normal kid.
Beck brushed off her shirt and straightened up.
There. Wow, I actually feel a little better.
As abruptly as it began, the storm abated.
Thanks. I needed that. Me too. Should head out before the rain starts up again. Sure, I'll walk you out. See you and Rollo at the festival? Sounds good. Luca. Don't let the universe jerk you around.
Beck gave Luca a light thump on the arm before heading in. Chapter 5. Friendly Feud. The air was heavy with a hard rain's residue.
Hey, you can always scream into a thunderstorm. It doesn't necessarily change things, but...
Despite his dreary surroundings, Luca felt at peace. He'd never shared those details about his dad with anyone. Not even Rollo. But it's not like this changed anything. Rollo was still his best friend.
It just needs Rollo to never find out about it.
Help balance things out. Everything's better in threes. This is what Luca told himself as he headed to the treehouse.
Last. Ooh. Not a bad scare, though. Tracking down... Hey, Don. Tracking down a lead? You bet. I heard a juicy new rumor. Turns out when Sharper Valentine died, he left behind a peculiar last will and testament. 2 a.m. Don't scream at thunderstorms at 3 a.m. challenge. Peculiar? How? He didn't just give his kids an inheritance. There were conditions. Like what? Documents stipulated that Eris had to take on a child as her ward. A kid our age who just showed up to town one night with a lawyer. Solomon? Bingo. So Eris was forced to take care of him? Yep, or she would have lost everything. Why would Sharper care so much about some random kid? Rumor has it, old Sharper sowed some wild oats. That explains the way Eris treats him. Poor Solomon. How'd you find all this out? A good reporter never reveals her source, Luca. Pepper. John, away! To the next scoop. We just need more bat scares. Well, usually narrative games are pretty dialogue heavy, John Dowers. Like, A Story Beside had the kind of same thing as well. Excuse me, what are you doing? Just locking up for the night, sir. Oh, wonderful! I can only assume this means that all festival preparations have been completed ahead of schedule. Not exactly, sir. Storm set us back a bit, and it's getting late, so we all decided to... You all decided? Yes, sir. I was unaware that your job involved deciding things. We're all here at Perennial Harvest because we believe in creating a better future, yes? Yes, sir, very much, sir. Do you want to be the one to tell this town that we failed them? No. That we gave up because there was a little rainstorm and we all got sleepy? Of course not, sir. Good. Then it's decided. Yes, sir, we'll work until the task is done. See that you do. Our harvest awaits! Like how Luca is doing like the Stardew Valley thing where he's just like right there in the bushes, noting all these scenes. Rollo, are you still up there? I'm sorry, Rollo isn't accepting visitors at the moment. Artemis! Hey, come here. Kitty. Come back, never.
Luca had only ever heard
Not to the cat.
in a stiff yet gentle tone a few times, and it always meant one thing.
You're upset. Oh, what makes you say that? Maybe because my best friend abandoned me for no reason. I didn't abandon you. Come over here. Come over here and get fed. I'm just a little late.
Rollo scoffed.
The rain held me up. Liar! You weren't even home. What? Storm got bad and I got worried, so I went looking for you. Imagine my surprise when I made it to your house. You weren't there. Hadn't made it back yet. I'm not a fool, Luca. It doesn't take all day to deliver some jam. No, Storm rolled in out of nowhere. I got stuck after dinner at Beck's house.
Luca stumbled on his words, knowing he'd said too much.
You done goofed, Luca. Beck? Dinner? What the heck is a Beck? She's a new kid in town. Rollo is insanely jealous now. She's actually kind of cool. Cooler than you, Rollo. Oh, you just crossed the line, Luca. You'd like her. She needed help convincing her parents that she made new friends. New friends? Spent all day waiting for you. You were off making new friends? It's not like that, Rollo. You know, while I was waiting, I made some upgrades in mission control. It was gonna be a surprise. But since you took so long, the storm knocked it all down. Just like you knocked down our friendship! What does that even mean?
Luca became instinctively angry in response. Both boys were now shouting across the distance.
It means you're a bad friend. You don't care about me. Of course I care, you ass. I knew I'd get in trouble waiting so late for you. I kept my word. Because that's what friends do. Oh wow, what a noble sacrifice you made. Easy for you to say. Your grand doesn't even care. You can stay out as long as you want. You wouldn't even get in trouble. Seriously? You're acting like I chose this? If that's what you think, then maybe you're the bad friend.
Luca's tone changed to a calm, yet more intense anger.
Maybe Pa's right. Storms bring more than water. This one brought out the real Luca. Stop quoting your Pa's nonsense like it means anything. Yeah, well, at least my Pa's still around.
The words hung in the cold night air. Rolo's stomach dropped, knowing he'd crossed a line. But it was too late.
Luca, good night, Rollo. Shots fired. Dang it. Now all I can do...
Gran's bed was undisturbed. Luca didn't mind that she had a habit of falling asleep in front of the fireplace. It meant that he could read late into the night.
This night, don't feel like reading. In fact, it feels like...
Luca dug through
there
his
you are.
old stuff, not even sure what he was looking for.
Oh. There we go. No, Rollo's just... I think it's more that how things play it out with it. Because in a different branch, he's perfectly fine with Bick. Rollo, what a jerk! Call me a bad friend. Guess I'm just never supposed to make new friends. Oh, so that's where you get the weep one from. Luca.
Gran cooed gently from the hallway.
Oh, you have a great night, Godfather Puppy. And thanks for stopping by. You slept straight through breakfast. Luca, are you alright? I'm fine. Just don't feel like getting up yet. Okay, I'll leave this oatmeal by the door. I've got to run out and take care of some things. Okay. I'll be back later to check in. Sure.
Luca just wanted to be alone. He waited to hear the sound of the front door closing.
And don't do any of that, like, rock music and drugs like kids your age do. You're gonna be grounded forever. Bet Rollo's still gonna go to the festival. He's gonna be miserable.
Luca dozed off again.
Yeah, his emo face has begun. Luca, I see you didn't eat your oatmeal. Wasn't hungry. Well, just in case you get hungry, I'll leave a sandwich here too. Thanks. Rollo came by. What did he say? He wanted to talk to you. What did you say? I told him you weren't feeling well. Good. So your plan is to just sit in your room all day? Pretty much. Well, I need to pop away again for a minute. So if you decide to end your pity party and go outside, I think you'd do you some good. Noted.
Luca still couldn't bring himself to go out. Besides, if he ran into Rollo, he'd have to actually confront the situation.
I'm busy with my emo phase, Grandma. All I'm doing is, like, kicking a soccer ball and writing very depressing poetry. There's never anything interesting at the festival anyway. There's my emo poetry book.
The Adventures of Hank Atomic.
Yeah. Hey, we saw how fighting got us on that one path. It only got us to a abrupt game over.
Luca carefully opened the cover and began to read.
Yeah, his big sad thoughts. My very original big sad thoughts.
Rollo had received it for his birthday, a special hardcover edition with behind-the-scenes commentary and bonus art. Rollo cherished it, but asked that Luca keep it at his house.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to give her some attention. Until she finds a nice spot to sit down.
Luca wasn't sure if it was because Rollo didn't trust himself with it, didn't trust his sister around it, or just wanted an excuse to come hang out at Luca's more often. Whatever the reason, Luca didn't mind. But it had stayed right there where Rollo had stashed it ever since. Now, at the foot of his bed, Luca lost himself in the pages. He'd read it all before, but at this moment, it somehow felt sentimental. He was well into issue number 5 when he heard soft footsteps from the hallway.
Luca, another little friend came to see you. A girl named Beck Modewell. She said you met yesterday. What did she say? Is she here? She was just dropping by. I told her you weren't taking visitors today. Oh. She seems nice. Yeah. You had a fight with Rollo, didn't you? Can I come in? Maybe later. Alright then. I'll leave dinner on the kitchen table, in case you want a bite before bedtime.
Without realizing it, Luca had pouted away the entire afternoon. He once again felt the weight of it all, and allowed his weary eyes to close.
Then it's like,
Luca stood in a vast black expanse.
Gran just comes in and goes like, Luca, it's been 3 days, your emo phase is going too long, just go make up with Rollo.
He looked up at his father standing beside him. Walt was working a straw at the bottom of a fountain glass, trying to collect the last bits of milkshake. Dad, where are we? Taking a final loud gurgling sip, his father peered up from the glass.
And then his father's face melted again.
Smile, then lifted the empty glass as if to point into the darkness. The source? Luca's eyes followed his father's gesture. In an instant, he was sitting in front of a blazing campfire. Across from him sat a large figure in a yellow hazmat suit. The figure's voice was a scratchy echo. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour.
Hey, I'm here to haunt your dreams some more.
Make yourself.
Couldn't grab you at the warehouse. Oh, hey, welcome, Eber.
Luca held his shivering hands over the flame to warm himself.
Oh, I'm not very good with voice acting. I just kind of goof around with it.
Their yellow-gloved hand pointed to the base of the flame. It's a cold flame, see? Luca peered at the base of the
How does
flame.
cold fire even work? It doesn't even sound like it's science.
It wasn't wood that was burning. It was Beacon Pines itself.
Using the town as kindling.
Tiny buildings, freezing and crumbling as they were consumed by flame.
Oh, well, that's some nightmare fuel, as you watch all your friends and acquaintances burn alive.
Luca could see small shadows moving in the burning city. People. Luca leapt to his feet. We've got to help them. The figure gave a dismissive wave of their hand.
Luca, they're on fire. You can't help them anymore.
Why waste energy?
There's not even stop, drop, and roll can help them.
Themselves? The figure bent down to examine the panicked crowd as they desperately tried to stop the flames. They only care about what's right in front of them.
I mean, if it's something that will put out the fire, then they're right to care about that.
Not like us. Luca's voice was a trembling whisper. Us? The figure slowly stood up, grabbing its helmet with both hands. With a jolt and a twist, the suit emitted a gasp. A cloud of torpid mist escaped, slowly revealing the face within. Luca's own face looked back at him. Older, worn, distant.
It's just like, Luke, I am yourself.
The sensation was oddly familiar, as if he'd caught his own reflection by surprise in the mirror. The doppelganger smiled. I tried to help once. He gestured towards his face.
You done chose wrong.
And all of
You chose your emo phase.
Lucas staggered back. You aren't me. Luca felt a hand catch his shoulder.
Now we just need, like, both his doppelganger's face and his father's face to melt to complete the nightmare fuel.
His father was there again.
At least there's no graphics for the entire thing with the town on fire.
Every choice sets us on a path.
Oh, cool. Well, hopefully your day's going great.
This is the end of one of your paths, son. Luca watched his older self shake its head ruefully, its face twisting into a cruel grin. Well, Dad, if you wanted him to see this, far be it from me to disappoint. Luca watched in shock as the figure took a confident step forward and plunged into the flames.
Oh yeah, everyone knows that you need to watch your older self jump into a fire and burn alive.
In a flash of cold light, he was gone.
Oh, you sure you don't want to have it slowly burn him? Face melting and roasting alive?
All of this mean? Luca felt a reassuring squeeze on his shoulder. Just remember, why we choose matters just as much as what we choose.
But Dad, my last choice was about the thunderstorm choosing whether to rain or not.
Luca woke up to see a hazy figure at the foot of his bed, silhouetted in the morning sun.
Mom? No, dear. It's only Gran.
Luca rubbed his eyes.
Why does it remind you of Undertale Genocide? Oh my goodness, I swear, if there's a genocide path to this, that would be crazy.
The kind, concerned face of his gran came.
Lucas just goes crazy and decides to stab everyone. How are you feeling? Fine. Anything you want to talk about? I don't feel like talking. That's just as well. How about you sit there and listen a bit? Whatever you and Rollo thought about doesn't matter. But he...
Gran silenced Luca with a gentle pat on the leg.
Disappointed Grandma glare. Fights between friends happen. What he said doesn't matter. The important thing is, it's not the last thing you ever want to say to each other. But he said stuff about Dad. Well, do you think he meant it? No. He was just mad. Mm-hmm. And did you mean any of the things you said to him? No. Good. One must appreciate friends in their best moments, and accept them in the worst. I've learned acceptance. Now get your little butt out of bed or you're gonna be grounded. The festival's today. You don't want to miss that, do you? Guess not. Seems like a good opportunity to make amends with Rollo, doesn't it?
Luca gave a reluctant nod.
So buy him a corn dog and apologize. He's the one that... What did I just say? Buy him a corn dog. That's a good boy. Everything's better with corn dogs. I need to get going now. Got some last-minute festival business to take care of. I'll come find you at the fountain a little after lunch. Alright. I love you, Luca. Love you too.
Luca took a deep breath.
She's just like, deploys Grandma Glare. I don't have any time for your emo shit, Luca. Go and buy a corn dog. Okay. Make up with Rollo.
Chapter 6. Through Thick and Thin. Despite Luca's bitterness, Gran was right. He needed to hash things out with Rollo. A big fight changes the nature of a friendship. Whether, in the end, it is for the better or for the worse, all comes down to understanding. If one is not careful, the same familiarity that builds the strongest of bonds can become the wrecking ball that shatters them. Luca emerged from...
But we've learned acceptance from Gran and corn dogs.
But the events of the day weren't on his mind. He had to find Rollo.
He had to make this right. I'm coming, Rollo, with corn dogs! There you are. Luca, Rollo wanted me to tell you something. What is it?
Roxy rolled her eyes, shaking her head.
A space adventure, though you needn't buy it. If you be brave, go somewhere quiet. Roxy, I don't... It's a riddle, Luca. My goofy little brother wants you to find him.
Luca looked down and kicked at the dirt.
Look, I know you two had a fight. The only thing more annoying than my little brother? My little brother without his best friend. So I'm doing him this one favor. I need one favor from you. Whatever it is that went down between you two, squash it. Or I'll pummel you. I'll pummel you good. Yeah, she'll get like a shotgun. It's a shotgun friendship. Oh, hey, welcome, Betty. Unique, New York. Huh? Oh, don't mind me. Just warming up for my big ceremony speech.
Vicar pointed to his grinning mouth.
Gotta limber up the old gap box. You nervous? Oh, heavens, no. Well, break a leg. What are you doing this time? Every single time. Yup. Wait for it. Unexplained sound once again noted. Would like to hear its thoughts. Like clockwork. What a bunch of drones.
Jeff was staring into the distance with a wistful look.
Hey Jeff, everything alright? Yeah, everything's fine. I mean, used to be fine. Just ain't right these days, you know. I really do, actually.
Jeff turned to Luca with a furrowed brow, then gave an understanding nod.
You do, don't ya? Kids my days didn't understand anything.
For a moment, the two now shared that same wistful gaze.
It's Luca's 1,000-yard stare. He's just murdered someone. Now, he's just coming to terms with it. Was able to return the perennial harvest safety suit you borrowed. I don't think anyone noticed. Good. Now will you tell me what you needed it for? It was a favor for an enemy of my enemy. This isn't gonna harm Mr. Kerr, is it? All you need to know is that it's for the good of the family. The greater good! Finally, we get to deploy the greater good. Library, somewhere quiet. Hey, Luca.
Kato's eyes lit with excitement.
Been expecting you. Bravo in deciphering the first riddle. The first... Oh, you didn't think that was all, did you? What, were you expecting Rollo to crash Kool-Aid Man style through the window? Rollo does go all out, doesn't he?
Kato straightened up and cleared his throat as if preparing to sing.
On planet Farple, you may take issue. When the fifth king dies, you'll need a tissue.
Kato stared at Luca eagerly.
Get it? Want me to tell you? No, it's okay, let me figure it out. Alright, when you find it, bring it here to be verified. And if you decide you want a hint, the offer still stands. I think there more or less is a cult. Hey, welcome, Derek. Hopefully your night's going well.
Luca grabbed The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue number 5, from the shelf.
So yeah, this one's pretty obviously, since it's their favorite thing and it's issue number 5. Ah, you found it!
Kato removed his book from the desk and replaced it with Luca's, turning on the lamp. As he slid the book under the purple light, 2 words glowed. The Adventures of Hank Atomic, issue 5.
Nah, not the newspaper in this case.
Luca clicked his tongue with recognition.
Rollo's cipher pen. He used to write secret messages everywhere with that. And only I had the special flashlight needed to reveal it. But I lost it. Well, apparently he traded Jeff for this purple light bulb. Parted with his entire Halloween candy stash. Oh, Rollo. Let's see here.
Kato began flipping through the pages, stopping when he hit a glowing word.
Get away with such a
He
grift.
continued flipping.
Only found in... Grub... Cart.
Reaching the end of the book, Kato looked up.
That's it? Rift in grub cart? Griffin. Griffin's grub cart. He wants me to go to Griffin's snack stand. Ah, brilliant. I guess you're off then? Good luck on the rest of the scavenger hunt. Thanks, Kato. Yes, deploy grub. Hey, Griffin. Did Rollo come?
Before Luca could finish his sentence, Griffin handed him a corn dog.
Everything's better than corn dogs. Oh, that's it? Bought and paid for. Enjoy. Thought there was supposed to be a riddle or something.
Luca shrugged, taking a sizable bite out of the corn dog.
Yuck. It's cold. Oh yeah, that's one that's been sitting here for a while. Rollo wanted me to make sure to give you that one specifically. But that's just...
Luca tongued at his cheeks, feeling something rough between his teeth.
I know. It's so much fun to jump around everywhere. Oh, come on. I don't even think you need to jump in this game. Pick up when you need some pep. Near the fountain, up the step.
Luca finished off the remainder of the corn dog.
This is getting to be a whole thing. I mean, it is really nice to see that the lengths that Rollo goes through for just to lead up to an apology. There you are, Luca. There's no way I'm actually doing this. It's way below my pay grade. Oh, come on, you big stiff. Let the kids have some fun. Fine, but Rollo owes me one.
He waved his hands around sarcastically as he began.
What takes flight but has no wings? Your final task of friendship brings. See, that wasn't so hard. I feel cheapened somehow. I think it's sweet. Good luck, Luca. Oh, Luca's like a 12-year-old boy, Derek. Hey. Hey. You find the comic book? Yep. And you got the corn dog? Yeah. Well then. I know it doesn't make up for what I said, but here, you've earned this.
Rollo sheepishly handed Luca the balloons.
Light. Oh hey, that's another charm that we need to do a new branch. Thanks. You didn't have to go to all this trouble. Sorry I got so mad. Dang it, you were supposed to let me apologize first. Oh, sorry. Now you've apologized twice before me. Let me do this. Luca, I'm really sorry. With everything that's happened with your mom and all, always wanted to be there for you. Be a good friend, you know? When you said you were hanging out with someone else, I kind of freaked out. Rollo, still my turn. I felt like if you needed some new friend to help you, it meant that I wasn't good enough. That was selfish and wrong. I was wrong. I'm so sorry, Luca. Okay, apology over. You can talk now.
Luca threw himself at Rollo, hugging him as tightly as he could.
Rollo, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you either. That's why we deserve each other. So, what else you want to do today? We could snoop around and try to find some info about your mom. Snoop where? We could probably sneak into Perennial Harvest headquarters while everyone's at the festival. Aren't you curious about all the stuff those clipboards write down? What if we get caught? I think I've had enough excitement for 1 week. Let's just make the rest of the day about us. Really? Yeah, the rest of the world can wait one more day. You know, I have been wanting to get some work done on MCDC at Mission Control. The aim is a bit unpredictable. That sounds perfect. Oh, no worries. But it generally just try to keep it English so that way it's easier for moderating purposes. Now we can hang out in the Treehouse. Oh, I almost forgot. I ran into your gran this morning. She asked me to give you this.
Rollo handed Luca an unopened letter.
I'll wait for you inside if you want to read it now. Better.
Luca, some things are going to happen that might be difficult for you to understand. If I am honest, I hardly understand them myself. But whatever happens, I need you to know that I love you. None of this is fair to you. You have already lost so much. We both have. I wish there was a simpler way forward. But if there is, I haven't thought of it.
You do have balloons.
God knows I've tried.
And corn dogs.
Everything I've done, I did for you. I hope someday you can accept that. Love, Gran.
I love you too, Gran.
Luca folded the paper into his pocket and headed up the ladder.
Take that, Gran. We didn't even need to buy Rollo a corn dog. What's up with the letter? Anything you want to talk about? Maybe later. Sure, whenever you want. You know, you really didn't have to go through all that trouble just to apologize. I know, but we've been looking forward to the festival for weeks. Alright, you have a great night, Jack Dina. Thanks for stopping by. After I ruined everything with my big mouth, this was the best way to make sure you still had a good time without me. Rollo.
Luca was at a loss for words, but that was fine. Words aren't always necessary.
Festival seemed nice. Was it nice? We can still go. Nah, this is fine. Well, there's always next year.
Sadly, this was untrue. A distant rumble shook the treehouse.
Huh? What was that? Aw, man, we missed the
It
fireworks?
was not fireworks. It was something the boys couldn't possibly comprehend. Something as old and cruel as time itself.
Now bad stuff happens.
A shockwave of cold tore through the room. A bitter, unfathomable chill. Before they could react, it encased them in ice. Two boys, reunited by friendship,
Might say that
cruelly separated by a malevolence
they're
beyond
cool with
reason.
one another for their fight.
So, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a silent treehouse turned statuary.
We will learn
Down
more
that low,
as to what
hid
happened
secrets
through different
sits our
paths.
friends, alone,
It will make
together,
sense later.
for the rest of time. The end.
Too soon.
It can't be the ending. It simply can't. I won't accept it, and I hope you won't either. There are more endings, more possibilities. I can feel it. We are just going to have to sort through them all until we find the one that fits.
Exactly. We gotta go back and now try some other stuff. So yeah, the Rumble Path takes a very long time, but it ends poorly. That gave us a bunch of charms that, like for instance, we're gonna go along the break
Luca
path.
began to respond.
But now with
The
Flight,
sky
we
answered
can
for him as the clouds
finish the
above
one with
began to
Iggy.
break, revealing patches of star-filled summer night. Moonlight filtered down, shimmering in the treetops.
Sure, you can meet Rollo. You're not going home? No, I promised Rollo I'd tell him about...
Lucas stopped himself mid-sentence.
Yes, there's darker things at play in town. There are many dark secrets. Promise you tell him what? Spit it out, bub. We're thick as thieves now. If there's a juicy secret, you've got to tell me. Besides, we gotta have the trio unite. Okay. You can come to the treehouse and I'll tell you both what happened. Heck yeah.
Lucas saw Beck skulking by the gate.
So, you're telling me there's nothing mysterious or creepy about this place? It's mostly boring and empty. I refuse to believe that. Big spike gate, Lumen mansion, rich reclusive owners. It even smells shady.
Beck grabbed the wrought iron
Mark my words, you decadent nightmare house. You will reveal your secrets to me. That was just the password to open the gate. What did you do? First of all, I told you so. Second, hide. To be fair, Luca did have a dream of the town burning, so it's already got that dark kind of thing there. That's Sarah's Valentine. Who's that she's talking to? I expect you to return that suit and work in order. Of course. As long as everything proceeds as planned, there's nothing to worry about. The only thing I'm worried about is what's rightfully mine. That means making some unsavory alliances, so be it. I couldn't agree more. There comes a time to suspend hostilities. I'll deal with our common threat. This is what I was talking about.
Beck's voice was an excited whisper.
Proper shady stuff. Someone in a suit like that tried to grab me yesterday. Oh, okay, you have a great night, Derek. Good luck with your classes, and thanks for stopping by. Seriously? You do understand that when this all inevitably fails, I will deny everything? I wouldn't expect any less of you. You just worry about your part in this and let me handle the rest. I can't wait to see the look on that Rube Kerr's face. Yes, the truth will come to light. I'm still surprised you're so comfortable with the potential collateral damage. There's one thing I've learned. It's that change is painful. Wow, I was expecting shady. That's just flat-out supervillain talk. You don't mind me asking, why? Why are you doing all of this?
The mysterious figure retracted their mask, hair pushing out from all corners.
Family.
A chill ran down Luca's spine. His vision blurred. Beck stifled a sharp wince, and Luca looked down to see himself wrenching her hand.
An answer I can certainly respect.
Gran tousled her hair back under the face mask.
Just remember, keep everything nice and normal until the festival. I don't need lessons in rousing suspicion.
Gran gave Eris a curt nod and disappeared.
Some major secrets. It's surprising the difference of just one little storm can make.
5. What big ears you have.
He grinned.
Luca sat shivering
He's part of the cult.
staring
Or is
at
she?
his feet. After
Is it a
checking to make sure
cult?
the coast was
Are
clear,
they doing things for the greater
gave
good?
him a gentle tug on his sweater.
What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Why are you so scared of that old lady in the hazmat suit? That was my gran. That was your gran. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm sure there's a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just get to the treehouse and figure things out there. Lead the way. Woohoo! It's a shame that Beck doesn't have a cool jump. It'd be like, alright. Oh no. For the last time, there's nothing to worry about. Of course we're not worried.
Clipboard finished writing with a scratchy flourish and looked up.
Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's. Well, maybe try minding your P's and Q's.
Mr. Nuncreed, arms crossed over his paunch, gave an exhausted sigh.
Exactly. Luca shouldn't be hopping in such a chipper manner after seeing all this. If there's anything you need knowing, you'll know it. Absolutely. If you'll just sign here, acknowledging everything's accurate, we'll be out of your hair in a flash. Oh, for the love of...
He snatched the pad and scribbled his name so hard the pen nearly snapped.
There. And would you like my eternal soul as well?
The clipboards looked at each other for a moment, almost pondering the possibility, then broke into laughter as they walked away.
We already have it. That creature's like, oh shit. Hi, Mr. Nuncreed. Luca, let me give you some advice. Stay away from creepy people like me. The next time someone you don't know asks to hear your thoughts, give them a good hard bop right in the kisser. Oh, Gran tells me to just keep away from the clipboards. That's good, that's good. Your Gran is a smart lady, Luca. Speaking of which, you better run along home now. Too dark out to be wandering on your own. Don't you know, when you sign the clipboards, then you give them your soul or something. Gotta make it, like, dark. Alright, to the treehouse. We can actually... let's eavesdrop on them.
William Kerr and Gus Valentine proudly surveyed the half-covered festival banner.
It's all coming together quite nicely. Couldn't have done it without you.
Kerr gave a half-hearted shrug.
I'm not so sure about that. I need constant praise from my good friend Captain Morgan. Nonsense! That reminds me, I wasn't able to thank your sister for her contributions. Yes, she has been indisposed of late. She doesn't much like me, does she? Oh no, that's not it at all. She's just been busy. Of course. Regardless, I would be forever grateful if you could pass my thanks on to her. The History Museum adds a real air of import to the whole affair, and we couldn't very well celebrate the story of Beacon Pines without including the Valentines. My father was a great man. You're darn tootin' he was.
Kerr lopped his arm on Gus's shoulder.
But I mean the entire Valentine family. Present company included. Can I ask you something, Mr. Kerr? Call me William. Ask away. William, why are you doing all of this? Gosh, I've never felt one needed a compelling reason to throw a party. Not just the festival. All of this. There's gotta be 100 down on luck towns out there. Why is Perennial Harvest so interested in helping Beacon Pines? You know what I love most about the agriculture business? Seeds. Seeds. Yep, little bundles of potential.
With a glimmer in his eye, Kerr gestured grandly toward the horizon.
You treat a seed right, mature it, feed it, and it can grow into something truly special. What demon did the rich family sacrifice a child to? I mean, they still have a child, so you see potential here? Undoubtedly. The seed of greatness is already under our feet. All it needs is a little nudge, and the right leadership, of course. Oh. Good night, Mayor Valentine. But yeah, there are many dark secrets. And we're gonna find them all. Oh, this is nice. Yeah, the treehouse is just a little further on from here. So what is your buddy Rolo like? Rolo, he's... Rolo. Not particularly helpful. Sorry, I've just never thought about it. Lots of energy. He's funny, even when he's not trying to be. Things have been tough for his family since the foul harvest. It's about damn time you tell me what this foul harvest thingy is. It's kind of a long story. Hit me with the highlights. Okay. There used to be a fertilizer company here called Valentine's. They were kind of a big deal. Yeah, everyone's got the good eavesdropping power in this game. Ooh, big deal fertilizer. It was a big deal to us. Their stuff really worked. Farmers loved it. So Valentine's grew and grew. Beacon Pines pretty much grew around it. Most everyone in town either worked for Sharper Valentine or used as fertilizer. Things were good. I'm sensing a big but. Around 6 years ago, Sharper Valentine suddenly died. And something changed. Changed how? Could have been a bad batch. Maybe it was in the water or air or soil. Nobody knows. But all the crops died. Everyone blamed the Valentines. Foul harvest. Yeah. Valentine's fertilizer went out of business. Half the town lost their jobs. Sheesh. Next year, the crops came back, but something was different. You plant a crop, do everything right, and it's sort of a crapshoot what happens. And no one knows why? Nope. I take it, Rollo's farm got the short end of the stick. Yep, for some reason their farm was hit harder than others. That sucks. Things have gotten better since Perennial Harvest came to town. Beacon Bine's Reborn Initiative? Yep, first thing they did was give the town a deep scrub. They even put us up in hotels one town over for a week while they decontaminated the groundwater. We'd better get going. Yeah, there are going to be some mega dark secrets. It's about time. I was about to give up and go home. Who's the new kid? Name's Beck. You must be Rollo. See, my reputation precedes me. Welcome to Mission Control.
Waggled his head with pride.
You'll find we spared no expense in construction. I've seen worse looking piles of junk. The Aurora is beautiful. The trio has united. Thanks. Hey, Luca, you know the security concerns we talked about? Yeah? Well, I was waiting. I made some improvements. Let me lock this baby down for a little test infiltration. Can't be too safe these days. Oh no. Beck's the imposter. Vote Beck out. He goes all out, doesn't he? Always. Very sus. Can't trust Rollo. You think a moving target can stop me, Rollo? You'll have to make more improvements. Where did you guys get all this junk in the first place? There's a guy in town named Jeff who trades us junk for snacks. Junk food for junk. Nice. So, pretty sweet security, right? It was imaginative, I'll give you that. Luca, are we sure we can trust the new recruit? I'll vouch for her. Thanks, I guess? Oh, Luca, you promised to fill me in about the Valentine warehouse.
Luca sucked in a long breath.
Like I said, there was someone there. What were they doing? I don't know, but the place was lit up and active. Maybe they were squatters? I don't think so, it seemed more organized. When the man pulled me in, I saw some sort of equipment running. Man pulled you in? Yeah, but I got away. You keep saying it was a man. They were wearing a mask, right? Yeah. Then it could have been a woman. How did you get away? Grabbed a rock or something and broke their masks. They let go and I ran. Dang. That's intense. No wonder you freaked out when you saw your grandma. Yeah, that's the other part. On our way here, Beck and I saw Eris and Valentine meeting with Gran, wearing the same sort of hazmat suit.
Rollo let out a low whistle.
Well, I think that someone did point out it was probably Mr. Nuncreed, given things that have happened, especially in one of the bad endings. And they weren't there for idle chit-chat. It was a proper clandestine meetup. So let me get this straight. There's an operation in full swing at the Valentine warehouse. You were almost abducted by a strange man or woman in a protective suit. And then you saw your Gran in the same suit talking to Eris Valentine? Pretty much. Beginning to think this town is kinda awesome.
Rollo and Luca shot back a look.
No offense. And so we can logically conclude aliens or alien zombies have infiltrated the town. And their leader is your Gran, and she tried to murder you. First of all, and for the last time, there are no aliens. Second, it could have been my Gran at the warehouse. I broke that person's mask to get away. The mask Gran was wearing wasn't damaged. She's definitely hiding something. Maybe. Gran is weird, but she might be the most boring person in the universe. All she does is sit around all day making jam. What could she possibly have to hide? I don't know. It's still not sure whether it was Mr. Nuncreed in the first place. I don't know. We haven't talked much since you moved in. Plus, I think the other reason it couldn't be Mr. Nuncreed is because in the bad ending where he pushes you into the phone booth, he doesn't do that until he finds out that Luca knows too much. Whereas if he had grabbed Luca in the first place, he would have already known that Luca knew too much. Unless he was just trying to play it off. So I think it's more likely that it probably wasn't Nuncreed. Alright, you have a great night, John Dowers. Yeah, Rollo does not understand the making of jam. I don't know, we haven't talked much since you moved in. Moved in? Your gran isn't from here? No, she came a few months back to take care of me after his mom went missing. Did you know your gran before? Not really, no. It's been years since I'd seen her. Luca, don't take this the wrong way, but are we sure your gran is on the up and up?
Luca gazed out the window.
I'm just saying. It sounds like strange stuff has been happening since she showed up. We could say the same thing about your family. You're right. Luca, your gran is hiding something. And Pa always says, folks only bury stuff worth digging up. We need to investigate your house. If my gran really is hiding something, don't you think I would have noticed by now? That's kind of the whole point of hiding something. Yes, you're right. Gran's been leaving the house for hours at a time this week. I'll call you too tomorrow when the coast is clear. We can start getting to the bottom of this. I'm always game for a good snoop. You can count me in.
Chapter 6. Secret Lair.
Time to do some
Summer
snooping.
forged ahead, but the nights only seemed to grow colder. Luca walked home slowly under the pale starlight, cautious to avoid any more surprises lurking in the shadows. Reaching home, he slipped quietly into bed, half dreading what they might discover the next day.
It's her murder room. That's how she makes the jam. What time is it? Gran is very sus. She is the imposter. Rollo, what on earth is that? That ridiculous thing on your head. Oh, this? It helps me think. You're gonna need a lot more of those. Joke all you want. We'll see who's laughing when I crack this case wide open. Coast is clear? Yep, whatever she's been up to this week, it's been keeping her busy most of the day. Very well. The game is afoot.
Luca and Beck
Detective Rollo on the case.
strutted across the room.
If I were a Gran, where would I hide my deepest, darkest secrets? Perhaps where you might least expect it.
Rollo flung open the cabinet with confidence.
Aha!
He coughed as a veil of dust hit his face.
I think it's safe to assume anything that dusty isn't what we're looking for. Or maybe that's what she wants you to think. And again, any good detective knows not to trust their first hunch. Yeah, gotta check the jam. First hunches are for suckers. Eureka! She's lit a fire in order to burn the evidence. She keeps that fire going every day, Rollo. It may be already too late. Just think of the mounds of documents lost to ash. Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Can we just think for a moment? Luca, is there anywhere Gran doesn't want you to go? Yeah. The closet upstairs. So, maybe it stands to reason that we should check there first. No dice, it's locked. Well, well, well. Look who stands to reason now. And I have no idea where the key is. If it really is important, and she probably keeps it with her. Anywhere else? She has her berry bushes. Who has ever thought, I'm gonna take this important thing and huck it in a bush? True. Anything else? Maybe something out of the ordinary? Yeah, he's never lost a case. Well, she is always worried I'll break her fancy dishware in the kitchen. But it doesn't matter anyway, I can't reach the latch.
A look of realization crept onto Luca's face. All three kids snapped to glance at each other, then sprinted in turn toward the kitchen.
To the dishware cabinet! The sink is still on! I turned that on like a day or two ago. I'm surprised Gran didn't even turn it off. Alright, Rolo. This is your time to shine. Ah, yes. You've called upon my expert detective skills. And now I shall proceed with...
Before he could finish, Luca scrambled up Rolo's back.
I'm surprised they just didn't use one of the chairs in the room. Hey, this isn't my idea of detective work. Every squad needs a good lockpick, and every good lockpick needs a sturdy head to sit on. This is beneath my standing. Stop complaining and hold still. Die.
The three
Just throw Rolo at it. Hey, you can solve anything by throwing Rolo at it.
With the glass doors opened, a perfect porcelain display gleamed in front of them. Their eyes searched for anything amiss. But the only distinct feature was its impeccability.
Well, that was anticlimactic. Yeah. I don't really know what we were expecting. Like, oh hey, let me just yank on this random teacup and...
Beck pulled on one of the teacups. It slanted forward with a hollow click. The entire hutch began to
Jeez.
rustle and slide under its own power.
It's the cliche where you move the one cup and then suddenly everything, you reveal it. Seems like your Gran has been doing some remodeling. Dude, only two types of people have secret layers. Evil masterminds and superheroes. So, which one do we think she is? We're about to find out. Okay, so more of an unhinged conspiracist vibe. Oh, wow. Yeah, this cannot be good. We need to look around before jumping to conclusions.
Luca jostled each cabinet drawer in turn. Only one was unlocked. He fingered through the filing cabinet, pausing at a bulging folder.
Oh, hey, welcome, Lord of the Night Wolves. Well, welcome back.
For a long moment, he just stared at it.
What do you got there? It's my dad. Looks like some of his old medical files. Your dad was a doctor?
Luca nodded and caressed the label with his thumb.
Well, are you gonna read it? Here, let me help.
Rolo swiped the folder from the drawer and began leafing through the pages. He whistled to himself, barely looking at the text.
How about you actually read some of it? One sec. Dense documents such as this are a lot like a cheeseburger. It's best to skip straight to the middle. That's where all the meaty bits live. Wow, I had no idea we were in the presence of the preeminent scholar in dense documents and cheeseburgers. By all means,
He
proceed.
stopped at a page and mimed, holding up a monocle.
Aha, here we are. Follow-up examination of Terrence Wilby. Patient shows further signs of paleness and malaise. Body temperature continues to drop. He now describes soreness of muscles and joints. This is similar to the symptoms exhibited by Mrs. Wilby just a few days past. Still waiting on lab results from Joseph.
Rolo looked up with heightened surprise.
See? Creepy. Yeah, that's kinda disturbing. Who's Joseph? That's Mr. Nuncreed's name. Wait,
Rolo's finger traced across the page.
there's more scribbled in the margins. Could it be contagious? Mr. Wilby claims the tap water at his home's been contaminated. Perhaps environmental. Lab results only raise more questions. Hey, you have a great night, Vinny. Thanks for stopping by. definitely recommend getting it to play. It's like he came back to this report later and made those notes. So it might be related to something else.
Rolo scanned through several more pages.
Here, the writing looks shaky. Just couldn't help her. This disease, or whatever it is, progresses so fast. And with his wife passing, Terrence's condition follows close behind. Exacerbated by the loss. Enough is enough. I need to take matters into my own hands.
Luca, staring blankly at the cabinet this whole time, spoke softly.
What does it say next?
Rolo rustled the folder, trying to loose more pages.
That's where it ends. What? There has to be more.
Luca frantically shoved the remaining cabinet folders, trying to find another labeled Walter.
Luca, I think that's the only one. It's alphabetical, see? What did he mean, enough is enough? How did he take matters into his own hands? This is bullshit.
Luca slammed the drawer shut. A spider web of string connected photos of people from the town, interspersed with hastily scrawled notes.
Good, she's got that conspiracy thing where it's like all the pictures of people. Well, I mean, it's probably just stuff that has been left in their house and was never, disposed of. But hey, if we want to have Luca now have him engaged in a life of crime and felonies, then this is definitely, he's got his own dark secrets at Beacon Pine to worry about. She sure has kept herself busy. Is your Gran a serial killer? Because I'm starting to get a vibe. Don't be ridiculous. Sure, she's just tracking the movements of everyone in town. I'm pretty sure there's red string. Out of the kindness of her heart. She put little symbols by some of them. Yeah, Mr. Nuncreed has a check mark. The clipboards are all inside a big circle. My mom's are both on there. Both with question marks. Gus Valentine has a question mark. Harris has a question mark that's been crossed out. Mr. Kerr has a bullseye. The killer has chosen her next victim. I don't know what any of this means. Whatever it means, it's probably not good. What do we have here? Barrels marked caution, explosive. And jam jars? That's enough jam to feed the whole town. What kind of incendiary jam is your Gran making? Hey, we finally got an arson thing. You wouldn't have had me walk around delivering bombs. Right? Only one way to find out.
Rolo casually spun open a lid and dipped his finger in the jam.
Yeah, Luca has just learned arson. Huckleberries.
He smacked his lips.
A hint of brown sugar. And a taste of cyanide. And then Rolo dropped dead. Ink? What?
Rolo plunged his hand in the jar, fishing out a soggy slip of paper.
Ah,
Rolo offered the slimy note to Luca and licked his fingers clean.
it's addressed to Miss Fratelli. A Grand Jam Graham? Says, last night I used the disguise Eris provided to scout the location. The time and window should be possible. Operation Sparkplug is a go. Man, are they doing a heist? Whatever it is, it can't be good. It's more of a bombshell than a bomb, am I right? You're new here, so I'll let it slide. But I'm the bad joke guy around here.
They crowded around a worn-down old map of Beacon Pines.
It was hey, there could be drugs in there. We don't know yet. Cool, this looks like a treasure map. Not every old map is a treasure map, Rolo. Yeah, but every treasure map is an old map. Can't fault that logic. Look, there's even a pathway drawn on it. Starts at the entrance to town. And if we follow it,
Rolo carefully traced the path with his finger.
it leads right
He
to
jabbed down at the end point.
Town Square. That's the fountain in the middle of town. What a weird place to hide treasure. Rolo, that doesn't look like treasure to me. The end of the path on that map has the same symbol as those explosives over there. So it's not hiding treasure. Real bummer. Rolo, what's that thing you've been excited about for the past month? The festival! Did you just say gulp? This feels like a gulp kind of situation. Everyone will be gathered near the center of town. She's gonna blow up the festival! Not if we stop her. What was that?
Luca looked up from the map.
Was what? No, I heard it too. It was the front door. Which means someone just shut the door. Which means someone's upstairs! Quiet. Get the lights.
Beck flicked off the light, and they became statues in the dark. Overhead, creaking floorboards bent under slow, deliberate steps. The kids looked up, the tilt of their necks following each footfall.
See, now that we've turned out the lights, now we can do an imposter kill without any problems. All three of us.
It stopped. Without realizing, they'd been holding their breath. All three exhaled.
Hey, welcome, Blob.
And glanced at each other.
Hopefully your night's going well.
Broke the silence.
Hello?
A final few footsteps reached the entrance above them, and a voice now echoed down the stairs.
Anyone down there?
The three kids shuffled to the corners without a peep. As he began to descend the stairs, the man's voice punctuated every new step. Thump.
Yoo-hoo! I'm not here to hurt anyone.
Thump.
I'm just here to help. Just...
Thump. At the bottom step, the man paused, squinting to search the room for signs of life.
Huh. Guess it's nothing.
Rolo shifted suddenly.
All we need to do is Skyrim crouch so that we can have him be like, I guess it was just the wind.
Luca gave him an intense, chastising look and whispered through clenched teeth.
Bro, don't.
It was too late. Rolo was already inching toward the stairway. He screeched as he charged toward the shadowy figure.
Flamin' chicken coop!
With
That's his
all
battle
might,
cry.
Rolo tackled the man to the ground.
Rolo? Mysterious creepy man? Anyone there?
From the dark corner, they saw something move.
Well, I didn't know I had it in me. There was only one way to find out. Holy crap, Rolo, that was awesome! Wait, did you just kill that person?
Luca scrambled to the hunched figure on the ground. Pressing his fingers to the man's neck, he sighed with relief.
You sure clobbered him good, Rolo. Now we can finish the job. He's knocked out cold. Let's make sure he never wakes up.
As Beck flicked back on the light, Luca and Rolo both gasped in stereo.
Mr. Tulliver!
Chapter 7. The Interrogation of Hiram Tolliver. Still unconscious, Mr. Tolliver slumped heavily in a shoddy old chair. His hands were bound with rope, his feet tied with some loose string. The kids huddled in a circle, discussing their plan. One thing was certain, they couldn't just let Mr. Tolliver go. They
What's
needed
the
to
worst
know
that could
what he was
happen?
doing in Luca's house. After some deliberation, it was decided.
He's a jam addict. Okay, so we're gonna pick the wrong options first.
They'd run
This one will lead to
good
a
cop,
dead end.
chill cop interrogation.
Let's start cutting fingers. I'll handle it.
Luca
Just gotta
walked
play it
calmly
cool.
to the light switch, flicking it off and on a few times.
Good cop, arson cop? Oh, goodness. Tell me what you know before the house burns down. And then Grant comes back and is like, Luca, what did you do? Why did you burn down the house again? You're grounded for the rest of summer.
Mr. Tolliver shook his head, gathering his wits.
Golly, I sure got my bell
He
rung.
looked over to find Luca, who returned a calming grin.
Sorry, Mr. Tulliver. This was all a big mistake. Luca, what's going on here? Why do you have me strapped down? No one's fault, really. Rollo just got a little startled. Rollo's here.
Rollo and Beck emerged from hiding to give a timid wave.
Well, alright. Mistakes happen. You kids gave old Hiram a good scare. Let's just get me out of these ropes and call it even.
Luca glanced over to Rollo and Beck, who replied with skeptical looks.
Mr. Tulliver, why are you in my grand's basement? I'm here to help, of course. Help with what? What's my gran up to? If you'll just cut me loose, I can show you. Yeah, he is not a very good interrogator. There's actually 3 options that you can get here, and each one of you, the kids, getting their interrogations. How do I know we can trust you?
Mr. Tulliver exhaled with disappointment.
Luca, have I ever done wrong by you? No. And since your gran moved to town, haven't I been nothing but welcoming? Yeah. So why would I turn my back on your family now? It's just... all this stuff seems pretty weird. Yeah. A board with names of people from town? An archive of my dad's old disturbing patient notes?
Luca gestured to the corner.
Barrels of explosives? I can explain everything. You just need to untie me. You kids deserve an explanation.
Luca looked again to Rollo and Beck. This time they shrugged. Luca began to slowly loosen the bindings. Mr. Tulliver gently rubbed his wrists.
That's a good lad. This'll all make sense in time.
He edged imperceptibly toward the stairs as he spoke.
See, this is why you always cover the exits. You see, this town has secrets, Luca. A very dark past indeed.
Before the kids had even noticed his movement, Mr. Tulliver was at the light switch.
A past that must be brought to.
He punctuated his final words by flicking the switch and rushing up the stairs.
Light. Son of a...
Beck darted to the wall and turned back on the lights. It was too late. Rollo confirmed what they all heard.
He just locked us down here.
Mr. Tulliver's muffled voice came from behind the door.
I wasn't lying, you know. This is for your own good. You kids just keep tight down there, and let the adults handle
They
this.
looked bewildered at each other.
Play it cool, huh? Not now, Beck.
They heard the staccato thump of quick steps exiting the house. The kids looked down in resignation. This isn't how it goes in Hank Atomic. For some reason, they'd always assumed it was up to them to save their town. Luca opened his mouth, hoping to conjure some magical words to make this right. Only a hollow croak escaped. The end. Well, we certainly aren't going to find a grand resolution to our tale locked in a basement.
We got explosive down there, and arson.
Back to the drawing board.
That's true. We're gonna let Rollo interrogate.
Run the classic good cop, hard cop interrogation. Rollo brandished a steely gaze. I've got this. Read about it 100 times.
This is why you don't let Rollo interrogate.
Rollo swaggered past the chair which propped up the slumping Hiram Tulliver. Without even looking at his captive, he began with a long, blustery drawl.
Well, 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 Mr. Tulliver.
Mr. Tulliver remained motionless. Rollo spun around to face him. He'd clearly expected to rouse Mr. Tulliver with his booming voice.
Mr. Tulliver?
Beck and Luca gave each other an unsure glance. Rollo slammed his fist on the table.
I said, Mr. Tulliver!
He grabbed the table lamp and beamed it onto the unconscious face. Mr. Tulliver groaned and slowly lifted his head. He recoiled with a muddled, weary squint.
What in the world?
The chair wobbled as he attempted to straighten up.
Who's there?
Mr. Tulliver could only make out rough shapes through the glaring
Welcome,
light.
Zodic. Hopefully your day is going well. Welcome. We're playing Beacon Pines, a narrative adventure game.
With a gruff tone, Rollo hoped to both conceal his voice and intimidate.
I'll be asking the questions here, punk. He's doing his Batman voice. Where's Bane? Now hold on, let's just calm down. Oh, I am calm. Calm as a carrot in dirt. As for you, looks like you're sweating.
The doubtful expression on Beck and Luca's faces transformed into awe.
We can do this my way, or... Now let's just say I've never needed another way.
Rollo, hitting his stride, was now channeling every detective trope his memory could recall. He slammed the table again.
Now dance! What? I don't even...
Mr. Tolliver's voice became desperate. He was nearly in tears.
You've tied me down. How on earth could I dance? Dance with your mouth, punk! Spill the beans! What are you doing poking around this house? I'm here to help Juniper. To make sure everything's ready. Oh, so you're in cahoots with Gran. Gran?
Mr. Tolliver was in a daze, now more confused than ever.
Help her blow up the festival, eh? Blow up the festival? Good lord.
He shook his head, feeling more and more dizzy.
No, you've got it all wrong. Where is she now? She's headed to the source. Source? What's the source? Where's Bane? It's where
His voice faded to a whisper.
the town began. Where it all began. What is Operation Sparkplug?
With that, Mr. Tolliver passed out cold.
Quick, slap him around a bit. Cut off some fingers.
Rollo swung around with a reluctant grimace.
Rollo is the best interrogator. Damn, Rollo. I think you went a little too hard on him. What did you say about the source? It's where the town began. Yeah. Rollo should have went with 28 stab wounds. We need more information. Yeah, but we better not push Mr. Tolliver any farther. Is there anyone else who might know more? What about the History Museum? It got set up for the festival. Nah, that tent was put up by the Valentines. Everything they do is just a bunch of fluff to glorify themselves. Is there anything more reliable? Yeah, he just got to go with... I know you're in cahoots with Gran. 28 stab wounds. That's where all the jam came from. The library. If there's any information about the source thing, Kato can help us find it. Let's go get some answers. This is a dang nice library. Thanks, we work hard on it. Aren't you a little young to be a librarian? Oh, I am 10. Kato hung out here so much, eventually they gave him a set of keys. I just keep an eye on the place for Miss Novak sometimes. They got you working for free? It's quiet and I get access to all the books I can read. What more could a person want? Fair enough. What can I do for you all? We need a favor. I already told you and Rollo. I can't put you any higher on the wait list for the next Hank Atomic. And if you're here with more candy, I'll have you know I can't be bought. Call it a personal code of conscience. I know, this entire thing is child labor. First they had Luca working at the diner when he was younger, and now we got the penguin working at the library for free. Actually, we're here to looking to do some research. Now you're speaking my language. What are you looking for? That's the thing, we sort of don't know. What do you got on the history of the town? There's the county record archives. What's in those? Births, deaths, newspaper clippings, stuff like that. Pretty boring reading. But they do go all the way back to when the town was founded. Great, we'll start there.
Chapter
The child labor builds character? No.
6 feet under, 3 towns over.
We don't need that.
Spent the rest of the afternoon combing through dusty piles of old county records, desperately searching for anything that could help them make sense of Mr. Tolliver's cryptic utterance. Luca tried to shake the thought of Gran's basement, but his focus wavered. explosives, messages hidden in jam, dossiers on various town figures, and a corkboard threaded with photos.
He even had the red string and everything.
Gran was the only family he had left. He still couldn't bring himself to believe the worst. But the old map with the symbol of explosives in town square made that difficult. As the sun began to set, the kids were no closer to the truth.
Just make sure that Gran doesn't vent. Yes, they did leave him tied up in the basement. If I have to read any more records, my eyeballs are gonna pop. We have to keep digging. If I dig another word, I'm gonna end up in one of these asinine death records. Rollo Cotter lived a full and wonderful life till he read so much boring crud that his brain oozed out of his ears.
Shut his book with an assertive nod.
If you got a better idea, spit it out. You sound like my sister. Keep pushing your luck, pal. And it won't be boring country records that kill you. I'll put you in the obituaries myself.
Rollo muttered under his breath.
You're a county record. Really? That's the best you've got? When I'm done with you, you'll be the footnote in history. Of course, if she says that while slamming a knife into the table, then that would be pretty badass. Just like...
Slammed her finger down on the open page before glancing down to read.
Jay Hartford here. I'd love to see you try. Hey. We're all a little tired here. Let's just take a minute and...
Something tickled the back of Luca's mind.
Wait, what was that name, Beck? In the obit? Jay Hartford. From the Brookville Tribune 20 years ago. Can't be right. What is it? Jay Hartford. It's my grand's name, Juniper Hartford. Maybe there were two Jay Hartfords? Mrs. Hartford is survived by your young daughter, E. Hartford. My mom's name is Eleanor. Okay, this is getting creepy. Your grand is 6 feet under 3 towns over. Then who am I living with?
The question hung in the air.
She's been a zombie all along. Rollo was right, it was alien zombies. Alright gang, I gotta close up for the night.
Beck rubbed her eyes.
How late is it? Almost 10. Oh crap, Pa's gonna kill me. I gotta go. Yeah, my parents will be worried sick. Okay, let's meet up as early as we can at the festival tomorrow. What are you gonna do about the unconscious man in your basement? I'll think of something. That would be a pretty funny twist if it was zombie aliens.
His heart was pounding as he approached the house. If he was lucky, Gran, or whoever it was, hadn't gotten back yet. And of course, there was Mr. Tolliver tied up and unconscious in the basement. Dealing with him would be the first order of business. Luca shook out his arms to calm his nerves before entering.
No.
He held perfectly still, tempering his breath, and listened closely.
Everyone knows that a grandmother sleeping is just luring you into a false sense of security.
She was asleep. His only hope was that she hadn't found Mr. Tolliver before dozing off.
She's just waiting for Luca to get close before striking. The sink is still going. I get the feeling that if the icebox is open and the sink is still running, that she probably didn't find Mr. Tolliver. Oh no.
Mr. Tolliver was nowhere to be seen.
Maybe he woke up, escaped from his bindings, and left without a trace?
Or maybe Gran knew everything.
What do I do?
Luca's hungry stomach groaned. Not realizing it, he'd gone the entire day without eating.
Okay, I can figure this out. Just need a little brain food.
Luca rushed over to the pile of jam jars, unscrewed one, and shoveled a handful into his mouth.
I'm afraid your jam delivery will be delayed,
He flipped the lid to read the label.
Mr. Nuncreed. Okay, now I can think. So if Gran knows we tied up Mr. Tolliver, I'm screwed. If she doesn't know, then I need to play it cool. I guess the only option is to go to bed and act as if nothing is wrong. Go to sleep. You better hope that Gran doesn't come out with like the chloroform rag. Be like, go to sleep, Luca. Oh, she's vented. Gran? Okay, stick to the plan. Go to bed. Play it cool. Now is not the time for drugs.
Luca climbed the final stair, the emotion of the day dragged heavily on him. With each consecutive step, his legs weakened. His stride began to falter.
Uh-oh.
He tried to grab for the railing to steady himself.
There were drugs in it.
Something was wrong.
Come on, legs. Just a few more steps.
Luca groaned and tried to move. His limbs might as well have been bolted to the ground. Through numb lips, he mumbled just before falling asleep.
Sleep. Sweet boy. What did you get yourself into? DM's one hell of a drug, you're darn right, Lord Nub. Rest now and let me handle everything.
Chapter 9. A speech to end all speeches.
Become Jam.
Luca awoke to find himself face down in bed.
She was planning to drug Mr. Duncree to kill him.
Moaned into his pillow. Why would Gran drug him? Or rather, why was she trying to drug Mr. Nuncreed?
Turns out she really is a serial killer and makes people into jam.
Luca snapped back to the matter at hand.
Festival. Well, I've just been drugged, so let me jump in a very chipper manner. Woohoo! The festival! The festival! Where have you been? Brent put something in the jam. Yeah, we know. Secret messages for secret conspirators. Not this one. The one intended for Mr. Nuncreed? Put me to sleep. Whoa. Oh-ho. Fly devil. Ooh. I think she's trying to remove him from the equation. He might be in danger. Have you found anything? We looked around but haven't seen anything odd. Gran is nowhere to be found. But Mr. Nuncreed is just loafing around waiting for the speech. What speech? Mayor Gus just got up to the podium. Everyone is gathered at the stage. Let's get moving. Yeah, he's built up an immunity to
Justice
it.
Valentine nervously wiped his brow.
Is this thing... hello, Beacon Pines. I'm Augustus Valentine, your mayor, and... Suppose you already know that. Oh yes, before we get started, just wanted to take a moment to recognize someone who couldn't be here today. Now wouldn't be where it is without my father, Sharper Valentine, so I thought we could begin with a round of applause befitting such a great man. Even that's more than the old cottage deserved.
Gus cleared his throat and awkwardly loosened his tie.
Right, where was I?
William Kerr bounded on the stage with the energy of a preacher at a big tent revival.
Gus Valentine,
He
everyone!
gave Gus a hearty slap on the back and motioned him off the stage.
Why don't you go hang out with Jack Daniels, Mr. Valentine? Let's hear it for our mayor. What a great turnout! Aw, heck, I didn't prepare anything. But I suppose I could say a few words. Would be ashamed to waste such a beautiful podium like our mayor did.
Mr. Kerr pulled a thick stack of note cards out from his vest.
Music, community, conviction, commitment. These are the things we celebrate at Perennial Harvest. William Kerr 2024. For us, these are the pillars of the bridge to a better tomorrow. But I think it's time to add a new pillar. Change. Change is a powerful thing. It's inexorable, unavoidable, and undeniable. And I am daggum thankful for it. Change is the reason we're all here together today. It's hard for me to believe that it was only 4 years ago when fate brought me here. simple business trip which brought me to a small town, which would change my life forever.
Mr. Kerr took a moment to survey the crowd.
His life is a lie. You know what?
He wiped away a single tear.
From the second I set foot into Beacon Pines, something about this place has held me captive. You see, change represents opportunity. It represents potential. What's change that helped me to recognize the potential of this place? To see that the people of this town, despite suffering great loss, still held on to the things that made them special.
He thumped the podium to emphasize each word.
Community, conviction, commitment, change.
Mr. Kerr nodded confidently, biting his lip.
He has a very trustworthy
The
smile.
crowd was silent, in rapt attention.
Fate made a perfect match that day. Nothing is more important to you all than community. And Perennial Harvest is a community first and foremost.
Mr. Kerr methodically made eye contact with each section of the crowd.
The only way you made it through the foul harvest was an unshakable conviction. Conviction that a better tomorrow was just over the horizon. Perennial Harvest was founded on the conviction that we are that horizon. This festival is our symbol for our commitment to each other.
The voice began to build to a crescendo.
We now walk hand in hand with a future we will shape together. And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Change is a choice. And I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? Just imagine what we can accomplish. What was that?
The crowd began to look around nervously.
Don't worry, a little thunder isn't going to ruin this day. Everyone remain calm.
Mr. Kerr quickly flicked through his note cards.
Where was I? Through all my travels, I have learned one true thing. One always reaps what they sow. We have all planted a lot of good in this town. And so it is with a happy heart that I can proclaim,
He raised his hands up to the heavens.
our harvest awaits! I think the reception to his speech was a little cold.
Impossibly cold air ripped through the crowd, instantly freezing everyone and everything it touched. For a man like William Kerr, this was a fitting way for things to end.
Yes.
On a stage, with an entire town frozen in rapt attention for the rest of time.
Too soon again.
The end.
You might say I'm a little cold-hearted.
Whenever I think we're getting close, it comes along and ruins everything. Maybe we should just quit? Maybe you should just close the book, walk away, and never think of me again. No, I don't mean that. We got a little closer this time. We just need to try again. Please.
So we could continue this branch with the Sly choice, but we're going to go back to the Iggy branch. Because that will provide a little more context.
Luca drew himself up and
For all the
decided
stuff
to
that's
take
happening.
The only option they had left. Flight. He squinted down the barrel of the
Hey, you just need to be a little chill, Mish.
aiming it through an opening in the dense tree branches. He looked up with surprise as it struck true and taut.
Wow, I can't believe that worked. Hey, Mr. Kerr, we'd love to hear your thoughts, but I'm afraid we have places to be. Come on, Iggy. See ya, jerks. They got iced. Fine, we know where that leads them. This way, we'll take the tunnels.
Luca and Iggy winced as they sprinted through the thicket. The branches clawed at them, reluctant to give passage. After what felt like a marathon, Luca stopped in his tracks as they reached.
There's gonna be a lot of ice puns.
What the? That was all he was able to say before Iggy slammed into his back. The boys tumbled down a steep decline and crashed with a wheezing thud on a surface as hard as ice. In fact, it was ice. Chapter 5. Signs. They stood silently, catching their breath. The sky was like sapphire. With each breath, a plume of steam escaped from Luca's lungs. Let's keep moving. Luca pulled Iggy to his feet as they gazed across
Now we got a nice
the
winter
terrain.
wonderland. That was actually pretty badass. Uh-huh. I think we lost him. Are we up in the mountains? I don't think so. If anything, we went downhill. Oh, okay. And what's up with the winter wonderland? All I know is, there's no going back the way we came. Let's see if we can get our bearings. Follow me. What's the readout? Just sitting about above 258 Kelvin. It's down a bit from the last time. Should we report this to Mr. Kerr? Meh, still within safe ranges. Maybe spreading, but it's under control for now. Even a small nudge in the equilibrium could cause a cascade. Dude, relax. Few more sites to hit before we can punch out. Let's get this over with. What's all this? Hard to say with all the snow. I think it's a town sign. You can almost make out letters under there. What town could this even be? There couldn't be another town this deep into Weepwood. I'm looking at evidence to the contrary. Let's figure out what we're dealing with here. Step 1, snow's gotta go. Let's see what I can do.
The boys stared in disbelief at the sign that now clearly read, "Welcome to Beacon Pines."
This doesn't make any sense. We're in Beacon Pines? How's that possible? We ran away from town. How did we get back here? Guess we got turned around? Where did all the snow come from? Well, it's been colder than normal lately. There's a pretty big difference between sweater weather and this Arctic hellscape. Tunnel we fought at before. It was cold too. Maybe all of this leads to one source. You think it's related? What the hell is going on? We're gonna get you some answers. Keep moving. There are many dark secrets.
The fencing glistened, each chain link encapsulated with a translucent layer of ice.
It's like the stuff they put up around Weepwood. The stuff who put up? I don't know. Luca, are you there?
Luca had almost forgotten the walkie-talkie he was carrying.
It's that bozo Kerr. I hope nothing bad has happened to you out in those woods.
Luca looked at Iggy with hesitation.
No need to be rude.
With a resigned sigh, Luca responded.
It seems like the only dangerous thing in the woods is you. He speaks, the young man of the hour. Now, how in tarnation did you end up with one of our radios? Just lucky, I guess. Boy howdy, you Van Horns are full of surprises, aren't you? You knew my parents? I never had the honor of meeting your father, but your mom sure was a handful.
Luca winced, shoving the walkie-talkie back into his pocket.
You gotta keep moving. It's all frozen.
Looking down at the frozen stream, Luca could faintly see a school of minnows encased in the ice.
Whatever happened here? It happened fast. Fish didn't even have time to run. Or, you know, swim run.
The crunching of footsteps trailing Luca went
Kind
hush.
of. Not quite. But it does get explained, Lord Nub.
He looked back to see Iggy's face twisted with confusion.
Everyone's gone. What? There's nothing here but more snow. There must be an explanation for all of this. We have to keep looking. You can look all you want. I quit. Iggy, we have to keep going. You don't get it, do you? This isn't one of your pathetic Hank Atomic stories. We aren't going to save the day. We aren't even going to save ourselves. My face is mangled. The town is destroyed. Everyone we've ever known is gone. We don't know that. You can't just quit. Do whatever you want. I'm done. Iggy, it's gonna be okay.
Luca peered upward at the darkening sky. He let out a long, foggy breath. Faintly, Iggy began to cry. Seeing Iggy in such a pathetic state gave Luca a sense of compassion, and more than a little guilt.
It is getting pretty late, I think. Probably not a good idea to stumble around in the dark anyway. There could be grooves.
To collapse next to Iggy.
Just rest for a bit.
The boys huddled together for warmth and comfort. If not for exhaustion, their minds would be racing, trying to make sense of the events of the day. As it was, all they had energy for was to sit in silence, numb.
No, that's definitely... Things just gone from bad to worse. The way the snow covered everything over. Kinda calming. Yeah. I haven't had some time to say it, but thanks. Huh? Getting us away from those creeps. He sort of froze up back there. Iggy, I should be the one apologizing. This all happened because I lost my temper. Nah, that's bull hockey. First of all, you didn't know what that gunk would do. You didn't, right? Of course not. Second, stop with this baloney about losing your temper. But I did lose my temper.
Iggy motioned sarcastically to his half-deformed face.
Obviously. That's exactly what you should have done. Huh? I was being a horse's ass. And you were supposed to be a horse's ass in response. That's how it works. Iggy, I'm having a hard time following. You wanted me to fight you? Of course. Jeez, you goody-goody types take forever to understand this very basic point. How would you go around saying cruel things just trying to get into fights?
He shrugged.
Yeah, it does. His redemption arc is... We get to actually have him as more than a one-dimensional bully. It's something to do. You're an asshole because you're bored? Sometimes I just feel empty. You wouldn't understand. You and Rolo are always having a blast together. Laughing and calling that dinky little treehouse mission control.
He now wept openly.
Perfect little Luca Van Horn. With his perfect little life. My life is not perfect. Everybody in town likes you. Yeah. Hey, that group changes you very fast. He's now a hardcore smoker. He's well, that'd actually be New York for the entire... I'm walking here. Not everybody. Hell, that new girl hasn't even unpacked yet, and she already likes you. You have Tish.
He wiped his nose with his sleeve.
I love Tish. Tish is great. But she ain't exactly the world's greatest conversationalist, you know. Oh, shoot. I get that impression.
He cleared his throat as he wiped his eyes.
I'm sorry, now I'm just picturing Iggy just like chain smoking. Like the thing where they have like 6 cigarettes in their mouth all lit at once. Huh, it must be raining out here. Definitely.
He arched into a wide yawn.
We should probably try to get some sleep. Yeah. Let's lay low for now. Tomorrow we'll get to the bottom of all this.
His eyelids began to slowly drift shut.
That's just hypothermia, Luca. Luca? Yeah? I always did want to see the inside of your dinky little treehouse. What do you think? Not bad. Give you the full tour when we get back. You know what?
That's all Luca could whisper before succumbing to sleep. Iggy snuggled in some more.
When it comes to the worst days of my entire life, this one wasn't half bad.
The house smelled of warm bread.
More nightmares.
Luca was playing with toy blocks on the living room rug. He looked up to see his parents on the couch. His mother held his father's head in her lap. She idly stroked his hair while humming a song. A voice behind Luca spoke. "This is how you remember them, huh?" Luca turned to see his own face. The doppelganger from his dreams, still clad in a yellow hazmat suit, still carrying a look of disdain behind empty eyes. Aw, look at this perfectly cozy scene. You know it wasn't really like this.
Let's crank up the nightmare fuel.
The figure picked up a toy block and inspected it. It's amazing the facades that one can build given the right materials. Not that I blame us. These are a child's memories, all warm and fuzzy. You don't remember, do you? Lucas snatched the block from the figure's yellow-gloved hand. Remember what? The doppelganger pointed to the couch. The last day we saw him alive. The day he chose
Oh,
to
no.
abandon us. Luca turned to look at his father.
And it just like walks into a fire, place that's on fire or something.
That's not true. He didn't abandon us. The doppelganger waved his hand dismissively. Everything is true here. It's just a matter of what we choose to see. Well, let me show you.
You might say it's a matter of perspective, really.
The world flickered and pulsed. Luca was sitting next to his bed, listening to his heartbeat with one of his dad's stethoscopes. The doppelganger limped into the room. No, we both know that's not how this went.
Quit trying to avoid your childhood trauma.
He grabbed Luca's hand and guided the stethoscope to the floor. Luca heard muffled shouting, brought close by the stethoscope. It was his parents, fighting. Do you remember what we did next?
Yeah, he definitely has some serious childhood trauma that he is not,
With a slow nod,
that he's kind of tried to forget about.
all to peek through the banister.
I mean, having a deceased father and then missing mother
His mother at the bottom
is
of the
already
stairs.
has some pretty tragic backstory stuff.
Damn it, Walt. We can't afford to get involved in this. She was scared.
I mean, the good thing is that he does have some very loyal friends.
His father stepped forward. What am I supposed to do? Just watch? There's a sickness in this town, and we both know who's behind it. I swore an oath to help people. I won't turn my back on them. Luca's mother grabbed Walt. She was crying, pleading. I can't lose you. Walt calmly removed Eleanor's hand from his shoulder. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. I could never live with myself if I let Sharper get away with this. Eleanor raised her voice.
Sharpers are gonna be like, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Spare me your bullshit platitudes. What about our son? Luca flinched, dropping the stethoscope down the stairs. Walt turned.
Hey son, you wanna go stop Sharper Valentine?
Luca, is that you, buddy?
Yeah, see, his dad's doing greater good stuff.
With tears in his eyes, Luca descended the stairs. Mom? Dad? What's going on? Walt dropped to a knee to meet Luca eye to eye. Nothing, buckaroo. Your mom and I just got a little overexcited is all. Luca placed the stethoscope against his father's chest. His heart was racing. It sounded like you were going somewhere? Walt gently removed the device from Luca's ears.
I have to go die now, son.
Listen to me, Luca. I have some business to take care of. I'll be back in time to tuck you in. Luca hugged his father tightly. Promise? Walt stood up and walked to the door. He glanced over his shoulder. I promise. With a wink and a grin, he put on his hat and strode out into the evening sun.
But yeah, it is incredibly tragic to have that as your last memory of your father. He went to the store. He just went to get milk.
Endlessly from the foggy snowfall. It stood above them, lingering in contemplation. Slowly raising one hand above Iggy, it snapped out 2 brisk raps on his head. From a deep slumber, Iggy sprang up defensively.
Get your hands off
Whether
me.
it was the calming presence or the recognition that he was not in danger, Iggy felt his clenched fists lower.
Yeah, that looks like a pretty harmless mouse. What's the worst they could do? Just what do you think you're doing?
Luca looked up, gradually remembering his whereabouts. The figure exhaled a cloud of warm vapor.
You two certainly have caused a lot of commotion. What's that supposed to mean? Take it easy, Iggy. We were asleep minding our own business. You're the one running around knocking on people's heads. I'm sorry if I hurt you, Iggy. You didn't hurt nobody. Not physically or emotionally. Anybody. Oh, I see. You think you're better than me, you...
When it came to complete strangers, Iggy had trouble cobbling together an insult.
You big-hatted, scarfy-necked furball. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's lower the temperature a bit here. Interesting choice of words. I mean, let's all just calm down. Who are you? A friend, an observer, a hitchhiker on the infinite expanse of possibility. Also, I like to deal in riddles. Great. How about a name? You must call me something, you can call me Nat.
Iggy huffed with gratification.
How about you make like a gnat and buzz off? Very well.
Nat began to turn away indifferently.
Yeah. Wait, do you live here? You might say that. So you know where we are? You might also say that. Look, pal, we just want to find a safe way out of here. You're gonna help us or not? Nat is very high on the jam. I feel like that would make for a pretty good street drug name. Just call it Jam. And that'd be like a grand street drug. Before knowing how to leave, one must know where they are. Quit giving us fortune cookie wisdom, Nat. Alright, that does it. Luca, I don't know about you, but I'm pulling out my switchblade and I'm cutting this person. But I'm getting out of here one way or another.
Iggy turned sharply and began to stomp off.
The jam stashes under their hat. Oh my goodness. Enough with the riddles. Iggy, wait up.
Realizing he'd worn their patience then, Nat relented.
Oh, it does say that he's a he. It's a little tough to see from the art. Well, I suppose it isn't. This isn't the time for metaphors. I'll show you how to get back home.
Luca and Iggy turned around with hope in their eyes.
Come here.
Nat took a deep breath in.
Close your eyes.
Nat exhaled slowly, then snapped his fingers.
And then he took their wallets and ran. Okay, open them.
For a brief moment, Luca and Iggy let themselves believe that some great magic was about to unfold, until they opened their eyes and found themselves in the exact same place,
Minus their money.
cold and disheartened.
This is your home. This is Beacon Pines. Look, Nat, we don't know how we got here. Maybe we stumbled through some time travel gate in Weepwood, or we teleported to some alternate universe, or this is all some cruel experiment by Kerr and his goons. But this is not our home. Cold, disheartened, broke. Yeah, it's gone from bad to worse. You're inching closer to the truth. Alas, the reality is much less fanciful. Just give it to us straight. So be it. As I said, this is Beacon Pines. The original true Beacon Pines. Hey, we found a way home. You both grew up here, but the town you've called your home for the past several years is a replica. A remarkable achievement of engineering, to be fair, but a replica nonetheless. That's impossible. It's too much work. You'd need a whole town to replicate a whole town. Indeed, to pull off such a feat would require immense labor power. That which could be moved would be moved. That which could not would require a precise duplicate. Ben Truman showed. Now if only like Grand does product placement. And now let's get a cool, refreshing Coca-Cola. We would have noticed. Someone would have noticed. You'd think so, unless the auditing was impeccable. A mind-numbing attention to detail. As for the innumerable trivialities which complete the tapestry, well, you can leave that to this miraculous thing we call a brain. It has a real aversion to discontinuity, a revulsion even. We're starting to get the secrets. We went this path so we could get more context before we finish out the route with interrogating Mr. Tolliver. The brain has a wonderful way of smoothing out the rough edges, keeping us sane.
Luca and Iggy looked around uncomfortably.
So you're saying that someone made an entire new town and moved us all, and no one noticed? Precisely. But why? Why is the one question that can never be answered with certainty. Best one can do is uncover...
Nat narrowed his eyes, furrowed his brow, and uttered,
source. I feel like Nat needs to, like, throw some glitter or something for the dramatic reveal. Why did you say the source like that? Why, indeed.
Luca began to laugh uncomfortably.
It's all ridiculous. There's no way they
He
could.
looked down at his feet. His eyes started back and forth in contemplation. With a sudden pain, a thought struck him.
This really is home.
He sprinted off into the pale distance. As Iggy turned to follow, Nat called out,
Iggy, it's not too late to turn back. Simply head west through Weep Wood.
Chapter 6.
And Nat is left alone to get high on jam.
The source. Nat expressed his sympathy with a shrug and sauntered off as unassumingly as he'd arrived. He'd given Luca and Iggy what they needed, and nothing more.
Yeah, he's definitely not sharing his jam with
As Luca
anyone.
sprinted across the snow, the events of the past few days became clearer, pieces to a larger puzzle. Rollo said he was
It will make
underground
more
somewhere,
sense.
captured. Mr. Kerr tried to cover it up with lies. The clipboards were hell-bent on capturing Iggy. It all seemed to point to perennial
It will.
harvest.
If you remember when Beck mentioned, when Luca was telling Beck about all the stuff with the foul harvest,
But right now, there was one
I
thing
do admit that
Luca
the
needed to know.
time frame of which they replace the town seems a little tight, which is the one thing that it seems like that wouldn't work. And admittedly, I don't think that it would be, if the real town is a few miles away, you would think someone would stumble across it in the woods. But, whatever.
Luca stopped dead in his tracks. The tree was gone, uprooted and moved, leaving a raw gash in the earth. He dropped to his knees and dug wildly at the cold snow.
But I presume that they have some way of trying to keep people away from the original town.
His numb hands hit something hard. A headstone. A dry whisper escaped Luca's lips.
You're here. All this time I thought I was visiting you. You've been here, alone, in the snow. Dad, I'm so sorry. They ruined your favorite spot in the world. Our favorite spot in the world. Dad, what do I do?
There was no reply, just snow-covered silence.
Why'd you give me the slip like that? What if I couldn't find you, you jerk?
Iggy finally noticed the tears welling in Luca's eyes and the snow-covered grave.
Oh. Iggy, they stole his tree, Iggy. Yikes.
Suddenly, they heard the crunch of approaching footsteps in the snow.
We gotta hide. 259K. Pull-up distance still good. Dude, did you hear me? I said 259. Sorry. You ever think about what we did here? Just in case anyone's listening to us. We saved a whole town of people. Doesn't it feel like... It doesn't feel like it sometimes. What about everything we left behind? That's the grave of someone with a family. People who love them will never know the truth. The truth is overrated.
He bent down to scoop up a snowball and lobbed it playfully.
Oh, hey, welcome. Welcome, Murphy's Law. Well, thank you. We're playing Beacon Pines, a narrative adventure kind of game where you get words to fill in the blanks at turning points in the story. It is a really quite... Oh, I've never actually played Ultra Kill. Hey, welcome, Renee, and Rain, and Happy Nugget, Lace, Two Baddies, Sadistic Peach, and other folks. So... Oh, thank you for your kind words. I've never played Ultra Kill. I'm not very good with first-person shooters, personally. So, but yeah, this one's Beacon Pines. We're about probably 2/3 of the way through. Don't be such a downer, dude. We took this job to change the world. Yeah, come on. It's almost lunchtime. Now I'm just gonna dance off. Weirdo. But yeah, hopefully everyone's having a wonderful night. We're trying to get through the entire game tonight. Here I thought I was a jerk. These dinguses are out here literally dancing on graves. Oh, thank you for the sub, Renee.
Heaving sobs.
Thought I was visiting him. I thought he was with me. Not gonna lie, that's a bad break. Here's some advice.
He gave Luca a solid smack on the back of his head.
Smack. Hey! Who's any of this helping? What? Sitting here in the snow, crying like some pushover. Who you helping? Iggy, look what they did. They lied to everyone. Blah, blah, blah. Luca Van Horn, you're a lot of things, but you ain't no pushover. What did I tell you before? When some jerk comes at you, acting like a horse's ass, I should stand up for myself. Hell yeah. Her and his merry little band of clipboards pulled off the switcheroo for a reason, right? Yeah, there's a lot of childhood trauma with this one. Luca's father is dead. We're at his grave right now, and his mother disappeared months ago. So we have a lot of, and he gets horrible nightmares of people dying. Dad mentioned something about a source.
Luca wiped his eyes with a sleeve.
Whatever's at the source must be awfully valuable to Perennial Harvest. Sure would be a shame if something unfortunate would have happened to the precious source, wouldn't it? See, now Iggy's going mafia style. This is it's a language of violence. What do you have in mind? If it's small enough to steal, we snatch it. If it's too big to snatch, we smash it. And what if it's too big to smash?
Iggy flashed a mischievous smile and cracked his knuckles.
I'm always up for a challenge. I'm gonna make this right, Dad. I promise. Let's do this. Now all we need is like some fist bump with Iggy, who's like, the challenge begins. It can get awfully cold out there in those woods, Luca. Probably best you two stay put and conserve your energy. Yeah. The smoker Boston voice apparently helps on the way. Where's Rolo? Actually, you should do it in the Batman voice. Where's Rolo? Where's my mom? Did you kill her? Oh, heavens no. Do I seem like a killer to you?
Iggy and Luca shared a skeptical look.
Your silence speaks volumes. Well, do I? Ah, shucks, now that hurts my feelings. Little Ig. Name's Little Ig. He's gonna ruin your day. Screw that guy. That's true, Iggy does kind of sound like a street name. Wait a minute. If this is the original town, then that means...
Iggy darted behind a large pine and began digging furiously. He emerged holding a shoebox with a crude skull painted on its lid.
What's that? Long story. So a few years back, I came into possession of some premium grade fireworks. Not the wimpy firecracker stuff they give kids. The good stuff. So why did you bury it under a tree? That's the long part of the story. You and Rolo were doing some chores at Rolo's chicken coop, and you guys pissed me off for some reason or another.
Luca rolled his eyes with realization.
The deep secrets of Beacon Pines. No, you didn't.
Iggy stifled a chuckle.
Yep. I just wanted to give you guys a little scare. But like I said, these were some primo fireworks. So I might have underestimated things. You blew up the chicken coop. I prefer to think of it as an incendiary redecoration. Sorry, but you should have seen the look on your faces. Rolo got grounded for months, which is why I needed to stash the evidence and lay low. So I buried him under that tree. When I came back for them later, they were gone. I know. The fact that you're mentioning it is only making me even more likely to just continue doing that. Oh, hey, welcome back. Let's see. I think it's some grown-up found him and tossed him.
Iggy triumphantly raised the shoebox.
Turns out, it wasn't the fireworks that got moved. It was us. Unbelievable. he's, he's still, in a very chipper way, just jumping around. Do you think this is a game? Newsflash, boyo. You're not a hero. You're a little brat who is in way over his head. A hero is just someone who refuses to give up. Comics these days are rotten children's brains. Everyone thinks they're a spaceman superhero with a cool anime past. I was always partial to Hank Atomic myself. Is that so? Do you really think you have a chance against us? You have no idea how powerful we are! Prepare for blast-off, loser. Yeah, watch me jump in a very chipper manner.
Luca and Iggy inched up to the edge of the hole with bewilderment in their eyes. Arctic air breathed out of the cavern in heaving gusts.
Echo. Oh. Whoa. I can see why they wanted to move us all out of town now. But why would they dig a giant hole? I think this is it. This is the source? It's a dang hole? How do we smash a hole? Oh, it's much more than that, my annoying little friend. Where's Rolo? I feel like every time he says that, he needs to do like, where's Rolo? Although I don't think I can do that Batman voice without, scratching my throat and all that. I wasn't lying before, he's safe. Well, safer than you two, at least. Rats, it's cold. You just had to drag me all the way out here, didn't you?
Mr. Kerr gazed down the abyss in contemplation.
It really is something, isn't it? What did you do to our town? What is all of this? Well, it's a doozy of a question. This is the source, where they collect the unrefined,
Kerr scratched the back of his head.
Honestly, boys, I don't understand any of this well enough to explain it. Fact of the matter is, I'm not paid to know. What do you mean you don't know? Ain't you in charge? Oh, heavens no. My role is merely to flash a winning smile and manage various complications. Complications like us. You are a smart boy.
His face contorted into a saccharine grin.
See, he has such a trustworthy grin. It really is nothing personal. Some people are destined to strive for greatness, and others are simply obstacles along the way. Seems like you were destined to be a creepy lackey. The point is that we all play our part in life. He is just the middle manager. Yes. Once we go back to the Tolliver path, it will, we will understand a lot more. Mine just happened to be a lead in the role of a lifetime, and you happen to be extras ready for your curtain call. We aren't giving up without a fight. Your smile's not going to be so winning after we're done with you. Now, boys, there's no need for melodrama. It makes even a professional such as myself embarrassed for you. Let's change the mood a bit.
Kerr snapped his fingers.
Scene change. There, that's better. Deal with them.
Iggy turned to Luca with a sly glance.
Why are you smirking? Because I have a box full of fireworks and you don't.
Iggy waved the box into the air, threatening to drop it down the hole.
Stop. Let's not do something regrettable. Joke's on you. Regret is one of my specialties. Out of curiosity, what would happen if I threw these into your precious hole? Nothing at all. You're a terrible liar. I'll have you know, I'm an exceptional liar. Up, that's far enough.
Iggy plucked a single bottle rocket from the box and held it up with reverence.
Stop, you fool! Call off, you goons.
After a long pause, Mr. Kerr flung up his hand with frustration.
Very well. You can all head back for the night. It's been a long day. I'll handle these two from here.
Mr. Kerr sighed into the frigid air.
It's just us now, Iggy. You can put that down. What, like this?
With a nonchalant flick, Iggy tossed the firework into the hole.
Ooh. Whoa.
With a growl, Kerr leapt at Iggy, crashing through Luca.
That is definitely an evil-looking face for Kerr.
Iggy tried to twist away, but in the struggle they both tumbled over the side. Luca dove forward, bracing Iggy's hand.
He does need a jacket.
His grip was made precarious by the cold, wet snow.
Yes. Iggy's redemption arc begins now.
Kerr further down, clinging to Iggy's coat.
You reckless child, what have you done? Luca, listen to me. Hold on tight and use the walkie-talkie to call them back. How? What channel do I use? It doesn't make a damn difference, they're always listening. If you do that, the clipboards will just haul us up and snag us both. The only way you get out of this is if Kerr's out of the picture. Just let go and save yourself. If he lets go, we both die. I don't want to die, but seeing the look on your face almost makes it worth it. Mr. Kerr, you've had a long life. Why don't you actually do something selfless and just let go?
Mr. Kerr gasped.
I'm the villain, I don't do that. Long life. I'll have you know, I can still play 25. You should have heard me sing the part of Phileas Young.
A wild look in his eye, Mr. Kerr began to hum a proud melody.
Lots of humming. Wow, can you believe this guy? We needed the hum charm.
Luca's hand began to cramp. His voice began to crack.
Kerr, just let go! No can do. If you want to save your friend, you'll have to save me too. Luca, look at me. It's okay.
Luca felt Iggy loosen his grasp.
You aren't going to kill your friend like that, are you?
Every muscle in Luca's body burned.
I'm not his friend. Yes, you are. Nah, I'm just a no-good bully. Like you, Kerr. Iggy, no.
Luca felt his hand slipping.
I told you what you need to do with bullies. Can't. It's your only way out of this mess. Two birds with one stone. It makes sense for us to fall together. Wackadoos travel in packs.
Calm settled over Iggy's face.
Luca, let me do this.
Iggy's voice was colder than the bitter air billowing from the chasm.
Let me do the right thing for once. Yeah, this is definitely it's definitely traumatic either way. But yeah, we can either refuse or accept. Both of these lead to endings.
Choice but to accept.
Of course, refusing would lead to a very obvious bad ending.
Quiet blink. Luca watched a teardrop sail down into the howling void. As his fingers slowly gave up, he met eyes with Iggy.
We'll do both choices, of course. Good.
The two silhouettes were swallowed by darkness.
Hey, at least there's fireworks. Hell of a goodbye, Iggy. Luca, you should really step back. What? Quickly. Curious. Ah, but of course. Those fireworks of Iggy's must have been just the right amount of energy to get out of here before perennial harvest arrives. Not until you tell me what just happened. Your friend's sacrifice just saved this town. For a little while, anyway. How? Tempest liquamine is a peculiar substance. It can change the relationship between matter and time itself. But doing so requires unfathomable amount of energy. In a closed system, that energy can only come from its surroundings. A useful side product of this property being And precisely the correct amount of energy to it, one can create a cryogenic cascade. So this gunk makes things cold and the fireworks make the whole freeze over. That's one way of putting it, yes. As dumb luck would have it, the fireworks weren't strong enough to generate a runaway reaction. I shudder to think what would have happened in that case.
We have some idea what that would look like.
Indeed. It will take them a good while to safely break through and access the source again. If you know all this stuff, why haven't you been helping? Yeah, I probably do need to grab a drink when it starts doing the narration before the end. Have been, in my way. Each one of us has our role to play. Iggy's role, as it turns out, was to buy us precious time. Mine has been to observe and wait. Wait for what? You. Me? Why? What's my role?
A fierce twinkle flashed in Nat's eyes.
Luca Van Horn, you are going to save the world.
With a chuckle, Nat turned and walked west. Dumbfounded, Luca followed behind him, trudging through the snow. Every step taking him further away from everyone and everything he knew, and closer to destiny. To be continued in Beacon Pines, Pines Harder. Revenge served cold. Second time's a charm? Wait, that's it? This ends with a crummy cliffhanger?
No, it says he's a male.
I was even starting to like Iggy. No way.
It's more along the lines that concludes this branch of the tree. So it doesn't give us a true ending. Okay, so let's do the one where we refuse. Which leads to a bad ending.
Luca had no choice but to refuse Iggy's request. He tightened
Hey,
his
welcome,
grip
Tatsuya.
and reached for the walkie-talkie in his pocket. A wild delight crept onto Mr. Kerr's face. That's a good lad. Now, radio for help. Iggy begged Luca with his eyes one last time, but Luca pressed the button and called out. We need help. Mr. Kerr is in danger. It wasn't long before they were once again surrounded by clipboards. Mr. Kerr sighed with relieved frustration.
There was no way it could end well by refusing.
You really are a worthless lot, aren't you? Mirror, now. A clipboard dutifully produced an ornate ivory hand mirror, and Mr. Kerr began combing his tousled hair.
Oh goodness, he seems to be the type that just have a
That's
mirror.
better. Mr. Van Horn, I applaud your sharp thinking under duress. I'll put in a good word for you with the founder. Take them away. A swarm
Take them
of
away,
bees
boys.
overpowered Luca. The last thing he saw before a cloth bag was pulled over his head was the defeated look on Iggy's face. The end. I think this was one of those times where doing the right thing was the wrong thing.
Okay, time to go back to our interrogation. Because now with the sly option, we can go much
They
further.
call it a classic good cop, sly cop interrogation. Luca and Rollo ducked behind a barrel.
We are
waiting
about to
back
get
her
all the
task.
secrets.
With a few crisp snaps, she roused Mr. Tolliver.
What? What's going on here? You're that Modewell girl. Please, call me back. Sorry about all this.
Mr. Tolliver looked down and shifted a bit, testing his restraints.
It seems there's been a mix-up. You see, I'm down here for the same reason you are. Juniper sent you here?
Beck caught herself before letting the surprise manifest on her face. She'd already gotten him to reveal his relation to Gran. This was gonna be easy.
You know how Juniper is with her precautions. Operation Sparkplug has us all on edge. I guess she thought you needed some backup. But she sent a child? What better way to avoid prying eyes? Who would suspect a kid? I suppose that makes sense.
Mr. Tolliver wriggled a bit in his restraints.
There are going to be answers soon. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Beck quickly removed the ropes.
I did kind of try to do the routes in order so that it made the most sense as it slowly got revealed. The detour to the Iggy route gave a lot of stuff with the source that kind of... Plus we needed the hum thing if we wanted to continue. That had to be uncomfortable. A little, yeah. Do you understand? We never know who to trust in this town.
Mr. Tolliver rubbed the growing knot on his forehead.
Very true. So it turns out we're both here to...
Twirled her hand, as if to prompt Mr. Tolliver to finish her thought.
destroy the evidence.
Beck shook her head and clicked her tongue.
Yeah, Mr. Tolliver's getting played like a fiddle. Yep, the old gal is nothing if not thorough.
Mr. Tolliver let out an amused huff in agreement.
She sure is. Can't blame her, though. Anyone were to find out that we're going to destroy the source, well, we both know how bad that might be. No one will know anything once I'm finished cleaning things up down here.
Beck was on a roll now, playing Mr. Tolliver like a fiddle.
You're sure you can finish this up on your own? Juniper trusted me for a reason. You can leave the rest to me. Good. There is one more loose end I'll go work on. Loose end? Oh, it's nothing, really. The other day, I had the radio on scan while restocking the candy shelf. And wouldn't you know it, I intercepted an odd phrase in a perennial harvest transmission. Underground secrets. That's ominous. I think it might be a password, but Juniper dismissed it. Said it wasn't mission critical. What's the password for? We don't know. So we have a password and nowhere to put it? It's gotta mean something, right? Good thinking. Should probably go work that out. I got this under control. That's a relief. Between you and me, this basement gives me the willies.
Heading for the stairs, Mr. Tolliver hesitated and turned to Beck with a puzzled look.
She just gives a thumbs up.
She grinned and gave him a peppy wave.
Well, close enough.
With a shrug, he continued up the stairs, whistling a jaunty tune.
Beck is the master interrogator. Sure did. This whole time, Mr. Tolliver's had a candy shelf, but all he ever sells us is apples.
Beck blinked slowly in disappointment.
The password, Rollo. Well, sure, but once things are back to normal, I'll be having a word with Mr. Tolliver about that candy shelf. Fine, in the meantime, I've got an idea.
She turned to the table and began tearing small scraps of paper.
He said he heard a password on the radio. Any good spy transmission is never what it seems.
Beck marked each scrap of paper.
Oh, and leaned back. We just need to find the hidden meeting. Okay. What's another word for underground? Buried, covered... Could it be a cover-up? Maybe it's one of those each letter is a number thingies. So U would be 21, N would be 14, D would be... Ooh. It's an anagram. Nuncreed's drugstore.
Luca and Beck looked at Rollo with amazement.
Rollo, that was incredible. Well, it's either that or Kren's new drugstore. Yeah, I think you were right the first time. How did you do that? What can I say? I love ciphers. I guess we know where to go next. She's the best interrogator. But Rollo definitely has his moments. You scared me half to death. Sorry. You kids haven't seen Mr. Tolliver around, have you? No. Nope. He's got me waiting around like the last slice of pie. I swear that man will be late to his own funeral. Yeah, we're getting our jam. Just need like a cool kind of pose as we say, jam. You're late, Augustus. Sorry, sister. Was hanging out with Captain Morgan and Jack Daniels. Was caught up with work. Work? You? I have a few more details to lock down for the festival. Oh, what do you have to report? What is this insipid town festival really about? I think
Gus looked around nervously.
Mr. Kerr really just wants to do something good for the town. He's actually a pretty nice guy. You should spend some time with him. He didn't pull strings installing you as mayor so that you could make friends. Your job is to help me figure out what Kerr and Perennial Harvest's true intentions are with this town. We have a responsibility. This is our father's town. was... Excuse me. This was our father's town. He's gone, Eris, and he isn't coming back. Father left us with nothing but problems. Mr. Kerr came and offered to help us. We accepted that help. We didn't agree to them turning Father's warehouse into a toxic dumping ground. That is just a temporary arrangement. The glow can be seen from our damn backyard. They are dumping their nasty little secrets on us. When this all inevitably goes wrong, who do you think will be blamed?
Eris's cry hung in the air.
It is much prettier when it's not covered in snow. You have a new choice to make now, sister. This town is going to change whether we like it or not. We're going to choose to be a part of that future, or be forgotten in the past. It's a shame. Father named you Augustus, but you will always be just like Gus. Good night, Eris. I'll see you at breakfast tomorrow. I know, the art is a very lovely point of this game. It's getting late, children. Definitely, this was one of those games that when I played the demo, I was looking forward to this game from the get-go. Because I like the little kind of games like this that are more just kind of relaxed, kind of choose-your-own-adventure kind of segments.
Solomon stood proudly at the entrance to the drugstore, holding a brown bag overflowing with black licorice.
Hey, Solomon. We're looking for Mr. Nuncreed. Is he still in there? I'm afraid not. Where'd you get the candy from? You might say we have an arrangement.
Solomon shoveled a surprising amount of licorice into his mouth.
He's just got like all the licorice and such. And he's like, sometimes it's the small pleasures in life. Though we might not always have family to rely upon. Licorice has never let me down. I can't say licorice would be my first choice. But whatever floats your boat. Welcome, Renee. Yeah, and that's the thing about this. Once you see the full story, then it's interesting to look back on a second play, which is what I'm doing now, where I'm seeing where some of these things, how some things fit together. You can tell a lot about a person by their choice of confection. Yeah, there's a lot of people with issues in this game. Oh, yeah, I guess. I like sour gobs. I'm certain you do. I've also wondered why Mr. Nuncreed kept licorice in stock. You must eat enough of it to make it worthwhile. There are many ways to earn loyalty. For some, it's as easy as cold, hard cash. Well, he's right. It's locked. There's gotta be more clues. Okay, let's see. Since we know about it from the bad end, we can examine the telephone booth. Have you ever seen anyone actually use this thing? Besides Mr. Nuncreed, no.
Beck cupped her hands on the glass to peek inside.
That is not a normal phone booth. It's got like a blinky keypad. Would there be a blinky keypad? Kren's Dude Rug Store. I mean, Underground Secrets. The password.
Beck flung open the door and they all squeezed in.
Yeah, but now we got backup. Alright, let's see here.
Luca cracked his knuckles and entered the letters into the keypad.
Underground Secrets. Sounds like that did something. Great, now what? Guess we...
The inside of the phone booth dropped loose from its shell. Without even the space to panic, they closed their eyes, held their breath, and accepted their fate. Suddenly, the chaotic descent slowed to an effortless landing. It was unclear where they ended up, but at least it was solid ground.
Never actually found licorice that good. I don't know, I think it's more of an acquired taste, because I never could get to like it. I think I've had it a few times and could enjoy it, but most of the time I'd say no. It is vile.
Stagnant.
It's not really what I would take as a first choice. It's kind of like custard pie. I can kind of enjoy it, but if I have more than like one slice, then that's one slice too many. I knew it! You knew that there was a secret hub full of strange tubes under the phone booth. Of course I did. Didn't I say that? No. I definitely thought it. Luca, do you remember when I said how cool it would be if the train's dimensional conduits from Hank Atomic issue number 12 were real? Rolo, at one point or another, you've said that about every technology ever discussed in Hank Atomic. That's why I'm such a good predictor. It looks like each of these has something written on them. Training Operations Alpha? You guys have mines here? Not that I know of. This town is all farms and fertilizer. And a series of tubes. Pa always says you can only trust a miner up to the point when they hit gold. It's a laundromat. Yeah, this is where Mr. Duncreed does his laundry. Not sure how that wisdom applies in this exact situation. That's the thing about Pa. You don't always realize what he means until it's too late. Perennial Harvest main office. That's where my mom works. What does she do? Science stuff. Is she involved in all of this? We just moved here. How could she be involved? True. Valentine Fertilizer Warehouse. Isn't that where you almost got snatched? Yeah? Why would Perennial Harvest have a tube go into the old Valentine place? This is starting to feel like something big. This suit has a broken mask. So, have we found our mystery warehouse creeper? We at least found their hazmat suit. If it walks like an Uncreed and talks like an Uncreed, let's not jump to conclusions. Just saying. That's a lot of buttons. Stand aside, Earthlings. I've read enough Hank Atomic to know my way around sci-fi tech.
Rolo's hands hovered over the field of blinking buttons.
Eeny, meeny, miny. Rolo, what did you do? Nothing. I didn't even mow yet. What was that? Hide! Where? There's nothing but weird tubes down here. Just get back. A stranger enters. Shit, my laundry's not even done. Shit. Shit. Awesome! You all need to come with me now. We aren't going anywhere with you. Not until we get some answers. Mr. Underground Secrets? I told him it was an absurd password. But they love anything that makes them feel clever. They who? That's no matter. If I can keep you hidden until after the festival, I might be able to save your skins. We don't care about our skins. Hold on now, I like my skin. This all stops now, Nuncreed.
Joseph waited for a moment.
No, this is just beginning. Okay, there we go. You sound just like him. Who? Walt. You don't get to talk about my dad. You know, your father and I were friends back before.
He gestured toward the strange tubes.
Yeah, language children. Awesome is too strong of language. All of this. That's a lie. It's true. I used to bounce you on my knee. What happened? Same thing that always happens. Reality complications, life. We were a team, Walt and I. An idealistic doctor and a bright-eyed pharmacist. Hey, welcome this name. Hopefully you've been doing well. Playing Beacon Pines, a narrative adventure game. We're getting pretty close to the end. Both hell-bent on helping folks. So you were his sidekick? No. We were partners. He helped the patients and I helped him. Yep, total sidekick.
Nuncreed let out a growl of a sigh.
Luca, I need you to know this. I need someone to know this. One day, Sharper Valentine comes to us. Says he's got an opportunity. He found something he didn't quite understand, and was willing to pay us both handsomely to help him understand it. And my dad said no. Your father and I both believed in helping people. But the thing I could never get him to understand was, it's a lot easier to help others if you help yourself now and then. Classic sidekick into villain plotline. Walt loved being righteous almost more than he loved his family. He was wrong about one thing, though. He begged me not to take Valentine's offer. He said, Joseph, if a person says yes one time to Sharper Valentine, he'll make sure they keep on saying yes to him until the day he's dead and gone.
He shook his head wistfully.
Sharper's long gone. He's still got me saying yes. Is there a point to this sob story? Not really, no. Just an old man trying to delay what needs doing.
Nuncreed took a menacing step towards the children.
I tried to keep you safe. I tried to keep you and Juniper out of this. But you forced my hand.
Luca began to laugh.
What? You really don't know? My gran isn't out of this. She's been scheming right under your nose. Juniper. Seems like she's planning on crashing the town's party. She's going to disrupt the festival. Why would she...
The color drained from Nuncreed's face.
How does she know? Apparently she knows a lot of things. What? Let's just say this isn't the only underground lair we've busted into today. And honestly, hers is way cooler. She's got maps and explosives and bad intentions, big man.
Nuncreed grabbed Luca by the shoulders. His eyes were frantic.
You need to tell me what she's gonna do right now. Where's Bane? She doesn't understand what it is she's messing with. Tell me now. She's in danger, boy. You don't know. She had a map with a mark on the fountain in town square. But why would...
A jolt of realization struck Mr. Nuncreed.
He knows about the source. The heck is the source? If she tries to destroy the source, it could catalyze and... Dear God, she's gonna freeze us all. So now we know why the ice happens. You all need to run. Run where? Away. As far away from this town as you can get. Head west and don't look back. That did not go how I expected. So, we're totally following him, right? Totally. See you on the other side. You good? Yep. I love this town.
Chapter 8. The Cold, Hard Truth. Beck leapt up, allowing the suction to yank her into the dark. Dimness eclipsed around her like the shutter of a camera, as she seemed to cover great distance in
I know.
minutes.
Beck lives for the excitement.
Her only points of reference were glints of upcoming turns, which approached with frightening speed, only to carom her gracefully along.
I know, they seem like that they would have potential accidents with that.
She heard the tinny, distant echoes of Rollo's glee. Once she stopped fighting against it, the ride was impossibly smooth. Then,
But hey, it's fiction. It can work however you want it to.
in an instant, light blazed into view. A burst of wintry air snuffed across her face, and she was flung out into the cold.
Well, I mean, we got subways and whatnot. That was... intense? Yeah. I think I might have parted with some fluids in there. Any idea where we are? Somewhere cold. Doesn't look like it got on any of us. Didn't feel like we traveled that far. So then where did it all go? This place sucks. Why would anyone even want to blow something up out here? Only one way to find out, I suppose. Gotta catch up to Nuncreed. I think he went this way. Yeah. Hey, Rollo has the most important questions to think about. Okay, this is starting to feel really familiar. I may not be the most well-versed on all things Beacon Pines. This does look like some sort of frozen replica of town. Ah, I got it. It's so obvious now. Mr. Nuncreed is an alien. Rollo, stick with me here. The species can only live in sub-zero temperatures. Oh boy, here we go. The source is their base camp dimension so naturally they keep it cold. We found it by traveling through those metallic wormholes back there. Final objective, kill us all and shapeshift into a Beacon Pine citizen of their choosing. You never really had me, but you very much lost me there. You get used to it. We should keep moving. Rollo knows too much.
Frozen town square. They spotted Mr. Nuncreed inching cautiously toward a pit at its center. He held his arms out gingerly, as if approaching a beast in the wild. Upon closing the distance, Luca recognized what Nuncreed was after. Gran stood confidently at the edge, one arm outstretched over the abyss. Nearby, a wheelbarrow had been emptied out. She held a lit torch, which
might have had a bit more than Iggy's fireworks. Just a little bit. Juniper, I don't know what you think you're doing, but I assure you this is not gonna solve anything. If you drop that, you've doomed this whole town. Oh, it wasn't me who doomed this town. I've been watching you, Joseph. I know what you've done. You and your co-conspirators. Explosive jam. Gran? What's happening? Luca, you and your friends need to leave right this moment.
Mr. Nuncreed turned back toward the kids, desperation in his eyes.
Listen to your grandma, Luca. This is between me and Juniper.
Rollo and Beck held steadfast in awe. Luca approached closer. Mr. Nuncreed spun back toward Gran, his voice growing louder.
You've got it all wrong, Juniper. Just hand over that torch. You don't understand what you're doing. How could I possibly trust you to do the right thing? Walt told me everything. He trusted you, and you betrayed that trust. Luca, did you know this man's entire life is a lie? If it weren't for him, your father might still be alive.
Mr. Nuncreed winced with anguish. His voice hardened.
That's not true.
They both now yelled, not to each other, but at fate itself, making their peace with long-held burdens. The wind howled with encouragement.
Walt was like a brother to me. We just had different ideas about how to effect change. Very convenient that your way just happened to line your pockets. Now, that's not fair.
They menaced at each other, both catching their breath. The moment balanced on a knife's edge.
So we have two options here, and we're going to pick the wrong one first.
Luca's mind flooded with questions. The wind calmed, as if to give him the stage.
It's going to be jamming time indeed. Right, wrong one first.
Stillness, he began to weep.
But that's why we needed the hum, because the hum's the right option.
Too much. Falling to his knees, Luca whimpered softly. The tears crystallized as they hit the snow. Gran stared at Luca for a moment with warm sympathy.
I know, there aren't as many branching options as I would have thought. It's still an enjoyable story. This'll all make sense soon, Luca. Then everything can go back to normal. I promise.
She stiffened up and brandished the torch at Mr. Nuncreed.
You can't hide behind those people any longer, Joseph. Once the precious source is destroyed, we'll see where their loyalties fall. Juniper, don't.
Ignoring his final plea, Gran flung the torch into the deep darkness.
I mean, it's the problem of branching paths.
Mr. Nuncreed moaned in resignation. The torch echoed as it ricocheted down the hole, punctuated with a thunderous thud.
You see, Joseph, I've learned one very important lesson in life. If you want things to change, then you must be willing to...
Before Gran could finish, the ground shook her to silence. Gran only had time to spin around and run to Luca. Her attempt to shield him, an honorable but trifling act. Unflinching love, pitted against an unthinking horror, there was no contest. Her warm embrace froze in an instant. That is where they remain, fixed in place.
It would be kind of cool, you're right.
And so, our story ends on this melancholy scene. In a town brought low by its secrets, sits the frozen statues of a misguided band of meddlers. The end. Well, that was dire.
You might say that Gran needs to chill out.
On the bright side, we finally figured out where all the ice is coming from. Now, we just need to find a way to deal with a mystic, unfathomable force of nature. And in the stillness,
The problem, though, Bulbasaur, is that, you know, the more branching paths you make, the more you either have to make a completely new segment for that, or make a bunch of abrupt endings for that, of wrong choices. So that's already going to lengthen things enormously, and depending on the budget, it can be difficult for that.
After the death of his father, Luca had trouble sleeping.
Well, sort of, Lord Nub.
Each night, his mother would sit at the foot of his bed and hum a gentle melody. It was the only thing that could calm his mind. The only thing that, however briefly, could make it all seem okay. That melody pervaded every memory Luca had of his mother. Shivering in the raw snow, he began to hum it out loud.
It's a very nice touching scene.
Gran lowered the torch, listening closely. As recognition slowly set in, her heart sank. Those countless nights of consolation, the incomparable loss they shared together. She let the torch fall to the snow and sizzle out. A few steps toward Luca was all she could bear before dropping to the snow herself. Through a flood of tears, she began to hum along, note for note. Luca lifted his head in astonishment. The last time he heard that melody was the last night he saw his mother.
How do you know? I'm so sorry, my little buckaroo. Buckaroo. The only people who call me that are my dad and... your mother.
Luca blinked through blurry, watery eyes, trying to see more clearly. He could just make out the impression of a familiar face. He peered across the snowscape at the woman on her knees. Something about her was undeniably his mother. Only smaller, older, changed.
Mom? That's right, buckaroo. Mom!
Luca sprinted as fast as he could toward his mother.
You might remember from that gunk that got on, Beck's hair.
They held each other close, and the cold retreated from their bodies.
Eleanor? I thought you were... gone. You should have known I would never abandon my son.
Eleanor looked down at Luca, tightening her embrace in an appeal for forgiveness.
Wow. You're a smart man, Joseph. I thought you'd have pieced it together by now. You were exposed. Mom, I don't understand any of this. What happened to you? Where did you go? Why did you leave me? I never left you. I was always right here, Luca. Why did you lie to me? It tore me up, Luca. But I did it to keep you safe. I thought that getting answers would help both of us move on. But the more I discovered, the more I realized the danger we were in. Until perennial harvest was stopped, it was better if everyone thought I was gone. You could have trusted me. These are bad people, Luca. They won't stop until they get what they want. They don't care who gets hurt in the process. Then, what do? We have to stop them.
Joseph slumped into the cold, wet snow.
They can't be stopped. This is too big. They tried beating them at their own game. I'm done fighting fire with fire.
For the first time in a long time, her voice felt like her own again.
No more lies. I see now. There's a better way to stop perennial harvest. The cold, hard truth.
Luca gazed down at Nuncreed with pity. He looked small. Joseph stared into the snow, as if searching it for answers.
Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash. You don't understand. He always wins. It's a nice reunion scene.
Chapter 9. The Devil You Know. 7 months ago, Eleanor Van Horn crept down the maze of
Yep, it
stale
was the goop.
hallways under perennial harvest. She stopped in front of the large steel door marked Deep Engineering. No turning back now. She raised a trembling hand. The stolen keycard worked as promised, and the door buzzed open with mechanical efficiency. She was immediately hit with the smell of disinfectant. It was some sort of laboratory. In one corner was a desk covered in papers. Across the room stood a tall metal pod with hoses protruding from its base. She rushed to the desk and began shifting through the piles of papers. They were experiment reports on something.
We get
called
more about the
Tempest
goop
liquid.
in a little bit. Well, actually, right now.
There were dozens of them, every one stamped failed. Eleanor heard the sharp echo of footsteps approaching. She was out of time. Her eyes scanned the room, eventually landing on the strange pod. Muttering a curse under her breath, she dashed over and dove inside.
And that is what change is all about. Grabbing the future by the scruff of the neck and making things happen. Zombie aliens for sure. Change is a choice. I am tickled pink that we will all be making that choice together. How great is that? This man is a liar. Excuse me? I will not. This town has a dangerous secret and perennial harvest only exists to keep it hidden. Nonsense. They picked up the whole damn town and moved it right under our noses. You aren't making any sense, dear.
Mr. Kerr addressed the crowd with a sarcastic tone.
Imagine such a thing. It's absurd. And just plain impossible. They promised they could fix the foul harvest. They told us they would clean this place up. Hi, welcome again, Red. We just had to leave the town for a few days. But while they had us evacuated. Mrs. Hartford, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you to. You're afraid of a lot of things, aren't you? You sniveling little worm. This is growing tiresome. A little help, please? Don't you all see this festival is a sham? An excuse to have the whole town gather in one place. They're planning something awful. I don't know what, but these people are wicked. Don't listen to her, she has absolutely no proof. I am the proof. I'm Eleanor Van Horn.
Whispers filtered through the crowd.
Well, aren't you just sneaky as the dickens? We all knew Valentine's fertilizer was too good to be true. And now this whole town is paying the price. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry about this disruption. My associates will take this obviously disturbed woman somewhere comfortable, so that she can get the help she needs. She's not the one who's disturbed. You two-timing clown. You all know there's something wrong with this town. It was just easier to look the other way. The truth is... yeah, Kerr's definitely got trust. He's got a trustworthy smile. That's quite enough, Mr. Nuncreed.
Torment dragged on Joseph Nuncreed's face.
Yes, sir. Take them away. No, I want them to see this. Ah, the ever-tempestuous Eleanor Van Horn. You've been quite the thorn in my side. Like a weed that's burrowed in where it doesn't belong. I must confess, you look dreadful.
He paused for a moment, plucking a piece of fuzz from his sweater and discarding it to the ground.
Consider yourself in rare company. You've managed to pull one over on me. It won't happen again. I knew you had some sort of plan to disrupt our little party. But alas, I was expecting a bit more impressive than incoherent rambling. No matter, your failures are yours to bear. Mr. Kerr. Yes, sir. It's a shame it was cut short, but thank you for that rousing oratory. I will take it from here. Yes, sir, of course, sir. You have done quality work for me, William. You can look forward to the recompense we agreed upon.
Kerr gave a bow of deference.
Founder, you are most gracious.
Gasps rippled through the crowd.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket. In one smooth motion, he downed its contents.
You figured it out, Ed.
A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
And because we were so focused on this branch trying to stop Gran from destroying the town, we weren't able to stop him. You can call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist. A hushed horror gripped the crowd.
I'm very fortunate that your clothes age with you.
Story about change.
This idiot. What? No! Ah, so you didn't see that coming. Good.
Sharper examined his new hands.
Well, this is quite the improvement. Everything looks so much smaller now. Eleanor was right about one thing. This festival was a ruse. I wanted you all to witness my glorious return with your own eyes. Why does everyone look so downtrodden? This is a celebration, people. Maybe it would help if we set the mood. Mr. Kerr, be a dear and reveal the sign. I know. It's fortunate that the clothes age with you when you drink said vial. Ha! Wonderful!
Sharper choked out a crude squawk of a laugh. Frustrated grumbles sprinkled through the crowd.
Sharper, you malicious bastard! And that's the last charm we needed. I'm glad you're back so I can tell you to your face. You destroyed this town. We ain't gonna let you get away with it again. Sorry, this is not the time for audience participation. Some assistance, Mr. Kerr?
William Kerr gave a subtle nod to the clipboards.
You coward! I mean, I think they're outnumbered here, so... I guess the only reason why we're not actually just rushing Sharper and killing him is, you know, we don't have pitchforks and torches, so we can't actually do a mob. They're mob rules, you know. I know, you would think that they would rush him. Be like, you're back? Alright, we're gonna string you up ourselves and, you know, like, cut you to pieces. Does anyone else have something to contribute?
A helpless quiet settled over the crowd.
I thought so. Did you all truly believe you could be free of me? A town of complete and utter fools. You people should be celebrating my return. Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, unless you have pitchforks and torches, and Gran just put out the last torch, you can't have a mob. Them's the rules. You're clearly lost without me. And that leads me nicely to my children. Daddy? I gave you both the greatest gift a parent can give. The opportunity to prove yourselves in my absence. Squandered. To say I'm disappointed would be an understatement. But Silence Augustus and Adultus speaking. I don't know which is worse, a son who is completely hopeless, or a daughter with such potential who inevitably lets me down. Eris, you fail me with admirable consistency. Thankfully, I was counting on it this time. Father, I have been wasting time, my dear. What have you accomplished? I was focused on cementing our legacy. Legacy? Who needs a legacy when you can just live forever? But what about... It's alright, kiddo. I'm afraid you suffer from a complete lack of imagination. There's just no helping it. Now then, where is Joseph? You didn't take the opportunity to slip off, did you? There he is. Everyone should give him a hand. None of this would have been possible without Joseph. I think you've said enough. Nonsense, the people deserve to know how helpful and loyal you've been. I only did what I did because he left me no choice. You always had a choice, Joseph. You were simply too weak to take it. No matter, cheer up. You are about to be rich beyond your wildest dreams. You should follow Mr. Kerr's example. When I found him, he was in a sorrier state than any of you. An aging actor, desperate to recapture his youth. He played his part, and soon he'll be able to play the leading man again. Forever, in fact, if he remains loyal. That goes for all of you. Well, those who haven't already frittered away my goodwill. Beacon Pines is mine again, and I am willing to share its spoils in exchange for absolute loyalty. Are you saying William Kerr was never in charge of Perennial Harvest? You think that puffed-off blatherskite could have accomplished all of this? Don, I suppose it's time for your big exclusive. He knows how to win Don over. Welcome, 38.
He'd planned this moment for so long that now, at the deed's fruition, it almost felt frivolous.
He has been working on this monologue. He stayed up all night on it. You see, I needed a figurehead to hold things down while I orchestrated my return. Someone to misdirect, lie, and bilk this town for a spell. So I invented William Kerr. Take your bow. You've earned it.
Mr. Kerr flourished a preposterously elaborate bow.
Patrick C. Montesquieu, thespian extraordinaire at your service. Founder, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity. It was truly the role of a lifetime. Wait, so this Bill Kerr was a patsy the whole time? Now that your secret is out in the open, what's to stop this town from rising up against you? Oh, that's the delicious part. Fear. Thanks to our clipboards, I know what each and every person in this town fears most. I will make those fears manifest for anyone who steps out of line. The choice is simple. I'm not afraid of you. Ha! The young hero. I've kept a keen eye on you, boy. You and your friends made a habit of disrupting my plans. What a pity. Things would have gone a bit differently. You might have had your moment of triumph. But that's fate for you. You can't do this! Oh, but I can. And I have. I have won. Never underestimate what a great man can do given time. And now time is my plaything. Perhaps the most expensive thing I've ever bought. But well worth it.
Sharper coughed up one final laugh and cracked his knuckles.
Enough chit-chat. Let's get to work, shall we? Yeah, he's definitely been
So,
saving it.
Sharper set about remaking the town in his own image. The fertilizer factory soon reopened for business. Sales rose steadily as more and more farmers across the countryside began to swear by its miraculous properties. Beacon Pines became famous, a secretive town that, for the right price, shared its gifts with all. Gifts that became more and more necessary in a world where winters grew longer and longer.
Well, there becomes the bleak kind of thing.
The end. This is wrong, but things are becoming clearer now. You can feel it, right?
So we've dealt with one problem, but now we got another.
Can't let Sharper win. He might just be the key to this whole thing. Let's see.
But now, because we have the malice thing, we can finally go all the way back to this one. And progress on a new path.
There was a malice lurking behind those eyes.
Now we can finally be like, no, we're not going to tell you anything, Nuncreed.
Luca felt the weight of Nuncreed's hand on his shoulder. Something wasn't right. He didn't know why, but something was telling Luca to get out of there.
I just want this to all be over. Of course, I'm sure it'll all work out soon enough. I should get going. I told Roxy I'd check for Rolo at the treehouse.
Luca twisted free of Nuncreed's grasp.
Of course. Luca, you know your dad and I were good friends back in the day. You can come to me with anything. Anything at all. I'm getting away from you. You smell of secrets and terrible stuff. Like sulfur. Ah, secrets and sulfur. That's going to be our thing. These festival decorations are a bit humdrum. Now, if I were to throw a festival, it would be a thing to behold. I agree. This is all more than a little sad. It's worse than sad. It's boring. What if we did a little something to spice things up? I'm listening. You know that festival sign waiting to be unveiled? It would be a shame if someone
The two scurried off, eagerly formulating a plan.
were to rearrange the letters. So now, brand new stuff. Identify yourself, please. Nellie Modewell. I work here now. I am unable to locate you on your staff roll. Oh, I don't officially start until tomorrow. Mr. Kerr said I could come in early tonight to get a few things done. Oh, please. Appearance authorized. Thank you. Our harvest awaits. You could get a wrench to the noggin, sneaking up on a guy like that. Don't scare a man when he's junking, Sonny. Evening, Jeff. Isn't it kind of late to be junking? Might as well ask the same thing of you. Find anything good? Ever since Perennial Harvest moved in, even the junk is trash. You can learn a lot about a person by looking at what they throw away. With this bunch, it's all shredded paper and coffee cups. I better get going. I didn't see nothing if you didn't see nothing. See what? Exactly. Jeff is the exact person that you need to be able to keep the secrets. Rollo?
He aired a long holler into the woods.
Rollo! You just gotta go, Marco! Rollo, wherever you are, hope you're okay.
Luca felt his eyes getting heavy and plopped into the beanbag. He conceded to its lumpy embrace.
Oh, nightmares!
Luca found himself in a vast
Marco Rollo. Definitely.
This time, he knew exactly where to go. He took a single confident step forward. The world flickered and pulsed. He found himself standing in front of the frigid air of a blazing campfire. The source. He plopped down cross-legged and gazed into the cold flame, waiting. Soon enough, the fire began to die out, popping sporadically, until all that was left was a single ember.
Yeah, more trauma.
Dusted himself off. He plucked the glowing ember from the cold ash, examined it, and slid it into his pocket.
So he could continue the Age of Fire at a later date.
A keepsake. The voice of his father spoke behind him. You made me proud, Buckaroo. Luca turned to face him. Dad, what is this place? A warm grin grew across his father's face. A place where everything that has been and everything that could be. Luca found himself staring at his
That could be
father's
weights
face,
together.
trying as hard as he could to memorize every single detail. Wait? For what?
The actualized kid? Do I need to spell it out for you?
As Luca's doppelganger stepped forward. That's up to you. Without knowing why, Luca began to weep. Is any of this real? Are you real? Luca's father bent down to smudge away a tear. Of course. I'm as real as the part of you that misses me.
We're just part of your
turned to the older
nightmares.
version of himself. And you? The doppelganger choked back tears. I'm as real as the part of you that's angry he's gone. Does that make sense? Through his tears, Luca laughed. I think so. His father pulled him in for an embrace. Time to go, Buckaroo.
Yeah, unfortunately, our father is very dead with that.
Hanging on the floor.
You in there?
A commanding voice rumbled from below. Just as Lucas sprang to lock the entry hatch, the door knocked open. Chapter 5. Dangers Big and Small. Lucas stumbled back. He heard the rope ladder creak under significant weight. Keeping his eyes fixed on the hatch, he inched backward to the balcony. As his hand grasped the door handle, Luca froze.
Quick, get your gun, Luca!
A large figure clumsily wriggled up through the hole.
Stop right there! Or I'll... Sheesh, I know it's dark and all, but I figured you'd recognize me. Who are you?
The large figure cocked its head inquisitively.
Stop now or I'll clobber you with a baseball bat. Whoa, 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 take it easy. Luca, you need to get your eyes checked. It's me, Rollo. Nice try, but I know you aren't Rollo. You're like one of his random uncles or something. Where is he? Uncle. Luca, quit messing around. It's me. It really is you. Prove it. Flamin' chicken coop, Luca.
Luca's jaw dropped. He peered more closely at the man standing in front of him. Something about him was undeniably Rollo, only bigger, older, changed.
How? What happened to you? When I was running away, I ran into more people in those yellow suits. They grabbed me and dragged me away. What? Where did they take you? I don't know. They threw a bag over my head. It was cold and smelled like a swimming pool. I think it was an underground lab or something. They made my hands all big. Look.
Rollo proudly presented his hands to Luca.
Pretty sweet, right? I mean, it wouldn't be my first pick for a superpower. But beggars can't be choosers. Rollo, it wasn't just your hands. My feet, too? Dang, Pa just made me new shoes. Wait, Luca, why are you so small?
Luca moved to the side and pointed Rollo to his reflection in the balcony window.
What the?
His hands shot up to his face.
Holy Toledo! Rollo, what did they do to you? They made me drink some sort of green crud. Ew. Actually, it wasn't too bad. It kind of tasted like licorice. Passed out and woke up like this. And then I sort of smashed open my cage and escaped. Yeah, Rollo is not exactly the sharpest tool in the shed at times. Whoa, you smashed open a cage? Rolo smash. I know, the licorice reference. Kinda. At least I think I did. It's all been a bit of a blur. He had you in a cage. Who are these people? I don't know who did this to you, but we're gonna fix it. Fix it? This is awesome. I'm just glad you're safe now. Luca, you don't need to worry about me. Sure, I got snatched, but look at it this way. I got snatched. I know where snatched people go. We might finally have a lead on what happened to your family. Maybe you're right, but this all seems dangerous. Danger. Huh.
Rollo shadowboxed a few jabs.
I'll take them all on. Hey, fellas. What's up?
With a yelp, Rollo dove behind Luca.
Ah! Take cover! Did I come at a bad time? Who the heck are you? This is Beck. Sorry, something truly bizarre just happened and I need help. I don't know where else to go. So you're just hanging out here with your large adult friend? No, this is my buddy Rollo. This is your missing friend? One and the same. He seems a little old. I'll have you know, this is a recent development. What the heck does that mean? Oh, I'm sorry. You're the one who just showed up out of nowhere. So we'll be asking the questions here. That's fair. How did you find us? Silly little treehouse? I think you mean our silly little mission control. I hate to break it to you, but your secret path isn't so secret. Yeah, they got the beanie, they dyed their the gray hair. They've entered their hipster phase. I could hear your racket from a mile away. See, Luca, this is why we need to improve security around here. Not now, Rollo. Beck, you said something bizarre happened? Yeah, but
She shot a nervous glance at Rollo.
anything you can say around me, you can say around Rollo. This has been a weird day all around, hasn't it? Yep.
Beck's eyes narrowed.
Okay, so it all started when I made it back home. My first order of business was to try to salvage my hair. So I dyed it with some stuff from the chemistry set my mom gave me. Okay. Just need to play it cool. And hope no one notices. Notices what? Oh, nothing, I was just... Come over here and let me have a look. Oh, honey, what in the world did you do to your hair? I kind of felt like a change. It's gonna take forever to grow out. You were the one who said that change was a good thing, right? I was talking about your mother's new job. I was talking about us moving. I guess I just took your lesson to heart.
Ilona tried to put on a smile.
Before I forget, I came up here to tell you that Nellie had to go into work. Tonight? Her and Mr. Kerr decided it would be good for her to get some things done before tomorrow. That Kerr guy seems like a grade A creep. Beck! He is! Him and his weird cult of personality. You are not gonna ruin this job for Nellie. It means too much to her. Oh, I know exactly how much it means to her. It means enough to her to exile her daughter to this podunk town. This place sucks. The people are weird. You just don't know them yet. It's always cold. We're in the mountains. You'll get used to it. I can't even pick up a single decent station on the radio. It's all banjo music and farm reports. You know, I grew up in a town not that different from this one. Is that why you're better at talking to plants than people? Okay, here's what we're going to do. First of all, you're grounded. What? In the morning, I'll have Nellie come and see what we can do about fixing your hair. You need to look presentable for the harvest, for the festival. But not another peep.
She sighed, and after a moment, looked down at Beck sympathetically.
I know moving is hard, honey. That doesn't mean you have to make yourself miserable all the time. It's your hipster phase, not your emo phase. Other people seem to have that covered for me. Oh, and if you decide to rebel by dyeing your hair more...
She flashed a sly grin and tussled
I'll just shave it off for you. Think of how rebellious you'll look then. I don't know, going bald is good, probably even more rebellious. Very funny. Thank you. Good night, sweetie. Good night, Mom. Wait. First of all, this town does not suck. Second, you need help because you got grounded? No. I'm sorry you got in trouble. It's my fault your hair got screwed up in the first place. Don't worry about it. I actually kind of like this look. Great. Can we get back to the story now? The next part is the important bit. I had this radio upgraded with my mom, and I was too angry to sleep. So I dialed in something worth it. So I tried to dial in something worth listening to. Yeah, she does have that kind. It does kind of work. Mr. Kerr, are you there? Mr. Kerr? Yes, I'm busy. What is it? Apologies, I have the founder on the line. Patch her through immediately. One moment. Hello, sir. It's so nice to hear from you. Skip the pleasantries. What's your report on our new lead researcher of deep engineering? Nellie Modewell seems to be integrated nicely. This very moment, she's working to help us meet our deadline. She's offered to work overtime before I even had the chance to suggest it. Excellent. You have faith that she's capable of finishing the work left by her predecessor. Her work must be completed before the festival. I will make sure she stays day and night until it's accomplished. Good. You know how I feel about loose ends. Yes, sir. Once she has finished the work, we need to make a determination regarding her long-term prospects in the company. Immediately, sir? I usually have more time to fully bring people into the fold. We are in the endgame build. After your failures with Dr. Prescott, I can't afford to take any risks. Of course, sir. No loose ends, sir. Once she finishes the work, she will either leave the office completely committed to Perennial Harvest, or she won't leave at all. Perfect. Sir, if I might suggest, maybe we should delay, just for a bit. Oh? It's just, we seem to be rushing to hit this festival deadline. Oh, no problem, Mish. You have a wonderful night, and thanks for stopping by. No worries. I've been trying to keep an eye on chat as well. And welcome, Tormiz. To be honest, I knew I was going to go pretty late tonight trying to get through this entire game. And rushing into things has caused some issues in the past. Hey, welcome, Quid. Yeah, it came out, well, technically it's Friday now where I am, but it released on Thursday. So we're in the endgame part, so if you're trying to avoid spoilers, my suggestion would be, don't watch anymore. But definitely get the game, play it. It's a lot of fun. The story is is really good. The art's really nice. It's got some nice music. Definitely worth playing. I see. Please understand that I just want what's best for you. I'm eternally grateful for all that you've done for me. Bill, I'll make this very clear for you. No problem. And good luck. If you get the game, enjoy it. I brought you in to make things run smoothly, not to have opinions. Of course, sir. Chin up, Bill. You are only a few days away from having everything you've ever dreamed of. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Whoa. Yeah. Just so we're clear, when they said loose ends, they were talking about murder, right? Like, actually killing someone? Capital murder.
Luca gave Rollo a quick elbow to the ribs.
Who is this founder? I was hoping you guys would know. As far as we know, Kurt is the top banana at Perennial Harvest. He sounded scared of this founder guy. We have an even topper banana on the field. Hell is my mom caught up in? Has she talked about the job much? Not really. She said she was going to come in and continue the work of someone she respected. Luca, do you think that body at the warehouse was the person Beck's mom came to replace? Big Rolo. That would make sense. Yeah, after doing all the speaking for all the lines at it's like 7:30, it's like almost 1 in the morning. There's been plenty of slip-ups on my part. Yeah, it seems like Nellie's predecessor got loose-ended. I'm getting that impression. Okay, so we need to get your mom out of there before the festival happens. That's 2 days away. Won't she just come home after work? The creep on the radio said they were going to hold her there until then. So if she's not coming out, we gotta go in and get her.
Beck flicked a large sheet of paper out of her pocket and slammed it on the floor.
Maybe this'll help. You have blueprints? Well, it's really just a welcome map from my mom's PH orientation day. Oh, no problem. If you're getting the game, enjoy it as well, Tormus. But thanks for stopping by. You have a wonderful day. But it shows the layout. Sure looks like blueprints to me. Look, here's the reception area. There's a big room marked Founder's Office. It even has the exits marked. Guys. We have a deadline. We have an objective. We have blueprints. You realize what this is, right?
Rollo started to wiggle with excitement.
I think we're heisting. This is officially a heist. We need a crew.
Chapter 6. The Heist. They spent the night's end huddled around that small map, formulating a plan to infiltrate the headquarters of Perennial Harvest. It would be no small feat.
We need cool
A
montage
facility
music.
with all manner of technology. Not to mention the swarm of clipboards that would most certainly be scattered throughout. By the time the sun began to peek through the car window used as a makeshift balcony door, all were in agreement. This could just work. The final day before the festival would be used to prepare. They'd need to pool every resource at their disposal, pull every favor with a thread. Even enlist some unsavory characters around town with important tasks.
Yeah, we definitely need.
Were suited for.
We need a heist theme song.
Luckily, there was enough ill will and mistrust toward Perennial Harvest that alliances could be found at a bargain. Luca, Beck, and Rollo rubbed their eyes as they exited the treehouse. They hadn't slept at all that night. There was no time. The festival was to begin in 1 day, and they each had their assignments.
It's time to heist. Alright, quick recap. Rollo, you're gonna talk to Roxy. Cordially. Without her and Fitz, this whole thing could go bust. Me, Cordial, is my middle name. Uh-huh. And how do you plan to explain your new...
He waved vaguely at Rollo's sizable figure.
Circumstance. Bah, she'll be so happy I'm alive, she won't even notice.
Beck snorted an involuntary giggle.
And Beck, you sure Alona won't just shoot down this whole thing down when she hears it? She'll listen. When she understands the danger Nellie is in, the danger we're all in, the plan will make sense. Okay. That leaves me with Jeff, then Iggy. How are you going to persuade them? I'll think of something.
They each looked at each other with sleepy confidence and nodded.
Well, Godspeed. Yeah, they definitely need a cool theme song. Okay, so we gotta get our crew. Once we got our crew, then we can actually heist it. I think both of them are over on this side. I think Jeff was over here. Yeah.
Jeff's hardware closed down about a year ago.
No, I don't care about his
The
shop.
effects of the foul harvest stretched wide. When there are no crops in the field, tractors don't need fixing.
Hey, Jeff. What can I do you for? Well, I know how much you hate Perennial Harvest. Hate's a strong word. Oh, sorry, I mean... I didn't say it was the wrong word. Gotcha. So we're gonna break into their headquarters, and I thought you might be able to help.
Jeff wheezed out a long snicker.
You see, I knew you kids were all right. Great, so you'll help?
The joy in Jeff's face drained instantly.
Not a chance. but give me one good reason I should risk my hide of aiding and abetting you rascals.
Looking into the sullen eyes of his would-be accomplice, Luca blurted out the first word that came to mind.
Shit. But nah. Hide!
Jeff's brow perked up.
What'd you say? Go ahead and hide then.
Sensing some traction, Luca carried on with vigor.
Let a bunch of kids do what needs to be done. We're not afraid.
Jeff's scowl faded with a sigh.
Say what you will about old Jeff, and they all do. But you'll never hear him say I hid from nothing.
One good stomp of the foot was all Jeff
Oh, you were heading out. You have a great night.
Home.
Okay. What was it you kids needed? Some sort of disguise. I got just the thing. And while we're at it, that crate should come in handy. This ain't gonna be free, you know. I'm thinking 5 bags of sour gum should cover it. Put it on my tab?
Luca offered out his open hand to seal the deal. With a firm and dusty grip, Jeff reciprocated.
Swing by first thing in the morning. It's 1 down. 1 to go. I know. He's like the he's like that old guy that just like swears constantly, that is just the person that just goes through all the junk and everything. Hey Tish, look who it is. Luca, are you here to try to tickle us to death again? Look, just hear me out.
Iggy raised an eyebrow suspiciously.
We're listening. Iggy, I know we've both spent giant bags of shit to each other.
Iggy gave a reluctant shrug.
You're not wrong. But lately, life has been kinda strange, you know? Life is strange.
Iggy
Let's start.
considered the point.
Things have been weird around here. So I'm offering a truce and asking for your help. What do you say we break our hostilities for now? We do like breaking things. Even if truce means less breaking things. What if I told you there was a way to have a truce and break stuff? Go on. I need you to cause a distraction so I can sneak into Perennial Harvest headquarters.
A wild-eyed grin spread across Iggy's face.
My, Luca Van Horn, I'm impressed. After all this is done, and after all this is done, maybe you and Tish can come and hang out at the treehouse sometime.
Iggy glanced over to Tish, who nodded in agreement.
Fine. But not because we want to see your crappy treehouse. We just like to cause
With
chaos.
a quick nod, Luca was off.
Did you hear that, Tish?
Iggy gazed up at Tish with a smile.
He invited us to hang out at the
A
treehouse.
single tear ran down Tish's cheek.
I never expected this day to come. How wonderful.
Chapter 7. Into the Hive. A good heist
And last.
requires preparation,
Now we can finally heist.
and thorough preparation takes time, something they had precious little of. So far, everything was in order. Jeff, Iggy, and Tish all agreed to do their part. Beck radioed Luca that night with a simple and covert message. We are locked and loaded on my end.
Exactly.
And Rollo, after a lengthy confession, managed to persuade Roxy and Fitz to help. He stowed away in mission control for the night to avoid attracting attention. Rollo, being uniquely suited for the role, would be the first to breach Perennial Harvest. The outfit provided by Jeff wasn't perfect, but a convincing disguise is 10% wardrobe, 90% confidence.
And Rollo has an abundance of confidence. Yeah, it's one of those things where it just
Vigorous
breaks the
breaths and shook out his arms.
where it breaks the assumption. He's even got a fake mustache. Just stay calm, Rollo. You can do this. Let the mustache do the talking. Got your delivery here. Delivery? I don't have anything in my notes about a delivery. One moment. I'm so sorry, but there's no delivery scheduled for this morning. Right.
He had to think quick.
That's because this goes directly to the founder. He asked that it be kept secret.
Rollo sighed, adjusting his tool belt.
You know how the founder can be. I suppose we can leave this one off the records. Our harvest awaits and such.
With a stroke of his mustache, Rollo proceeded into the perennial harvest headquarters.
All Rollo needs to do is do like the charming smile where he just like strokes the mustache and just says, "Our harvest awaits." Our harvest awaits. Back here for the founder. Oh, I didn't hear anything about... Yeah, this is a need-to-know kind of thing. I'll just check...
Stammered and flipped through the pages of his clipboard.
This goes directly to the founder. I don't have time to fill you in. Oh, I see. If you could just complete this form...
Rollo interrupted with urgency in his voice.
Every time with the forms. Look, if you want to explain to the founder why I'm late, well, it's your funeral. I'm sorry. What did you say your name was again? I'm...
Rollo panicked.
Harvest awaits! Sir? That's a restricted area. Excuse me, sir. Our harvest awaits! Ready to light this candle, Tish? Yep. Stuck on this, perennial hamfist? Was that?
The distraction was enough for Rollo to regain his confidence.
Just open the damn door. I've got a job to do.
The clipboard fumbled around in a frenzy.
I should check on that noise. Oh, come on. Just buzz me in already. Okay, okay. Phew. That was close. Our harvest awaits. Hey, I figure, when in doubt, stick with the classics. Oh, that was a close one. You pulled it off. Nice work, Rollo. Alright, everyone knows what to do? Yep. Deep engineering is to the north. I'll go with Beck. In case you need some muscle. I'll head east to the founder's office. You two be safe. That's odd. Not even any cups for the water. You're just supposed to put your mouth down there. Let it guzzle. This whole place just feels fake. But of all things, fake plant. That's right, there's really nothing if you go those ways. Solomon?
Solomon stopped in his tracks.
Luca? What are you doing here? It's a long story. Are you okay?
A veneer of confusion flashed across Solomon's face. His words rushed out dramatically.
No, I am most certainly not okay. Some strange people grabbed me and... Were they in hazmat suits? Yes, how did you know? They brought me here and locked me up, and when they were distracted, I ran. Dang. Okay, you should stick with me. We've got a plan.
Solomon's facade briefly faltered.
We? Yeah, Rollo and Beck are headed to deep engineering. Thank heavens you found me. We've got to get out of here. We can't just leave yet. They'll catch us again. I've got to do something first. When you were running, did you happen to see a door marked Founder? Founder? Why are you looking for him? I'm not, I just need to get into that office. Now that you mention it, I do think I saw a door that said Founder. It was just down this way.
Luca happened to notice a plaque above the door.
Office of the Founder. Knocking comes with consequence. Oh, here it is. Oh, so it is. Pretty lucky that I ran into you, or else I might have missed it. Truly fortunate.
Luca tried the handle.
Locked.
Solomon leaned forward to examine the mechanism.
Regrettably, it seems to be some sort of electric lock. I don't see how we could possibly defeat a lock like that.
Luca smiled and looked at his watch.
Let's just wait a minute. Be an awful shame if someone cut the power. I don't know what sort of funny business you're up to, but I like it.
She mimed a quick hat tip and ambled off with a whistle.
Howdy. Good afternoon.
The light on the keypad changed from red to green.
How did you do that? It's good to have friends. Quick, let's get inside before someone spots us. Yes. The best part is just this entire scene.
His walkie-talkie.
Rollo, I'm in. As expected, there's a control panel. Great timing. We're stuck at a locked door marked 24601. Some guy named Valjean in there. Need you to get us through. What if someone catches us? We should get out of here. I'm not leaving my friend Solomon.
On the computer screen, a green cursor blinked in a password field.
Oh, the picture has darts in it. They're all thrown at it, Gus. It makes it even better. Surely you don't have a way to get around the password.
Luca pecked out his best guess. Underground secrets. The screen blinked to life. Columns of green numbers glowed on a black background.
How did you just guess that? Oh, it's this absurd password Rollo heard when he was down here before. It's funny how someone arrogant enough to call themselves the founder uses such a basic password. Or they were thinking several moves ahead, not expecting anyone to guess something so simple. These villain types always end up outsmarting themselves. They suck at 4D chess.
Solomon's jaw clenched into a half smile.
Your powers of deduction are as impressive as your luck.
Luca quickly scanned the columns for number 24601.
Rollo, I think this should do it. Bingo bango, doors open. Luca, you never fail to impress. What's that slippery lout even doing down there? We have a friend whose mom is in trouble. We're here to get her out. I see. Okay, Luca, I think we're close. The next door is marked 13806.
Once again, Luca scrutinized the numbers on the screen. In that moment of distraction, Solomon reached forward and pressed a large red button.
Maybe this one opens the lock. Crap, we've got company. Luca, must go faster. One sec, I can't think with all this noise.
He quickly skimmed the screen with his finger.
Here it is, 13806, go, go, go! Curse these fumbling hands. My apologies, Luca. Don't beat yourself up. I know you were just trying to help. Aw, man. No water cups. Rollo! Rollo, are you okay? Rollo, come in!
Mr. Kerr approached with a sneer and spoke into his walkie-talkie.
You can turn off the alarms, they're trapped.
With self-satisfaction, he called into the hallway.
I know, that's the best part. Just Solomon just getting constantly pissed. That, my dears, is a dead end. Nowhere to run. Rollo, where are you? Are you okay? Yeah, I think we lost him. Making our way back to Nellie's office. Okay, you two rabble-rousers are coming with us. Nope. Make a break for it. Did that little shit just kick me? Don't just stand there. After them. My one good knee. Okay, I think that worked. Roxy and Fitz have them on a wild goose chase. I am having trouble following what just happened. Like I said, it's good to have friends. Frollo, how long do you think Roxy can distract them? How long can Roxy keep someone so pissed they can't see straight? Let's just say, we got time. Entering Nellie's office now. Exactly. Mom! Oh, honey, what did you do to your hair? I thought you'd be happy. I finally used the young chemist lab kit. You sure have a knack of making me incredibly proud in the most frustrating ways. We need to get you out of here. Wait, who is your adult friend? Oh, I am not an adult. Ever heard of a growth spurt? I've had more of a growth spew. No, that's not possible.
To examine his teeth.
Substantial banding on the enamel of the molars, consistent with Tempest liquamine exposure. Is that what you call the gunk they forced me to drink? You drank it? Oh no. They told me it was only being tested on plants. Oh, Beck, sweetie, I promise I didn't know. Mom, what the hell is going on at this place? I was brought here to work on the discovery of a lifetime. A novel chemical compound was discovered under Beacon Pines in a wellspring they called the Source. They named it Tempest liquamine. It pulls energy from its surrounding in order to fundamentally alter matter's relationship to time. It was the secret to Valentine's fertilizer. They harvested the source, infusing small amounts of Tempest liquamine into the product. It worked wonders, drastically accelerating plant growth. Well, she's working on it now since she was just hired, but she's not responsible for it. Crops could be ready to harvest in a fraction of the time. But it led to complications. I'll harvest. Perennial Harvest came in to clean up the mess, to succeed where Valentine failed. But Tempest liquamine is rebellious. Rebellious? You can think of it as a manifestation of change itself. It's volatile by its very nature. So the more you try to force it to do a specific thing, the more it resists. Yes. I can relate to that. The goop is going through its rebellious phase. My role was to finish the work of my predecessor, Dr. Prescott. Harnessing Tempest liquamine to reliably manipulate an organism's age. Just imagine how many people we could feed. Mr. Kerr was very insistent that we achieve a successful result before today's festival. But you didn't, right?
Nellie sighed.
You know how much I love a good puzzle. I poured myself into the problem. It wasn't long until I discovered oddities in Dr. Prescott's notes. Oddities? They contained obvious errors, mistakes that someone of his reputation would never make. So I fixed them and now I get to replace my entire wardrobe. I really am truly sorry. Meh, those clothes were all hand-me-downs anyway. Sounds like Dr. Prescott figured it out, got cold feet, and intentionally sabotaged his own work. I had considered that possibility. I've sent a letter asking him to clarify his thinking. Mom, Dr. Prescott is dead. Her had him killed. What? I overheard them talking about it on the radio. It's why we gotta get you out of here. I just... like, now. Wait, the vial! I finally solved the chemical equation, allowing direct control of aging. Mr. Kerr picked it up just before you came. All the more reason we gotta hightail it. Luca, we got Dr. Modwell. We're heading your way now. Roger that, be careful. Alright, everything's on track. And what is your plan for escape? We'll go over everything when they get here. In the meantime, maybe we can dig up some more info. Malice 80 proof whiskey. A hard drink for a hard man. Wow, even his alcohol is arrogant.
Solomon muttered inaudibly.
I don't know why he's drinking that as a kid. I could just smother you right now. What's that? I said I shouldn't bother you right now. Don't be silly, you're no bother at all. Looks like the founder was helping Kerr plan the festival. Why would such a secretive leader be obsessed with a party? Only time will tell.
Luca held his hand up to the ashtray.
Still warm. Must have been in here recently. Yeah, the book's on the chair. It's even better.
Luca tugged on each of the cabinets.
He's hate-based, not carbon-based. Dang, this must be the good stuff. They're all locked. Perhaps he's not as careless as you suspected. Let's see what else this bad boy has on it. Security system. Time card logs. Payroll. You know, for being so evil, this guy sure is boring.
Solomon once again muttered under his breath.
Just you wait. Huh? Oh, nothing. I'm really sorry you got dragged into this mess, Solomon. Yeah. Hey, when all your plans have gone awry and you're 9 years old again, that's gonna make anyone drink and smoke. You needn't worry about me. Well, I feel bad either way. We're gonna get you out of this, I promise.
With a subtle, quivering lip, a smile crawled across Solomon's face. They heard the trampling of frantic footsteps from the hallway.
Lock it, lock it, lock it! Locked. That was close. When we left Nellie's office, it was swarming with clipboards. We barely got away. Did they follow you? Rollo, before we start tossing blame around, you can blame Nellie and Beck as well. Is it possible someone ordered a pizza? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Definitely not a pizza. Unless Domino's is now doing surveys in person. What now? Don't look at me, I'm officially retiring from the heisting business. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. We just have a few quick questions, like how would you like to die? Just let me think. Can someone watch the door? Of course. What else? Huddle up. Oops. I think this little caper has gone on long enough. Solomon, no! Hush now, child. The adults are speaking. But you're like 9! Dr. Modwell, a brief reintroduction is in order. We've never met in person, but we have corresponded. You see, it was I who hired you. Solomon, the pathetic orphan child. A powerful and enigmatic founder. Sharper, the fallen progenitor who created this town. Perennial harvest, Valentine fertilizer. All connected by a single thread. Yours truly. He just loves practicing these goddamn monologues. But that's...
Her eyes searched the floor in thought. Solomon watched eagerly, waiting for the flicker of epiphany. With a sickened look, she peered into his soul.
Why didn't you peer into his soul earlier? Ah, yes, now you've got it. Tempest Liquamine, you discovered how to reverse the process.
Solomon clapped with genuine delight.
Very good, Dr. Modwell. Very good. Though the discovery wasn't intentional.
Solomon glanced down, examining his youthful form.
And the effects went a little too far for my tastes. That's why you needed me to finish Dr. Prescott's work. Which you did admirably. Mr. Kerr, the file, please.
Kerr presented it with a theatrical twirl of the hand.
May I present to you the 8th wonder of the...
Before he could finish, Rollo snatched the vial from Kerr's palm.
Wow, this stuff sounds pretty valuable. Be careful, you fool. You have no idea what you have in your hand. Actually, we do. You just did a whole evil villain monologue thingy about it.
Rollo casually tossed the vial to Luca.
Gosh, maybe I'll have a taste.
Luca jiggled the vial mockingly.
Seize him! Luca! Over here! Move another inch and I smash it.
She held it tightly behind her back. Solomon sighed, speaking in crisp, measured syllables.
You have no plan. I'll smash it, I swear! Fine, risk killing us all. Or, if you're lucky, nothing happens. Then what? We capture you and grant you much less leniency.
He pursed his lips with feigned sincerity.
But I give you my word, if you hand it over now, none of you will be harmed. Much.
A deep uncertainty washed over Beck.
You're a smart girl, Beck. There's no shame in being outwitted by someone smarter than you. We both know there is only one way this ends.
She looked to Nellie shakily. With a dispirited nod, Nellie sighed in defeat. Beck slowly approached Solomon.
That's a good girl. Beck, don't do it! We can't trust that jerk. I'm sorry, he's right.
With apprehension, Beck conceded. Solomon pocketed the vial and brushed off his shoulder with a sharp flick.
Mr. Kerr, you have allowed yourself to be humiliated by a group of children. Report to my office tomorrow for a performance review.
The blood drained from Kerr's face.
Of course, sir. But first, you have a speech to make. Trot out there and give me the introduction I deserve. And don't forget to smile. Yes, sir. And to think, all of this is thanks to the efforts of Mr. Van Horn. I don't understand. How is this all because of me? I said Mr. Van Horn, silly child. Dr. Walt Van Horn. Your father was always a thorn in my side. I offered him an opportunity to be part of something great. But the fool was blinded by righteousness. He even broke into my laboratory in an attempt to sabotage my work.
Solomon shook his head with gratification.
The universe has a funny way of correcting course. By meddling with a force he didn't understand, Walt showed me its true potential. As fate would have it, Luca, your father's dying act was to grant me eternal
A
life.
muffled applause resonated faintly through the walls.
Well, that's my cue. After the festivities and my subsequent ascension, I will return to deal with you all. Until then, I suggest you use this time to reflect on the magnitude of your failure. You three keep post outside the door. Possibly. Well, crap. Can't believe Beck sold us out like that. I'm not sure she had any other choice. So what now? What's the plan? I don't have one. Of course you do. You always have a plan. Rolo, you just need some time. Rolo, it's over. We lost.
Nellie was staring at the floor, deep in thought.
Sorry, Luca. Give me a minute to calm my mind. Hey. I'm sorry, Luca. I did what I had to do. No, it's just, we were so close. I've got a feeling that eventually Solomon will get what's coming to him. Time wounds all heals. Well, time seems like less of an issue for him now. Luca, there's something you should know. After Mr. Kerr locked me in that office, I had nothing but time and curiosity. I poked around a bit, hoping to find a means of escape, but I found something else. A note, hidden in a false drawer. What sort of note? Dr. Prescott must have sensed his time at Perennial Harvest was growing short, so he left behind a letter, with the hope that it would be found by his successor. It was a confession of sorts. He left it for me, but its contents... Luca, I think they were meant for you. Why? What did it say? Alright, you have a great night, Bulbasaur. Thanks for stopping by, and you have a great night. It was about an incident with your mother. Dr. Prescott found her in his lab with a stolen keycard. There was an accident. She had been exposed to extreme amounts of Tempest liquamine.
The color dropped from Luca's face.
She survived. Dr. Prescott decided to help her recover. He no longer trusted Perennial Harvest, so he kept her whereabouts secret. Over time, your mother led him to reconsider the purpose of scientific discovery. Science is often at the vanguard of change, but that doesn't mean it's always right. He realized that no one should have control over something as powerful as time itself. I now believe that's why he began to intentionally sabotage his own work. It cost him his life. That's a reasonable conclusion. It's also a shame I didn't find this out before I finished my work. If she's alive, where has she been? Where is she now?
A sudden explosion sounded from the hull. Chapter 8. Comeuppance. Ears still ringing, Gran picked herself up off the ground. Through the dust and smoke, she looked over to see Mrs. Fratelli helping Hiram Tolliver to his feet. She'd had to beg, borrow, and steal to acquire those explosives. How many nights had she spent visualizing how she'd use them to make things right? And now, her one shot at destroying the source, that damned hole that swallowed so much of her life, was gone. Traded for this jagged hole in a wall and a foolhardy shot at rescuing Rollo. With Fratelli and Tolliver at her side, she stepped through. It was a strange feeling. The last time she'd stalked this maze of hallways, it was in a different body. They quickly rounded a corner to find a group of clipboards guarding a door.
This also conveniently prevents Gran from destroying the town by attempting to blow up the source.
Something worth guarding is probably something worth seeing. She leapt forward, brandishing her cane. If her last chance at vengeance for things lost was truly gone, she would just have to fight to keep what she still had.
Now Gran shows up to save the day. The cavalry has arrived. Gran, what are you doing here? Luca, what are you doing here? We're here to save Nellie. We're here to save Rollo. Hey, Miss Luca's Gran. That's awful nice of you. But I'm fine. Oh no, what did they... Gran, there's no time to explain. We have to go now. Come on, everyone. We've got a party to crash.
They made their way out from deep within Perennial Harvest, just as Solomon finished up his speech.
Thankfully, we can dispense with the formalities from here on out.
Solomon pulled a glass vial from his pocket.
We gotta stop him!
In one smooth motion, he downed its contents. A triumphant smile grew across Solomon's lips.
No! Well, I guess that's it. We lost. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
With a mischievous look, Beck elbowed Luca. Remember when I had the vial behind my back?
So we're gonna pick the two options that give a more abrupt ending. Can't wait to see the look on his face when he realizes he drank his own cigar ash. How did ashes get into the vial? It was pretty easy to mess with the vial when it was behind my back. Oh, that's sneaky. Well, it's a bad habit anyway. Owlsy says, bad habits are like 50-yard field goals. Huh? Hard to kick. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
So we get the true ending if we pick change. So we're going to pick the two non-change options first. Smoking kills. You might say Sharper Valentine's part of this town now. Oh, that's one way to kick a bad habit.
As the last of what was once Sharper Valentine wafted into the air, the crowd began to disperse, still numb from what they had just observed. Sharper Valentine was gone for good.
You might say when it was a snap.
His end would be a new beginning for Beacon Pines. A new chance to let go of the things they had lost and grab hold of a new future. The end. Well, I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a bit gratifying. If that feels to you like a good note to end on, I won't stand in your way.
But of course, we need to see the other outcomes.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little malice.
Hey, well, I mean, technically he was much an adult that was changed into a child, so malice, the whiskey from his office. Yep, dude had an unfinished glass on his desk. Figured his grow juice could use a little hair of the dog. You can all call me Sharper Valentine.
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Alcohol turns you into confetti. Now that's what I call 80 proof whiskey. Damn, dude.
The crowd gazed in stunned silence at the now empty stage. The quiet
It's a
whistle of
celebration.
a curse sprinted off stage and into the distance. He was never seen around Beacon Pines, or anywhere else for that matter, again. Watching the silhouette of Kerr disappear over the horizon, Luca began to laugh. First, a low chuckle that became uncontrolled, heaving laughter. Through his tears, he was vaguely aware that the crowd had begun to laugh with him. The end.
Alright, so now for the actual ending.
Unexpected. Perhaps a bit of an absurd ending for my taste, but who am I to say? I'm only writing the damn thing.
Hey, it's called getting drunk.
I might have tweaked his wonder potion with a little change.
You could call me Sharper Valentine, and then abruptly commit suicide. Like, pocket change? Your unlucky penny! Yeah, I plopped it in the vial when no one was looking. What's that gonna do? No idea, that's the beauty of science. Now we observe. You can all call me Sharper Valentine. Why do I have a feeling of deja vu?
His body and face began to contort and expand as he disappeared into a belching green mist.
Holy crap, he's a baby! Yeah, but he's still Sharper, right? What he was no longer matters. At least the clothes de-aged to become a blanket. This is an innocent child. Hey, he has an evil look about him. That's obviously a devil child. I apologize for all the harm my father has caused you.
Eris awkwardly cradled the squirming child. She looked to her brother, her voice shaking with uncertainty.
We're pulling a King's Quest 7. We get the villain as a baby, so hopefully they'll be raised right the second time around. Augustus, what do we... We do what Valentines always do. What must be done. I'll hurry home and prepare a crib for her father, young Sharper. That would be a great help. Thank you.
She looked back down at the infant with equal parts kindness and terror in her eyes. With a shake of her head, Eris addressed the crowd with a stern scowl.
Okay, everyone, the show is over. You may leave now.
Epilogue. Beacon Pines' coldest summer on record came and went without much fanfare. Folks shared what they had, and none were left wanting. The new school year was ushered in by the falling leaves of autumn. After everything Luca, Rollo, and Beck had been through, middle school was bearable.
I mean, it's probably more of a non-loose end. Not have any loose ends if we have Sharper killed off, but still,
The chilling
having Beck
didn't
completely
bother
just
people much.
murder a person. I know, it seems like that this could lead to bad problems.
They kindled a hope for
But that's
a better
okay.
future in their
Beck is ready to off a person.
When spring arrived, farmers planted their crops with a sense of joy and optimism. And as the dawn of the first day of summer came again, its light slowly spread through the shallow valley. It crept over the town square, across the river, past the neglected welcome sign, and came to rest on a young boy sleeping at dawn. His mind at peace, knowing he is here for a reason.
I guess the thing is whether or not as a baby he has all his memories or so forth. Because that would definitely change a lot of things. Like if he doesn't remember anything, then you could say it's a new start. Alright, treehouse time. I mean, a 9-year-old can still remember a lot of things. I hear you and Rolo have big plans for that little treehouse. I know. Hey, smoking kills. It's an anti-smoking ad. What can I say? Yeah, it started getting crowded after we revoked the max capacity 1 Rolo, 1 Luca rule. So we decided to expand. But at least we got some help with that. How's the internship at Nelly and Lona's shop going? It's been great. I'm hoping it helps me get into the School of Agriculture up at State. Also, Nelly said she'd write a letter of recommendation, which would be huge. I just can't help but worry about leaving Rolo. He's grown up so fast, but he's still my little brother. Yeah, he had a heck of a growth spurt. I don't just mean grown, literally. This morning he was up and finished his chores before I even had breakfast. Now, some of that might be his excitement about the treehouse renovations. Don't tell him this, because it'll go to his head. I'm really proud of that little punk. I'm sure he feels the same way, but he's just too dang proud to tell you. Yeah. Which is also that this kind of feels a bit of a, not fully good ending, since he's lost how many years of his life, and skipping much of his youth. But I guess that they didn't have the stuff to fix them. Hey Gus, how's the tree planting going? Couldn't be better. I'm so grateful to Alona and Nelly for letting me help. Also, I got sober. Just wasn't built to be a bear. Too much bureaucracy. Gus, we finished cleaning up the sidewalks. What's next?
One perennial harvest collapsed. Most of the clipboards skipped town. But some stuck around and dedicated themselves to making things right.
Anyone with a knack for art can help paint the new offices. You can count on us. Well, looks like you really found your calling. I never really felt comfortable telling people what to do. Now, this right here, this is something I can be proud of. That's true. I see you decided on a name. Yep, we had to clear out all the old stuff before putting on the final touch. Slow and Dirty Harvest is now official. I like it. It was actually Nelly's idea. There's still a lot of work to do, and the name serves as a reminder. Just because progress is important doesn't mean change should happen fast. In fact, I've learned that the more you care about something, the more important it is to take things slow. Our motto is, go slow and fix things. Amen to that. Yeah, when we want to end things, we go to the treehouse, so we're going to chat with... What's today's news that needs knowing? I'll give you tomorrow's headline today. Our old friend Patrick C. Montesquieu, aka Willem Kerr, just performed a stirring rendition of The Iceman Cometh at the State Correctional Facility. Here, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. I guess he has plenty of time to work on his craft. Behind bars for life. Oh hey, welcome Sans. And, well, I hope you enjoyed the game. It is a rather delightful game. Young Mr. Van Horn. How's little Solomon or Sharper doing? Young Sharper seems to enjoy nature more than I. He still has an evil glare, so we do a lot of strolling these days. Has he, you know, attempted to crawl out of his crib and plot world domination? Yeah. Thankfully, no. I spoke at length with Dr. Maudwill, and she feels that Sharper's infant mind is not developed enough to retain his previous memories. For all intents and purposes, the child is unmolded clay. Let's hope he's a little nicer the second time around. Or is this 2.5 or 3, third time around? That is the objective, yes. But really, all I can do is try and hope. 2 activities I am endeavoring to find less distasteful. Well, I think you're doing a great job. I mean, it's one of those things where it ends on more of a cliffhanger as to whether or not that would be the case or not. And the whole town is ready to help out however we can. Can't wait to teach him to throw a baseball.
Eris did her best to ignore the tears welling in her eyes.
Oh no. Teach him to be more evil? He's going for the genocide route run? That would be acceptable, peasant. Luca, can I interest you in a delicious apple?
Playfully waggled an apple.
No thank, just saying hello. Well, hello then. Mind telling your mom we need a new crate of jam? Already? It's funny, I used to hide this stuff in the back. Terrified that someone would find out about our secret messages. Now everyone wants to get their hands on Eleanor's Van Horn's famous spy jam. Hey Luca, can you tell Roxy I'll be free in an hour? Sure thing. My dad's making me stock the shelves for the summer. He says it builds character. I think he means to say it builds calluses. Builds character? Yeah, it builds something alright. More like resentment towards your father. We should talk to these people. Back for seconds? It's not too much trouble. For the longest time, I didn't understand the appeal of ice cream. It serves no purpose other than to be briefly enjoyed and then it's gone. Ice cream nihilism. Yeah, but it's pretty tasty while it lasts. I'm inclined to agree. That's true. There's still always the possibility of the stuff at the source. Hey, Mr. Nuncreed. I'm gonna go see my dad in a bit. Did you want to come with? Even after everything I did, you'd still...
Mr. Nuncreed shook his head.
You really are your father's son, aren't you? I don't think I'm ready for that yet. Well, you're always invited. I bet he'd love to hear from you. I'll visit Walt in my own time. You run along now. Yeah, the hole is still there. We see it in the epilogue.
With perennial harvest gone, the transportation tubes were left unused.
Come one, come all. No one is too big, no one is too small. For Jeff's wild ride.
Maybe not completely unused.
Just one piece of candy. For the ride of your life. Who's next? Yeah, it's just there chilling. We gotta make as many cold puns for all the endings where the town gets frozen over. It's much more fun that way. Actually, yeah, we need to talk to Dawn and Miss Fratelli. I'm glad you swung by. More follow-up questions for your story? Nope, I got everything I need. Thanks again for that. I sent a draft of the story to a reporter in Capital City. Then they offered me an internship. Of course they did, you're an amazing reporter. I don't know about all that. A story about a phony corporation that picked up an entire town of people and moved them to cover up a massive illegal mine shaft full of incredibly hazardous chemicals. Sort of writes itself if you think about it. Just don't forget us when you become a fancy big city reporter. Capital City isn't that far away. I'm gonna have to come back from time to check in. Yeah, it's not gonna be much longer. We're in the epilogue, Tatsuya. And to see what sort of new trouble you've gotten yourself into. Sorry to disappoint, but my adventuring days are over. At least until Beacon Pines 2. We both know that's not true. What makes you say that? Call it a reporter's intuition.
Mrs. Fratelli glowed with a carefree smile.
Is that your suitcase? That is 2 weeks of unencumbered tranquility. Excuse me, You'd be so kind as to take my order. 2 weeks of sand, margaritas, and forgotten obligations. Excuse me. I'd love to place an order.
Mrs. Fratelli sighed with a zen-like calm.
I mean, it looks like she could use a break. I still say that she's hooped up on jam. Yeah. Just as soon as the lunch rush ends, I'll be a feather on the wind. You're going on vacation? For the first time in years. I got you and your mom to thank. Why's that? She didn't tell you yet? You two are going to fill in for me at the diner while I'm gone. Child labor is a new thing. Just like old times. Well, it's a new thing that's an old thing. It's fine. I'll wait. Luca, run! Child labor's illegal. They're probably not even paying you. Yeah, one person lunch rush. I mean, there's like maybe 30 people in this town. Little higher. Yep. Little lower. Yep. Little higher. Yep. I'm telling you, the angle isn't the issue. We need more power to the radio. Luca, there you are. Would you tell him it's not the angle? I'm not in charge of the antenna redesign. Fine, fine. Iggy, just don't do anything drastic until we get back. Who, me? Guess you're in charge while I'm gone. Yep. This is how children die. Very much so. They'll be fine, right? It'll be fine. We really want mission control to turn into something bigger and better. We have to loosen our group a bit. You're right. Lead the way. It is time to recruit the trio. It's really interesting how it does it, to where throughout most of the game, that is actually the true end and path. Where most of the efforts are on the paths that lead to the bad ends. Which is very curious. I have news I think you'll enjoy. This morning I unpacked my last box. You're officially moved in. Just a box. Let's not blow this out of proportion. Sounds awful lot like putting down roots. I decided this place is root-worthy. You're gonna be stuck with me for the foreseeable future. I do have to warn you, most years aren't gonna be as interesting as this one. I think I'll manage. Ready? Before we go, there's a bit of a surprise. My mom's prepared this tree especially for you. They didn't have to do that. It wasn't just them. Just about the whole town pitched in. Yeah, she has the mutation as well with her hair. Since this is on the route where this stuff gets in her hair. We all owe you. You should do okay in the cold of old Beacon Pines. And thrive as things warm up. That's perfect. I'm pretty sure Iggy would just break a few bones. Minor details. Ah, you got it. Now that's a good-looking tree. Being a special occasion and whatnot, this ride's on the house. You're gonna want to hang on tight to that little tree.
I think this is it. The end I've been waiting for.
And it's overall a pretty nice ending.
I began to lose hope of ever finding it. But then you came along. I don't know exactly how to thank you. hard to explain how much this means to me. It's funny, now that our time together is finally ending, I'm at a loss for words. Let's just watch the end together.
Yeah, it's a very enjoyable game. Done. Well, good, little tree. The best little tree. Would definitely recommend getting it and playing it. Thank you, children. This means a lot. Yeah, thanks. For everything. I think we see her mother in the crowd at Sharper Valentine's, you know, when he is drinking the vial. Hey, welcome, Catbee. And good morning. Shucks, I only did what any super awesome best buddy would have done. We should probably give you some time alone now. You good? Yeah, I am. It's been a wild year. How are you feeling? Everyone keeps asking me that. I'm fine, really. Pa always says the only thing fitter than a fiddle is a cello. And I feel like a dang cello. Well, if you ever stop feeling like a cello, I'm here for you. I know, you don't even have to say it. You two make an awesome pair. Excuse me? We're a trio now. Yep. Thanks. There's just one thing missing now that you're a part of a group. Missing? Let me tell you a little story about a man named Hank Atomic. Oh, God. I won't be long. We'll be waiting for you back at the phone booth. I found the perfect way to start our summer. It's a very enjoyable game, Kat. You've got some good friends. I'm so proud of you. Your father would be so proud. I know. Mom, can I ask you a question? Do you ever dream about Dad? Not a night goes by that I don't. Are you ever afraid that you're going to forget him? Forget what he looked like? Forget his voice? No, because so much of him lives on in you. He loved that old tree, but I know that he would have loved this one more. Because his two favorite people planted it. I'll give you two a moment. Yeah, it's pretty much 2 a.m. right here, too. I wanted to get through this entire game as a stream. Hey, Dad. Dr. Modewell says this place over the next few years... that over the next few years, this place should warm up. So you won't have to be so cold for much longer. I think I finally understand why you left that night. There were things you believed in. Big things. Those beliefs were the things that made you, you. You wouldn't have stood up to Sharper, stood up for what you believed in. You wouldn't have been the same person anymore. You had to go. That didn't mean you loved us any less. I might not visit you as much as I used to. I know you understand. Yeah, he's definitely taken a nice moment for himself. Ah, there we are. Close the book. There is an epilogue scene after the credits, so after the credits we'll, actually, there's an extra scene after the credits. We just played through the epilogue. It's a very pretty game. It has a lovely story, and I kind of wish there were more branching paths with it, but it still tells an enjoyable story for the paths that there are. So, I mean, I definitely... This is one of those kind of narrative games that it's fun to just kind of sit down, play. Because I admit, I got an early key for this, and the moment I got it, because I played through the demo, I was looking forward to this game, I basically just sat down and I played it until like 2 a.m. So, this was one that I really enjoyed and looked forward to. Yeah, choose your own adventure kind of games are kind of an interesting kind of thing, because book-wise, it's really, you know, a book as a medium isn't a very good thing for choose your adventure, because you can't really get into a real story. Oh, I'm not going to be that bad off. I get at least 5 or 6 hours of sleep before I have to go into work. But, I mean, most of the more modern choose-your-own-adventure books or more choose-your-own-adventure kind of stories are like visual novels these days. But seeing it in this kind of format is actually really nice to see. The only thing I kind of wish, which I think, because I know this was a Kickstarter at one point, and I only found out about the game after the Kickstarter, I'm guessing that a stretch goal must have been voice acting for the characters, because other than the narrator, there's no voice acting. And I feel like that's probably one of the small things that would have made things just a bit better. Oh, thank you, Lord Nub, for your kind words. Yeah, the old choose-your-own-adventure books were pretty intense. Just for how quickly it killed you off at times. Or for how absurd the premise was. Oh, thank you, Anne. But yeah, generally speaking, I have a weakness for choose-your-own-adventure books. I love them for all the silly deaths and such for that. There's a few of them that are kind of decent at telling a story. I mean, I try to, Blob, but admittedly, I can't do it very well. Most of the time, it's just me goofing off for voices and so forth. Building childhood trauma one book at a time. I guess that sounds right. The only ones, especially with books, that I know that really kept it a series was like the Sorcery series for Fighting Fantasy. I think there were a few others that had... I think there was a very small number of other books that had like multi-book choose-your-own-adventures. But, you know, balancing those things and actually making them all work is pretty difficult. Yeah, if you have too many choices, then that's also a problem. Alright, you have a wonderful night, Sans. Thanks for stopping by. But yeah, let's see. So it's going to be pretty rare that I stream during the week. Usually the plan's going to be that if I stream during the week, it's going to probably be like a new release or something like this. Unless I just change and decide to start streaming Wednesday again, but for the most part. One final scene. 10 years later. Wow, nice kick. Sharper, did you find it? Yeah. Oh no. I found... One just has to hope that history doesn't repeat itself. And so that is Beacon Pines. We are finally... That is finally the end. I don't think there's any other options. There are some charms you never use. But I'm pretty sure that's all the possibilities that you can go through for endings and so forth. Yeah, it does have a slight ominous note at the end. But even so. Alright, so it is like 2 in the morning here, so I'm going to end here. Saturday we'll continue Hollow Knight Room Rando, and then Sunday morning we'll be doing some Cuphead stuff. Yeah, it was kind of getting warmer. It looks like that the source at the end was slightly frozen over, which I suppose is what was supposed to be, that it was getting warmer, but I don't think we ever get a full answer with that as to how quickly things are warming up when they're not tapping the source. So nonetheless, thank you guys for watching. Stay safe, stay healthy. See you next time. And you guys have a wonderful night, morning, day, or whatever it may be. Farewell.